And good morning. How are you all this morning? Do you know what day it is today? It is DLC 2024. We are happy to have you with us today. I am Tamara Ferguson. I will be working as a curriculum coach for mathematics next year. Joining me today is Stephanie. She is going to be our YouTube facilitator, which means that during our event today, we are going to ask you to participate because it is a live event. It's just not like a regular old webinar. We have people here that are willing to answer your questions because we want to hear what you have to say with your questions and your comments. Please keep the comments appropriate to the event that we're participating in with things that are relevant for things that you want to know, or the comments directly related to the discussion that's happening in the YouTube rooms. I would like to also go over a little bit of how to navigate our conference, especially for the people that are new and they have not yet experienced this event. How many of you out there are brand new to SciFair? How many of you are brand new to teaching just in general? And maybe you're joining us from outside of SciFair. Let us know in the chat where you're coming from right now. That would be really cool to hear where everybody's coming from. Okay, I'd like to begin by showing you the website. The website is cfisd.net/DLC. When you get here, there's a little button off to the left that says start here. That's a great place to start. Start here. When you land on this page, it gives you some information such as the planning sheet. If you click on that planning sheet, this is the making a copy for yourself. I'm going to just close that out because I already did that because I don't need another copy. Oh, maybe I don't have it open. Give me a second. Okay. Don't judge me. I have way too many tabs open. I realize that. Okay. So here's your planning guide. On this planning guide, you could do it electronically where you write on your page, or you can print this if you have a printer at home, and you can put your session title and the attendance code. Keep that because you're not going to submit every single session. You are going to submit at the end of the day. So the attendance codes will all open up. The forms will open up at 4 p.m. and they'll stay open to midnight. That'll allow you to catch up any of the sessions that you wanted to see that you couldn't see during the live event. So you can actually continue watching after the live part all the way through midnight tonight. You'll notice that you have some buttons up at the top. What that means is it allows you to be able to click and go to a specific form, and you'll notice that it's done by alphabetical order this year. And then, of course, we have out of district and then newbies. Yay! Welcome to SciFair if you are new, and this is your button for you as well. Okay, so that is your planning sheet. Let me close it out. Look, I closed a tab. You should be proud of me. Okay, so the next thing that we have over here are the sessions. Underneath the start here, you have the July 24th session. So we are going to start with that one. And it will open up a app, which allows you to actually open the same app up on your phone if you wanted to do one on your phone as well. So you have your sessions. So let me go ahead and just bring it to the regular sessions, and you can see I brought our first one up. So let me walk you through how to navigate. You can just browse through all the sessions that we have available today and tomorrow, or you can start with filters. And if you do a filter, you can put your filter in based on whether or not you want to do beginner. You base it on your grade levels that you'll be supporting. And you can also base it on your content area. So I'm going to go ahead and click all three, and look what happened to my choices. So it's a very targeted set of choices based on my filters. If that's not enough choices for you, clear out some of your filters, and it will allow you to have more options. And then now I've just selected one content area. So everything that has something to do with math is now on my screen. If you want to search for a specific topic or a specific presenter, so our first presenter this morning is Kristina. So we're going to find her right here, and we can see that we have 2 sessions with her, and her bio is written right here, and the other sessions that she is doing. Now I can click on the video link and jump into the video, and I'm now on the video. I'm going to pause it so that we don't get an infinite wheel of sound. You'll notice that we have a chat. If you don't see the chat to the right, that's because you will need to log in. You can also back it up and move it forward. You have some closed captioning and other settings as well. So if you wanted to watch a video that coincides with something else that's going on this morning, you can still do that. Just jump to that room and just back the video up, and you can watch that particular session at a different time as well. The session's going to run throughout, so that means the videos are going to stack on top of each other. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is a nutshell of what to expect today. And I'd like to begin by introducing our first person today, and that is going to be Kristina Shepard. And she is going to be getting you to create CAMI assignments inside of Schoology. Learning the basics of how is going to be Kristina. She has been a graduate from Langham Creek in 1998. She loved it so much here at CFISD, she decided to teach here for the last 20 years. And right now, she is a 5th grade teacher at Rennell. So shout out to Rennell, all the Rennell people out there, say hi. Okay, so welcome, Kristina. I'm glad that you were here today.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I got it to work. I'm good. How are you?
It's all yours. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm so happy to be able to present for you today. And hopefully you'll get something that you can use in your classroom right away. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. All right. I'm going to move that a little bit. All right. So if you would like to follow along, I do recommend you go to this bit.ly and you can get this entire presentation. You can look back at it later, but also there are interactive links, and it would be a lot easier if you're able just to click. Maybe you switch tabs and click on it, but it's up to you. So I'll give you just a couple seconds to do that. The link is also going to be at the bottom of all of the slides, not just the first one. So if you didn't get the link and you decide later on you would like to open it, you can always go back and open it. Here is my handle on X, formerly Twitter. I don't tweet a lot during the summer, but during the school year, I just like to shout out what I'm doing. And then this is my email. Please feel free to email me. And you can, if you have questions, you can just say, I saw you at DLC, and I just needed some further clarification. I am a CAMI certified educator level 1 and 2. It sounds super impressive, but by the time you're done with this, you might decide that you want to go and get that certification too. It does not take long, but you do learn a lot about what CAMI has to offer. And that's what made me want to share, was I feel like there's so much for it to offer that we sometimes don't use. So here's a little bit about me. I am a CFISD graduate. I went to Langham Creek High School, class of 98. And then I went to the University of Houston and got my degree for music education. I spent 13 years teaching elementary music. I taught at Keith Elementary, shout out from Keith. And I opened Keith Elementary. I was the first music teacher, and then I moved to Rennell, and I was the first music teacher there as well. And then I got my master's degree in education administration, and I wanted an opportunity to be in the core content classroom because I feel like that was really important. But then I loved the core content classroom, and I've just stayed there. So I've taught anywhere from 2nd grade to 5th grade. And currently this year I am teaching 5th grade self-contained. So I'm teaching all subjects. So I'm really excited about that. And this will be my 21st year in teaching and my 21st year in CFISD. So I really love technology. For those of you that know me, I don't love paper. I like things digital. I like technology. I like learning new things. But really what I have been very passionate about lately is using technology to allow all students to access education. Because I feel like I have a wide variety of kids in my room, and they all need something different. And we've got so many tech tools out there to use to help them. I feel like we should use them. So, all right, jumping right on in. What is Cami? Hopefully most of you guys have heard of Cami. It became really, really popular during the COVID pandemic. If you were teaching during that, you might have PTSD. But Cami has changed so much since then. We used to just use it to open PDFs and then write on them, or maybe you did send students assignments, but this is straight from the Cami website. Cami is an online document annotation and markup tool. You can highlight, underline, and strike through text in PDF and other document formats, blah, blah, blah. What you need to know is you can use all of the listed formats to create Camis. You can do a bunch on Cami. It is no longer just taking PDFs and allowing you to write on them. So CFISD students and staff have access to use Cami without any additional cost. If you're from another school district, I'm not sure about your situation. You can absolutely ask if you are. So LMS integration here in CFISD, we do use Schoology. So that's what I'm going to be discussing. But a lot of this is very similar for Google Classroom. So if you're in a district that utilizes Google Classroom, or maybe even another LMS, Canvas or something, it's probably going to be very similar. So I am going to show you stuff from Schoology. All right. What can Cami be used for? I think I got into this a little bit earlier. It is no longer just, here's a PDF, you need to go and circle your answers and send it back. Or here's this, you need to sign it or write your answer to a question. You can do a lot more now. In fact, Cami just had an update between yesterday and this morning, and I was on playing with it, and I'll show you that. It's exciting, but I think that we can use it for a lot more than we do. So you can get instant feedback from students, especially if you're using it with Schoology. Plus, it makes it really, really easy for students to interact with the assignment and with you. So if you're in small groups, you can be interacting with maybe a student who's not in small group with you right now. All right, so individual assignments, that is going to be the bulk of this session. All you need to create an individual assignment is going to be a document in nearly any file format. So it's not just PDF. You do not have to go and convert to PDF to put it into Cami anymore. You can use a Google Doc. So if you already have a Google Doc and you want it to be used in Cami, great. You can open that in Cami. Google Slides. I love to do that with Google Slides. In our district, we're very fortunate that our lessons from our curriculum department come, and we get oftentimes a lot of Google Slides with that. So if it's something that I could give to students, so for example, this social studies slideshow, it comes in Google Slides. And so if I'm wanting to give part of it in Cami to the students so they have access to it, and maybe if I want them to interact with the videos or write comments or something, I am able to do that really easily. I do not have to convert it to PDF anymore. You can use a Windows doc, you can use PowerPoint, it's basically any format that you want. If you're using an LMS like Schoology or Google Classroom, you can also watch what the students are doing live time and grade their work. So I will probably say this again. I consider myself to be kind of a lazy teacher. The good thing about that is that I find easier ways of doing things, and I really feel like Cami does that for me. And I think that the kids also appreciate that too, because it's that instant feedback. All right, so first things first, if you've used Cami, you know there is a lot of freedom. We'll get to that in a minute. I'll show you an example of what I'm talking about. But first things first, before you start letting your students use Cami, you need to set some ground rules, some expectations. So you yourself need to get an opinion about some of the things that they have the opportunity to use in Cami. So some things that you can think about in Cami is when you're giving assignments to students, if they are using the text box tool, which I'll show you in a minute, you need to decide what fonts are you okay with them using. There are serif fonts, which are very pretty and curvy, and I can't do that. I cannot read that. So For me, my fonts are Roboto, Arial, Open Sans, and Lexin. And I only let them use those in the color black. They can italicize, they can bold, they can make them whatever size fits, but I'm picky about those fonts. And I say that straight before we get started at all, so that they're not, oh, I worked really hard to make this super pretty. And nope, these are the fonts that we're using. Plus that prevents them from spending too much time selecting a font. They've got less to choose from. If you're going to be using the drawing tool or the text box, you need to tell them straight away. For your answers, you are going to be using the drawing tool. So if it's a math assignment, most of the time I'm having them use the drawing tool. The one thing that we have had to learn in my classroom is that if it's like a social studies or a writing assignment, even reading, we're probably not using the drawing tool as much. We're going to use a text box so that I can read that. I can see your punctuation. And when they're writing on the screen, even with stylus, it's not always the easiest to read. And then finally, what colors can be used when using the drawing tool? Make sure they're easy to use and see colors. So like red, blue, and black. You'll see what I'm talking about in a minute, and then this will all make sense. So if you have this open on your screen, you'll just be able to click on these, but I will open them as well. There's also a QR code in case you've got another device you want to look at them on, which this is the other thing is on my phone. I'm an Android user. I find it pretty easy to open camis and to use them. So if you wanted, you could do that. What I've done is I have gotten 4 examples. Yes, they're elementary school, they're 5th grade examples because that's what I teach. But these are examples of things I have actually done in my classroom using Cami. So if you want, you can click on one. So I'm going to show you this first one. This is math. So we've got our little Cami dog. These are the Cami stickers. That is for math. So when I open this, I would be having the students insert text boxes for answers, and then they can make notes about the shapes using drawing tools. So I'm going to click on this. And this pops up. So this is just an example assignment that we used in 5th grade. This does belong to CFISD. They made this, I did not. So we get this with our lessons, and we have a choice of, do we want to print these out for all of the students, or do we want to put them digitally? Or do we want to make it into a partner assignment and put them in sleeves? This one, I think especially, is very beneficial. This is a continued. So this is the second part. There was already one of them. They did it on paper. We took a grade on that. This is just an extension. I actually, it's not just an extension. It is an extension. And for the kids in my classroom, we've got 2 sides of that coin. I've got my GT students who are ready for another challenge. They want to make sure they have it right before they move on to the next activity. Then we have those that are just confused and they need a little bit more practice. And this gives them that practice. I could use this in small groups at this point. And yes, I have my students sometimes bring their Chromebooks to small groups, and we use Cami in small groups because digital tech skills is something that these kids are going to need to have by the time they graduate high school. I mean, we are teaching a group of kids and training them for jobs that are not even created yet. So I feel like they need to be very well-rounded. So those are some ways I use this. It will be independent sometimes. This specific one happened to be a small group and a partner activity, depending on their level of need. Okay. This is just the plain worksheet. Again, you could print it out. There's no way to type on this right now. So what I've trained the kids to do is that if they see a blank, and if it's a place where they would normally use their pencil to write something, they're going to grab a text box. And again, it's only the colors that I tell them they can use. I'm fine with purple. This dark green would be good. But we're not doing yellows. We're not doing oranges, pinks, grays. No. And wherever they want it, they just take this little eye, the cursor, click, and then sometimes you have to move it because it's not totally lined up. And then they just type their answer. So I don't even know what this answer is right now, but maybe it's 24. And then of course they can adjust where that fits on the screen. Some of them get picky about it. Some of them don't. Some of them are like, oh, I want it to line up exactly. That's on them. As a teacher, you have to just tell them what you expect for that. If they are needing to use a tool to count maybe the sides. So on this one, we've got the different sections so that they can count the units. You might use the drawing tool. And again, they just added a whole bunch of stuff like last night. So I'm very excited to see some of these things that are just popping up. So we can say, I want to get a closer look at this, which this is when I started loving Cami, was a couple of years ago when I had a student with a visual impairment. Everything had to be very large. And we found that Cami worked really well for that, because if we were trying to print everything on paper, they got very overwhelmed. So if I zoom in, now I can use my drawing tool. And if I need to draw to show the different sections, I can do that. And so this is a tool that makes it really easy for them. And they can use different colors. If they were doing this on paper, they might not want to use the different colors. They might not want to get out their markers and mark it up. But for some reason on Cami, they love doing that. So again, I have not gotten a chance to use these. You are welcome to use that and explore that if you would like. But this is one example of a way that I use it. Let me move this bar so I can see. Here is another one that I used in my classroom. You're welcome to go back and forth between these. If you want to do this on your own, you can look at these on your own and play around with it. Or you can just follow what I'm doing. It's totally up to you. So this one is a reading assignment. And again, this was sent by the district. This is something we could print out if we wanted. But again, we're in my school, my team, we are very picky on what we print hard copy. We really want to keep things that are like multiple choice and stuff. We would like to keep that to where it's another format other than worksheets, because we don't really see that that's too effective. If we were just to print this out, we don't think we would get as much feedback from it to help the students. So this consists of a reading passage, and then it's followed by some questions. So if you teach reading at any level, you probably know one of the things we want them to do is take notes while they're reading. And that's really hard to get them to do with paper and pencil. And well, in my classroom, at least. So they love using the markup tool, which is basically like a digital highlighter. And this one is a text highlighter, so it's going to like snap to the text. So even if I drag my mouse or whatever, it's just going to stay with the text. So say if I wanted to highlight that, I've got it highlighted. You can do a freehand highlighter. It's just basically a drawing. I'm going to undo that because that will annoy me. And then you've got a box where it'll just highlight a whole section. So instead of like clear sticky notes or something, you could use that. That's how we have used it. And then we've got strike through and underline. So I really like to use that tool to help them when it comes time for looking for their proof. So if here's question 1, they're going to read question 1. My kids know that they need to find the word best or the word not, or whatever is there to help them decide an answer. And they're going to highlight that. And then this is where the beauty of Cami comes in, is that for question number 1, I can use pink and I can come up and I can highlight my proof in pink for number 1. For number 2, I can come over here and grab a blue. And for my proof for number 2, say it's this right here, I can highlight with blue. And then of course I can grab my drawing tool then and I can circle my answer. Okay. So I really feel like this is a powerful tool for the kids because they're more apt to use something when it seems novel and fun, from what I've discovered in my classroom. And they love picking their colors. Again, I give them arranged, so it's not, I'll show you what happens if I don't like these colors that pop up. I can literally do all of these and they will spend hours, hours looking through all of these colors and playing. So I tell them, like, these are going to be your colors, whatever's over here, or switch one out. So if you don't love brown, come in and grab a green, or, you know, different colors. So that way we're done. Okay, now you're getting to work on your assignment. Another neat feature is that if, say on question number 1, I wanted them to explain how they got that. I don't want them just to circle an answer. I don't want them just to show me their proof. I want them to explain that. They can come over here and they can get a comment. They can do a text comment, a voice comment, a video comment, or they can even capture their screen. Mine do not use that at all, ever, even though it has been an option. So if it's a text comment, they just click this one and you hover and it shows that. And then they click and it makes this little dot. So it doesn't write this on the Cami. It writes it to the side. If I don't want to type it in, maybe I'm a student that struggles with spelling or whatnot, I could just click and it will want them to allow their microphone, which I don't think it's going to let it do because I am currently on Zoom. But they can then type, I think this is the right answer because, and then they can explain why, and then press enter. At this point, as a teacher, when I'm grading it, which I'll show you in a minute, I can write a reply to them. I agree with that, or maybe you need to rethink that, things like that. So my students really like to take their comments and they'll drop them right in front. So if number 1 is pink, then their comment for number 1 is going to be pink. If number 2 is blue, then their comment for number 2 is going to be blue. They can also do voice comments, which again is not going to let me do because I'm on a Zoom. But if they wanted to explain it to me instead of, oh, maybe it is recording me, instead of typing it, they could. Because I'm on a Zoom. But I do really find that useful, and my kids appreciate that because then at that point I'm getting what I need. I know if they understand it or not, but they're not having to do the tedious work of typing or writing or figuring out spelling. And for some of those kiddos, that is a huge struggle. And then the last type of comment that we use is the video comment. Honestly, most of my kids don't like using that. It is an option, but they don't prefer that. So when they're done, of course, they turn it in and then I can grade it. So I'm going to close a couple of these tabs because that annoys me. So this one is science, and this comes from our science study guide. Ta-da! And this is, I like to keep my study guide digital. I do give them the paper copies, but I like to keep it digital as well. And then I can just pick certain parts of it that I want them to look at. So if I wanted them to complete this, instead of me having to go and pick up all of these big bulky study guides, I could just assign the pages they need to answer that, and then they could turn it in. That could be a nice studio rotation. It could be a bell ringer, an exit ticket, you know, however I wanted to use it. Again, you can use the text box, you can use writing. Let me see. Wendy Vasquez, I see your question is, do I use Cami Notebook in my classroom? I do not. I just use, this is just how I use Cami. I don't know. What is Cami Notebook? Do I know what Cami Notebook is? I don't know. I'm gonna have to find out. That is a great question. Okay, so yeah, oh, that gives me something to do when I'm done. I'm gonna look at it into it. Okay, so let's go on to the final kind. This one is social studies. And again, this is something that is given to me as a teacher in SciFair. This was just one of the assignments. So I see I have a question from Bonnie Hamilton about how do students turn it in. Hold up just a second and I'm going to answer that. And I think you're going to love it. So on this, there are questions, and then there's this big space that if we were to print this out, They could write their answer, draw their answer, whatever. Sometimes on these, it tells them to draw something. Sometimes it tells them just to type. So again, they can use the text box and drawing tool. Okay, I'm going to get to some more questions. So those are there in case you wanted to look at them. Let's talk student assignments. Now, again, this is from the Schoology side. If you have Google Classroom or Canvas or Blackboard, whatever it is, this might look a little bit different, but from what I'm told, what I found out is that they're all basically the same. They're going to look very, very similar. So when you go into Schoology, you are going to act like you're assigning assignment just like normal, and you're going to choose Cami. So when it's add new materials, you're going to choose Cami. It's the purple circle with the K in it. And you're going to assign it as normal, like you would any. You're going to pick your file, you're going to put it in, and then there is the assignment for the students. From the teacher side, this is what it looks like. When you click on the assignment, you're going to get a menu, an option. This is a screenshot from my page. I don't want to use the actual Schoology page because it does have my students' names on it. So I did screenshots. So this is your choices that you get. Students, however, when they click on the assignment, they're just going to go straight to the assignment. They're not going to get this choice. So when they click on the assignment, it's going to go to the assignment. When you as a teacher click on the assignment, it is going to give you these options. So you got open grader, open class view, and edit template, and then settings. That's just personal preference stuff. So let's talk edit template first. So this is the original document. This is your master document. This is what you want all of the kids to see. You get to make all your changes. And then when you're done, you click published and it goes to everybody. So for example, if I decided I wanted all of the students to, maybe they've all opened this, they've started working, and I want them to look at question or at sentence 1, I could highlight that right up here in the top. I click publish changes, and now it's pushed out to all of the students. What you don't want to do on this is advertise the answers. So you don't want to circle the answers. You don't want this to be like your answer key. This is what you want all of the students to see. The good thing about this is some tools in Schoology, as soon as they open it, like I know in slides, as soon as they open it, it's kind of frozen in time and you can't change it. In Cami, this is editable. You can change it as you go. Open class view. This is what I love. We just got this in Sci-Fair, I think in February. And Matthew Potter, you say, is there any way to organize the students by last name in the class view or grader? Yes, there is. And I'll show you a screenshot of that in just a second. So if you want to see what the students are working on in live time, you can do that. And you just click open class view and it opens this. Again, I'm not showing you the live screen from Schoology because it does have my students' names, but I really wanted you to be able to see this. So this is that same assignment, and I just clicked open class view, and this is the first thing that popped up, and then I screenshot it. So you can sort by student's first name, by student's last name, and then you can select other filters. So like students who have turned it in, students who have viewed it only, but not turned it or not started working on it, and then some that have started working on it. So you can view in lots of different ways. So if you wanted to see all of the students who are done, you don't want to see any of the others, you just want to see who's turned it in, you can see who's turned it in. On this specific assignment, of course, all of them have turned it in because it's from this past school year. But if you wanted to say, I need to go back and check and make sure, that student over there says they're done. I don't really know if they're done. You can just choose, look at the ones who turned in and see if they have satisfied the requirements for having turned it in. You can grade at this point. I prefer using the other grader. This is more like you can see literally as they're writing, you can see everything they're doing on this. And you can zoom out, you can zoom in, you can isolate it down to one student. It's super nice. If I wanted to leave a comment on their screen, so if I see that they're doing something that's not correct, I can go and add a comment with that comment tool right there. I do that frequently. My students know I do that. I warn them before we start Cami assignments that I will leave comments. Sometimes it's easier for me just to do a real quick video comment and drop it into their assignment so that I can say, wait a minute, look, you need to go back and read sentence 2 and make sure that you're looking for the false answer, the incorrect answer, not the true answer. And then Open Grader. So this is, I think this is really what won me over to using Cami more. I was just using all Google Slides. There's nothing wrong with Google Slides, but I think there's a time and a place. This has really allowed my workflow to be much more streamlined. So when you open the grader, this is what it looks like. You have one assignment here and then all of your students over here, and you click on the student and it shows you their work. From there, I don't know, 20 years ago when I was teaching, we used to put stickers on their papers. If it was good or not, you can go into add media and you can choose these cute little Cami stickers, you know, and you can write on it just like you would with pen or marker or however. You can even give them comments here. So for example, this student got 10 out of 10. And I gave him a comment, great job. This student down here, 7 out of, I don't know why it's out of 100, but it is. Highlight your text evidence. So that's why they missed that. It makes it really, really streamlined. So you can literally go click, grade, and the students are going to get that feedback right away. Okay, we have another question. This is from Key Hasselmeyer. Hope I said that correctly. How much time does it take you to prepare the pages for your students to work on? Is it done over the summer or does it take a few minutes every day to get it posted? Quite honestly, this is instantaneous. The district gives us, all the pages I've shown you have been given us by the district, and we're allowed to use them digitally or we can print them out to share with the students. I have chosen to do a lot of them digitally. And it's literally just taking that file, we download the file, and then we assign it in Schoology. And it's very fast to assign it. So if you already have the worksheets made, maybe you've used these worksheets for the past 5 years and you want to continue using it, and it's in a digital format, you can easily just use that file to create an assignment in Schoology. It's super easy. For us, when this comes in clutch is when our copy machine is down, which unfortunately is very frequently. And we put copies in. We really wanted it to have it for a test or one of our studio rotations, and we have no copies. Morning of, they still haven't gotten the copies to us. Nobody's fault except the copy machine. Nothing we can do about it. We're going to throw that into Cami. That's like our safety net. So really, it takes no time at all. It's super fast. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen. It is time for our attendance code. So I'm going to turn it back over to Tamara.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining our session today, but we're not done. So stay for the rest of this session, but this is the time right now for you to grab that attendance code. We'll leave it up for about a minute. Your attendance code is 899. It will not be posted in the chat because we want to encourage people to actually attend each of these sessions and participate in these sessions as opposed to just jumping from session to session grabbing codes. So please, during your day today, if people ask for the attendance code in the chat, please do not put the attendance codes in the chats. What people can do is if they're late joining a session and they miss it, or if they've left the session for a few minutes, you do have the ability to back up the YouTube video so that you can rewatch the parts that you missed so that you can capture that code. So please encourage the participants alongside you to participate in this event with integrity by not sharing those codes and encouraging them to participate in the session themselves. So our code again today is 899. Please jot that down either in your planning guide or write it on your hand or whatever you need to record it so that you can have it at the end of the day. Those attendance forms will open up at the end of the day. Also, Kristina, I noticed that you had a couple of chat questions that I had popped inside the chat window for you. I know that you captured one, but I suspect you missed the one. I think you missed the one from Andias Lee and Melissa Shepard and Jen Holt. If you want to take a moment now to answer those questions, do you see those in there?
Yes, I do. I see them. Yes, I've got them.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, so you want me to answer now? I can.
If you would like to, I'm going to leave the code up for just for another few seconds. And then, so if you have some to answer while it's up there, go ahead.
Cool. So for the first one, Andy's Lee, will it only work for PDF or can we use Doc too? You can use Doc as well. You can, it's really file. I have thrown bunches of files into Cami and they all work. So this is new. If I'd say within the past year, if you used Cami prior to that, it was very specific. You had to have PDF, not anymore. You just use any file and it converts it for you. It will come up and say it's converting it. So yeah. Melissa Shepard, yay, we share the same last name. I see the benefit of Cami tools. I'm wondering what your main reason would be to add an assignment in Cami versus Google. So again, my big thing with Cami is if we're talking Google Docs, in Google Docs, the students are able to still move everything around. In Cami, it is literally a worksheet. So they are no longer able to change everything. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen really quickly. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to get my face out of the way of my screen. Huzzah, there we go. So yeah, on Cami, the students are no longer able to move things around. So if I type a question in Google Docs, the students are going to be able to move that question. It's going to shift around. Google Slides, I do use Google Slides sometimes to give things out. So like in social studies, when they send us the Google Slides, yeah, the students can work on those. My biggest thing is if I need to change something, if I need to edit something, I can't do that in Google Slides once the students have opened it in Schoology. In Schoology, when they open Google Slides, that is frozen in time with whatever version it was when that student opened it. So if I notice an error, I can't change it. If I need to clarify something, I can't change it. On Cami, I can change it. So I kind of use, if I were going to be printing something out, instead of printing it out, most of the time I'm going to use Cami. I do think there's a time and a place for actual paper printed stuff. But I also feel like Cami is something that our kids need to really be used to using. And I know my husband is a manager at he's an electrical engineer at a company that does industrial equipment. And he is using PDF editors all the time. So I feel like this is something, especially starting in the upper elementary grades, the kids need to get used to. They need to be using it. I mean, I say minimum once a week, but also the kids are native to this. They're digital natives. It to them is a lot easier. Okay, so Jen Holt, the live view feature is a game changer. Yes, it is. That used to be one of the biggest issues with Cami is you would assign something in Cami and then just pray that the kids were working on it. No more. I can sit at my small group table with a small group and I can just scroll through the whole class and be like, yep, they're doing their job, or nope, that kid's over there audios, and I can make a video comment and say, knock it off, or a text comment. It's so awesome. Okay, so I wanted to show you what I was talking about in Schoology. I'm not going to open it all the way so that you can see student names, but oh, and sorry, don't judge these. I don't ever check notifications over the summer. This is straight from my past year Schoology course. And when you're gonna make an assignment in Schoology, you just add materials, and you're not gonna do add assignment. That was the old way of doing it. We now have this, add Canny. And then you're gonna choose where your file is, and then Google Drive. I've got Canny uploads over here. It automatically adds that folder. So now I just come in and I pick what I want to add. And I'm going to give you a link to all of these later. And say I wanted to add the Cami scavenger hunt. So then I click on that and select. And you can, at this point, change your assessment control, which is more of an advanced feature. You can even change the tools the kids have access to. So if you only want them to have text box, markup, and drawing, you can change that. And so then it's going to pop up and it's going to give me this. In Schoology, I do like to set due dates. So you would set a due date. In order to make it pop up to allow grading, you will need to change this to graded. And then you're going to put how many points it's out of. So if you wanted to make it out of 100 points, you can make it out of 100 points. If you do ungraded, you'll still be able to see them and they still turn it in, but you're just not able to type a grade in for them. So then once I save the changes, it shows up right down here at the bottom. I click on it. Now, as a student, again, this is just going to pop up straight into their assignment. But as a teacher, I get choices. Notice I cannot open class view because there is no class to view. Of course, no students have opened this. And then there's my grader. Nobody's turned it in, so I'm not going to have anything there. If I want to edit the assignment, I see something that I want to change and I want all the students to see it, I can edit it here. So these are actually cute little things that you get when you get your CAMI certification. These are just files that pop up. They're also in the CAMI library, which I'm about to show you. This is a great way to introduce your students to CAMI. So it gives like different little things to do, different tasks. Use the markup tools. They have to find the markup tool to highlight the meaning of Shiba and Inu. And then this one, they have to add media. So they would come down here to add media. And anyways, they're just fun little things. I'll give those to you here soon. Okay, I'm looking at my time. I have 9 minutes. I promise I am going to end on time. I want you to be able to get to your next session as well. So this is something else that's in CAMI that I love, is the CAMI library. Please take an opportunity to look at that. They have so many pre-made templates. You can choose what grade you want. There's so many. If I could do an entire session just on the CAMI library. Okay, so here's some things to try. And I see somebody just asked, Jen Holt, can you save recorded messages to use again? Yes, you can. The annotation bank. I don't use my video or my voice recorded messages again, but I do use the text again. So I'll show you this really quickly. And again, you're able to do that on your own if you want. So let me go and I will open this. Jamie Mann, how can students see their feedback with their grade? My team and I couldn't figure it out last year. So when they go and open it, from what I saw with my students, their grade is in the upper right-hand corner. So where to us it says publish or update all, for them it showed in my class their grade. And they were, it was instant. And they can also reclaim it. They can take their stuff if they're like, oh, whoops. I didn't like that. And I think Wendy Vasquez, if a student needs to redo an assignment, they can reclaim it. And I think it actually says reclaim up there. I can't see the kid side, so I always forget, but I know they can take it back and like unturn it in, and then they can change it, and then they can turn it again. So that's a pretty neat feature. That is also, again, this school year new to them. Okay, so let me show you really quickly on Annotation Bank what I do for that. So if I have students that I seem to notice it's the same thing every time, I'm going to save the comments. So instead of typing a new comment, I'm going to come right up here to this. I think it's supposed to be like a file box. I click on that, and you can see these are my annotations that I use a lot. So if I'm like, you know what, they did the exact same thing, I am going to use this to put in there. That every time I have an assignment, there's always like this one, write in a darker color. You chose orange. I said orange was not an option. Miss Shepherd's eyes are not great. I cannot see that. Or if they are typing, or if they are using the drawing tool and I can't read their handwriting, then I'm going to use the text, ask them to please use the text box tool. So I can just drag that over, and that automatically makes a comment. So I'm not having to retype it every single time. If you want to set that up, basically you make a comment. So I'm going to just find somewhere to do a comment. This is a test comment. Then what happens is up at the top, there is a little thing that pops up right here, and I can add that to the annotation bank. So now it's over there for me to choose from on any CAMI assignment. Like these were from this school year. You can organize them into different folders, all those things. So that's really cool. I like it. Again, I'm kind of lazy when it comes to grading and stuff. So that makes my life a lot easier. Add media. This is where you can, and if you come and do the scavenger hunt, I think it would probably help, especially if you're not used to using CAMI. When you scroll down here, you can click add media, and then you choose where you want it to come from. And my kids absolutely love the Google search. So if I want to find a picture of a dog, I can just type in dog and click and insert. So it's pretty cool. They have gotten pretty creative with it. This is the first year that I have been brave enough to allow students to try it. Okay, so we've got that. Right questions. This is brand new, literally updated last night. I joined the beta testing thing, but now this is new. So I'm excited. Question, it's using AI. You can use it or not. Basically, it looks like, and this is brand new again, you can convert it and make it into your own assessments, or you can create them from scratch. This is a lot like Schoology. And then the kids just click the option. So they're not circling, they're not highlighting, it's just like Schoology where they click the answer. And then it's going to automatically grade. So I can't wait till I learn more about that for this school year. Sorry, I'm going kind of quickly here. I want to make sure I finish. Split and merge. This is super useful. Very, very useful. If maybe you have an assignment, and just like ours, sometimes our assignments come and there's an answer key at the bottom of the assignment. It's a great worksheet. If I were making photocopies, I would just tear that off the back and not get it copied for all the students. But if I put it in PDF, it has given all of the students a look at the answer key. So if I go to my toolbox, I can go to split and merge files, and that will actually change it up to where you can make as many different documents as you want. So if I wanted to add files, I'm going to go, it always changes the order here, and I don't know why. I'm going to go into this course. And I'm going to put all of these in here. And to select multiple, you just hold down that control key, CTRL. I'm going to put all of these together. So these are all of the documents that I want to choose from. I want them all in one. I don't want them by themselves. So I just click and drag. That's it. Maybe I only want one page there. And now I can rename this and I export it and it creates a whole new document. And so then my students would have access to all of these pages. If you have two different things and you want to put them together, that's merge mode. So I encourage you to check this out. It is very useful. Hopefully you will find it worth your time. All right, checking my time. I got like 1 minute. You can, all those camis I shared to you guys as an example with the QR codes, I did that by giving you guys individual copies. So everybody had, there was one link, but Cami automatically creates its own. You can't return it to me unless you send me the file. But it is useful if you want everybody to have the same thing. And then there's collaborative. And right here, I have two different things. Cami Academy, lots of how-to things. So if you get confused, go to Cami Academy. They've definitely got a how-to video on it, and they're amazing. Cami certified educators, seriously, become a Cami certified educator, if nothing else, just for the tools they give you and the video resources. And also on YouTube, the people at Cami, they have how-to videos on basically everything. I'm assuming the question feature is going to be the next one that they make because it literally is there this morning and wasn't there last night. So yeah. Okay, that is it. Yay. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you have a great DLC conference. And message me if you have any questions.
Thank you. That was pretty cool. I have seen a lot of the new updates with Cami, and it's great to see that how have you been able to implement them as they've been updating in your class. So that was really cool. Great session. Kristina graduated from Langham Creek in 1998, and she decided that this was a school district for her and has made it her career and her second home. And she has been with us for the last 20 years as a teacher. Currently, she works at Rennell Elementary, shout out to Rennell, and teaches 5th grade over there. So welcome, Kristina. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I am glad you have decided to join me this morning. I'm going to get started by sharing my screen, and I'm going to adjust my Zoom to where I can see my screen. All right. So this is kind of a passion of mine, not organization in general, but digital organization. And I'm going to try to get to the Schoology piece, but the main thing I'm going to focus on is Google Drive. So if you would like to have this presentation to follow along with it and to refer back to later, you can go to this bit.ly. Don't worry, the bit.ly is going to be at the bottom of every screen. So if you're not wanting to go there now, but then later you find a use for it, you can absolutely do that. This is my X handle, formerly Twitter, and I don't tweet during the summer. If you were with my last session, I said that it's during the school year, just updating what my class is doing. And then here's my email. You are welcome to email me if you have questions or you can't figure out how to do something. Or maybe if you have an idea of something that I could do, because I love trying new things. And I'm going to tell you right now, to get the most out of this session, you're going to want to make sure you have your Google Drive opened in another tab or window. We probably won't finish today. We are going to just kind of get a mindset going. I forget the name of the lady that did the organization shows, Marie Kondo, I think, something like that. Anyways, it's kind of like that. Yes. All right. So here's a little bit about me. If you're new to the session, if you weren't in my last one, I was a CFISD graduate. I graduated from Langham Creek High School, class of 98, go Lobos. I then went to the University of Houston, got my degree in music education, and I spent 13 years teaching elementary music. And then I went to school, got back to school, got my master's degree in education administration, and I wanted to spend some time in the core content because I think that that would be really hard for me to be an assistant principal or any sort of a leader and not have had that experience and just have had music. But then I found myself loving teaching core content. So that's where I am. I have taught second grade, third grade, and now fifth grade, and I have taught all subjects. So this year I am going to be a self-contained fifth grade teacher. So fifth grade teacher teaching all subjects. I love it. I did it last year. It is a passion. I also taught during our TDL, our virtual learning. I was a teacher for that as well for third grade. I was teacher of the year for Rennell, not this past year, but the year before. Yay. And I love technology and basically using it to help students of all backgrounds and needs access the curriculum, access education, because in our classrooms, we don't get to choose the students that we have, and they come to us with all levels of experience and needs. And I really feel like technology can help fill some of those holes and those gaps. Okay, so let's talk. What is Google Drive? Google Drive is a cloud-based storage. This means that when you're saving to your Google Drive, it is not saved on your actual computer. It can be accessed by any computer with an internet access. You can type in your username and password, and there you have your files. So many of you guys might be on your CFISD teacher tool. And great, that's awesome. If you're saving something on your Google Drive from your teacher tool, awesome. Guess what? If you forget your teacher tool at home and you have to borrow the substitute laptop at school or a student laptop at school, you're still going to be able to access your Google Drive because it is a cloud. So CFIR does utilize the Google Drive as the primary cloud-based storage in the district. Some districts use Microsoft OneDrive. While we do have access to OneDrive, that's not the primary method that CFIR uses from what I have found. All right, so let's talk just a little bit of nerd talk. I am a nerd and I love it. So local storage versus cloud storage. Let's talk local. Local storage, and hopefully this is not too simple. If you already know this, sorry, hang with us. I promise I'm going to get to the organization part. Local storage is going to be when you save something to your desktop on your computer. So if you just save to desktop, you're thinking that's really easy. I'm just going to find it. It's on my desktop. That is considered local storage. What you're doing is you're saving it on the hard drive. Okay. When you are saving to an SD card, same thing. That is local storage. So if you think back to when we had the little point and shoot cameras, those pictures were just stored on the SD card. If I lost that SD card, I lost my pictures. Same with the USB flash drive, same with CDs. I don't know if some of y'all know what CDs are, but we used to actually like stick them in the computer and save things to them or get things from them. But basically, when you're saving to the desktop, or to the hard drive or to USB flash drive, whatever, you can only get that file. If it's like on your desktop, you can only get that file if you're on your computer. So if you leave your teacher tool at home and your slides for that day were saved on your desktop and not to a cloud, you don't have them. We'll get to the other downside of that later. Cloud storage, the files are available on any computer with an internet connection. You can share them, you can view them, you can edit them. And the best thing that I love about when you are sharing on a cloud is they've got autosave features. So Google obviously is a very large corporation. They are redundantly backing up their servers. If we had super top secret classified military information or something, I probably wouldn't recommend it. But these are things that we're wanting to share. We're wanting others to have access to. Many of you guys might submit your lesson plans on Google Drives, like a shared drive, so that others have instant access to it. Gone are the days where we used to print out our lesson plans and turn them in a binder at the end of the year. And if the school flooded and they were stacked on the floor, Bye-bye lesson plans. That's not the thing anymore. We're keeping things on Google Drive. So why use Google Drive if I haven't convinced you yet? It is cloud-based. It means that they're not saved on that actual computer or device. When I first started teaching, I had my music and everything on little flash drives. And one day the custodian came through during one of my classes and was cleaning up an incident that had happened. And she bumped the flash drive, broke it off in the computer, and there went all of my stuff. I had to go get my backups. Which I was having to actually physically back up, like save it twice. You don't have to do that with Google Drive. It's really easy to share. Most of you guys that are here, you have probably shared something on Google Drive, or somebody has shared something with you. It is really easy just to go to your file and click share and choose who you're going to send it to, whether it's your students, whether you're making a link to share with parents. It's super easy to share. Backing up. So your files are safe, even if your computer crashes. If you save to your desktop, and yes, I am saying that a lot because at my school, there are teachers that come to me and say, my computer won't start and I'm getting the blue screen of death, or it's just not turning on. And they said it's not the battery. Can you save my files that were on my desktop? And my answer, me personally, is going to be no, I can't. And I'm going to probably speak for most of the IT group and say they're gone. So if you've been saving to your desktop, those files are most likely going to be gone. And there's some very rare instances where maybe it's just the screen that went out and they're still able to access the hard drive, but yeah, most likely they're gone. So on Google, they're safe. I don't care what cloud-based storage system you use. If it is cloud-based storage, you are going to be a lot safer. So hopefully I am convincing you slowly to consider using a cloud-based storage system instead of saving to your desktop and your hard drive. And this right here, I have nightmares about this. This looks a lot like some of your desktops. I'm not judging you. I'm trying to help you. But don't save things to your desktop. I know some of you have cute little folders and background images. Nope, don't do it. Your desktop needs to just have the programs that come with it, especially if you're using your school teaching tool. So if you are from CFISD and you have a teacher tool that has been given to you by the district, I am telling you, me personally, I've had 2 computers that have just crashed. It was nothing that had happened. It was just, they were old, they were done, they were tired. And I couldn't get them to turn on. And when they came in to switch them, they said, have you gotten all the files off that you want? And I'm like, yeah, why? There's nothing on there. So you can, at any given time, you can take my computer and switch it with a brand new one. And I still have all of the same accessibility as I would currently. So it's something to think about. I know some of you guys are in the habit of saving straight to your desktop, and it's easy to find, but I promise you, once you get your Google Drive organized, it will become even easier to find. You'll love it. I promise. Just give it a chance. So we're going to pass this little judgy cat right here. So let's organize. Now, this might not be able to be done until you get to a campus. I think you have to be on the network, the district network, but this is a cool tool and I really want you to be able to use it. So in a minute, not right yet, we are going to go into the Avanti portal and we are going to download the Google Drive app. If you're not in CFISD and your organization doesn't have a portal to download things, you can always just go to this link. Like on my personal computer, this is how I downloaded the drive. It is taking forever. I don't know why. Okay, moving on. So you can click there and there's the link if you want it. And you just click download drive. There it is, download drive for desktop. So if you're in CFISD, let me show you what that looks like. Avanti portal. And again, I can't do this from home, and plus I can't do it because I've already downloaded it. When you're in Avanti, you just search Google. And there's going to be 2 Googles that pop up. You're wanting Google Drive. Okay, so it's got that cute little Google Drive thing there. That's the one you're going to want. All right. Why do we want to download this? Why am I having you download Google Drive? And are you downloading your files to your computer? The answer is no. What you are doing is basically making a connection between your computer and the Google Drive cloud. Okay. You are basically saying, I want to be able to access my Google Drive easier from my computer. Okay. I'm going to show you an example. So let's say, here's my horse. Let's say I have this beautiful picture of my horse smiling, and I want to save it to my Google Drive. I've gone to Facebook, I right-clicked, and I'm going to click Save Image As. Okay. They're going to, later on, they're going to upload it to Google Drive. No more. If you have your Google Drive attachment, you are good to go. You can click Google Drive right here, and you have access to all of your stuff in your Google Drive. Shocking, I know. Here's another one. If you go to File Explorer, I think my internet is a little unstable. I am so sorry. If you go to Windows Explorer, File Explorer, this little folder right down there at the bottom, I don't know if the arrow is pointing to it. There it goes. You can, if you're wanting to move files to your Google Drive, go there, and then you're going to choose this PC or wherever your files are. Okay. Maybe you have a ton of files on your desktop and you're like, today is the day I'm going to move them to Google Drive. Okay. Click on that. And then you just highlight whatever you want to go to Google Drive and drag and drop it into Google. You do not have to do new file upload, blah, 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 blah. Nope. You can now do it from File Explorer. Okay. So we're going to stop for a moment, press pause, and we are going to get the attendance code so that you guys get credit for attending the session.
And ladies and gentlemen, there is your attendance code. Thank you everyone for joining us and being a part of our session today. Please do not share this attendance code in the chat. We are ignoring anyone that asks for the attendance codes in the chat, and please continue to do so as well. We are asking people to participate in our sessions so that the attendance code is something that is a part of that participation so that you can get credit. Please write down this code 357 either in your planning guide or a sheet of paper or somewhere else wherever you're recording your codes. Keep them till the end of the day. At 4 p.m., the Google Forms will open up. You have until midnight tonight to submit. So therefore, if you need to leave and come back, you can get caught up on any of the sessions that you may have missed, because that allows you to be able, or the YouTube allows you to be able to use that little magic red dot and back it up to the session that you missed. Or if there's another session that coincides with one that you are currently watching, you can watch that one later as well. So I think that we don't have any questions for Kristina right now that has not been asked, but if you could reserve the chat for questions for your presenters today or comments directly related to your presenters, that allows the chat to be used a little bit more efficiently so that things like links don't disappear because everybody's saying good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. It allows the information to be relevant to people that are looking at the chat for information as well. So again, thank you for participating. And Kristina, we have actually a question that just popped in. And since I have you here, I'm going to go ahead and just read it to you. What is the easiest way to delete all old students' work that went into Google Drive, worksheets, or homework? Do you have an answer for that?
I have something that kind of works, and we'll find out when we start doing our organizing. So yes, I have some ways.
Okay, and I think that, oh, Stephanie answered that.
Oh, no, that's a different person.
Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry, she has like your same name. How do you delete all of your Google documents that students have made copies of when you make a Schoology assignment? So I'm assuming that kind of coincides with the other question that we had in. You think you'll be answering that one as well?
Hopefully, yes.
And
Fingers.
Leslie, I'm going to go ahead and answer your question. Where is Avanti? If you are on a district device, if you have a district device, all you have to do is not already on your desktop, just go on the bottom left of your screen in the little search icon and type in Avanti. You need to be in or on the district network for you to be able to really use Avanti, because things won't download that is in there unless you're on the district. So if you're not actually on a campus right now because you're on vacation, thank you for being here on your vacation, you can go drive up to the parking lot. I remember those days of COVID when we're updating our computers in the school parking lot. It's a little bit like that. Just drive up to a parking lot and you can download what you need to on the district Wi-Fi just by hugging up to like a window of a school. You'll be able to capture their network that way.
I just did it last night. And the
yes, there we go. See, I'm not the only
nice.
one that does that, drives up to the school to update your computer.
No, because my password was expiring, which, by the way, everybody update your passwords because they're going to expire before we go back.
Oh, yeah, very valuable point. Okay, so you can take it back. Thank you.
Yay, thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, I actually went to the school that's near me. I'm in Bridgeland. And I just drove up to the front because I kept getting notifications that my password was going to expire. And I was very nervous that it was just not going to work. So I went and changed my password, which if you don't know how to do that, Control-Alt-Delete and then choose change password. But you got to be on the district Wi-Fi. Drive up to school. And if Cypher PD comes up to you, he was very nice. And he just said, "Are you okay?" And my son was in the passenger seat playing with our Chihuahua. And I was like, "Yep, I'm a teacher." And he said, "Oh, changing your password?" "Yes, sir." He says, "Okay." So literally no issues at all. I think they just kind of expect that. Okay. So here is our first big dive into getting our Google Drive kind of cleaned up. So I am going to bare all, and I'm going to show you guys my Google Drive. Here is my Google Drive. This is what it looks like. That's it. I'm scrolling up and down. That is all that is showing when we first pop in to my Google Drive. So first things first, and this is going to help get rid of some of those assignments that your students have submitted. I'm going to help y'all with that in a minute too. So the first two things, first things first, I want you to go to search in Drive and I want you to write the word untitled. Okay. And then you're going to press enter and it'll pop up. So if there is untitled documents that belong to you, you can delete those. I am giving you permission to delete untitled documents right now. You may do it. Press that delete button. Some of you guys might have a bunch. If you have a bunch, you're going to, let me go up here. I want to search something so I'm not deleting my stuff. So if you have a bunch, you're going to click on one of them, any of them, and press the CTRL control button, A, and that will select all. And from that, you can just press the delete button, or if you want, you can move it to trash. But I promise you, it's okay. Yes, if you don't love it, it has to go. And if you loved it, you would have given it a name. So I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Untitled, they have to go. Save your space on your Google Drive. And while you're doing that, I'll show you, I have 78.17 gigabytes of 1 terabyte used. When I go a long time between clearing out things and stuff, I'd say just student files was around 20 gig at the end of the year when I really went through and had to delete things. It was a lot of space, and that 78 gigs includes like videos, and I do a kindness crew on our campus, so we have lots of videos that we do once a month. So Yeah. But also if you feel like you need to keep something, that's okay. So if you see something and you're like, I need to keep it, I love it. I didn't love it enough to title it, but I love it. Yes, you can keep it, but everything else throw away. Get rid of it. Okay. Hopefully we've done that, or at least gotten started. I want you to now search for copy of. This is where, there we go. This is where you're going to start seeing things that you have multiple copies of. Okay. Things that you don't need anymore. It's over. It's done with. You literally don't need it. Okay. I have mine put in order based on when they were modified, so I can really easily see. Like there's some, I'm going to put it by last month. There's some really old stuff in here. You're going to see it's, yep. See, look, we're like, seriously, why do I have copy of, copy of, copy of, copy of? And look at all those student work. Yep. Sorry, it takes a minute to go. So many things. And you know what? You have a choice. You can go through it one by one, group by group, section by section, or you can delete it. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to answer Michael Zimmerman's question. Is there a simple way to transfer everything from desktop to Google Cloud? Yes, there is. This goes back to what I was talking about earlier. Oh, and you guys can see my desktop. I did not clean up for you guys. This is not like when a friend's coming to your house and you quickly shove everything in the closet. I did not do that. This is literally what my screen looks like all the time. Okay. Like this is it. You're getting it. It's nice because it's clutter-free. I love it. So to move everything from desktop, if you have been saving to your desktop and you are ready to be reformed, you're going to click on this little file folder, File Explorer. This is basically going to show you all of your storage locations that you have access to on your computer. Most of you guys are so familiar with your desktop. You love your desktop. It is the best thing ever. Say you have a lot of files here. So I'll go to downloads because I do have a lot of files and downloads. I do, because I download them and put them into Google Drive. If you have a lot of files, you can literally just click on it, press Control A. Control is CTRL, and then press A, and that's all. And once you have this little thing from downloading the Google Drive for desktop, you just click and drag it, and it takes everything over there. So that's super easy and fun. Okay, Heather Beck, will you repeat how to delete all? So if you want to get rid of everything, you're just going to click on a file, and you're going to press Control A. Control is the one that says CTRL. Hold that button down and press A, and it selects everything. So if I do that now, I've selected everything, and then you can just press the delete button, or you can drag and drop it in the trash if you want to delete everything. Yep. This is very freeing. When you're done with this process, you're going to feel like you're ready to start the 2024-2025 school year with a clean Google Drive where you can find things. And hopefully nobody hates me after this. I just know that I get a lot of people asking me to help me with their computers and help me find a file. I can't find this file. I can't find that file. And then I open up their Google Drive and it's something. Yep. So anyways, that's all I can say. Next step. And if you haven't finished the step before this, that's okay. You can do it in another time. Maybe while you're having lunch or whatnot. I don't know when you might find time to do this, but at the end, hopefully we'll have time. You're going to also organize using folders. You guys saw on mine, I have a bunch of folders, and in those folders, I have a bunch of stuff, like a bunch of stuff. You're going to be shocked when you see me open them. So here are my most used folders. These are the folders that for me are non-negotiable. I have to have these folders. So, I use these all the time. I have a current folder for the school year. Everything from this school year goes in that folder. Okay, everything. It goes in that folder. DLC stuff goes in that folder because it's for this school year. I have the previous school year folder, which if I'm like, ooh, I remember we did that assignment last year. I can't, oh, you know what? I can't search it, but I do know this is where I found it. So look, there's last school year. And now I have all of my files from last school year. Okay. So previous years, I just shoved them all in one folder. So if I wanted to see what I did in 2020, 2021 and relive my PTSD of COVID, I could do that easily. I'm not going to, but I could. And then I have a miscellaneous archived. That just means if I don't know what to do with it, but I don't want to keep it on my homepage, but I want to keep it, it's going to go into miscellaneous. And then I never have to see it again unless I want to search for it and then find it again. So miscellaneous, it's kind of like the junk drawer of my Google Drive. And then I have photos and videos. So this is where I keep just, you take those pictures and you're like, gosh, I might need those. I might want to share that one day. Photo, video. Yep. Just drop it in there. And then if you ever, hot tip, if you ever want to delete a lot and like clear up a ton of storage, deleting videos and photos will do it for you. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to go down the list of questions. Hopefully you guys are getting some folders made. Jessica, I am going to try your last name, Poskovsky. Hopefully got that right. What about copy of Google Drive files that are copies of something we didn't own in the first place? Is there a way to distinguish those to make sure we have the actual file before deleting all? The best way I have done that is when you go to copy of, you can click on owner right here to sort them by owner. Mine is going crazy slow, and you can delete only the ones that belong to you if you want. So like, I don't want to delete anything that belongs to Garland, because those for me are gold. So I could delete all of them owned by me. That's what I would do. If you are not the owner, probably what that means. So Elizabeth, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name. I don't want to butcher it. Elizabeth O. I'm not able to delete view only files. I'm not the owner. What do I do to delete the files? Now, the only downfall of this select all, blah, 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 is if somebody has shared a file with you, it's going to be in there and you're not going to be able to delete it. That's fine. You don't have to delete that. If it doesn't delete those, that's fine. If you don't want to see them anymore, we're going to shove that in a folder. Okay. Like if it's still showing up on your main My Drive page and you don't want to see it, shove it in a folder. Okay. Put it in a folder for another time. Miscellaneous or stuff that doesn't belong to me. Yeah. When I select all, it doesn't allow me to remove them. That's from Catherine Connor. I don't know if it still persists. Email me and I'll see if I can help troubleshoot that for you. Stephanie D'Angelo, I click Control A and delete. All the files are still there. Give it a minute. Sometimes it takes some time to delete them. And also when you come to trash, you will want to empty the trash. And sometimes that takes care of that. After I copy my desktop to Google Drive to save it, how do I get it back to my new teacher tool? So I would recommend once it's on Google Drive, don't put it onto your teacher tool again. Keep, that one is from Bonnie Hamilton. Don't keep files on your teacher tool. Don't keep them on your desktop. These teacher tool district devices are moved around and jostled so much that one wrong move when you're taking it to planning, maybe somebody bumps into you and you drop it onto a desk or something and the hard drive comes unplugged or is damaged. It's too risky. I honestly wouldn't move anything from my Google Drive to the desktop. It is possible. I would not. Jerry White, if your drive is synced to the hard drive, is there a problem moving between your work and personal Google accounts? No. And one way that I used to solve it, but then I stopped doing it, was I shared my personal Google Drive onto my school Google Drive. So I could quickly and easily go between both. So like I pretended I was a separate person and I gave my personal Google Drive access to all of my school Google Drive. So I was able to move it between. So hopefully that answered that. But also I do keep everything synced as well. I kind of feel like that might be a topic that if we had time, we could go over, but yeah, right now we're just clearing stuff out. Lori Hall, why would we hate you? I waited for someone to show me how to get rid of unnecessary files. Thank you. Oh, you are so welcome. I always get this look when people bring me their computers, like they're embarrassed or ashamed of their Google Drive. Don't be. We've all been there. The only reason I got to this point was I was teaching virtually, and I couldn't find anything. Literally nothing. And I was always using the search bar, but then I was like, I don't remember what it was called. So yeah. Okay, let me show you. I told you that when I opened my folders, you were going to be shocked. So let me show you. I've showed you some of my previous years. Let me just show you. So here's previous years. This is last school years. So this is a Google Drive folder that really it did work. I shared this whole folder with my team. So my whole team, my whole 5th grade team has access to this entire folder if they want it. So I've got all of my stuff here. Here's my lessons. This is how I do it. So I just make a folder for lessons. And then for each week, I make a different folder. Week 1, I can tell you what I did on the first day of school last year. There's Monday, 8/28. Oh, there's my tech tickets. So if I have to turn in, we used to call them heat tickets. I think we call them tech. I don't know. If we have a technical issue, I download that receipt and I save it for that week whenever I submitted it. So I have it. All of these files are files that I used that week. What happens a lot is I'm looking for specific activities that we have done. And I'm like, oh, I think we did that in April last year. So like glow day stuff, if I want to repeat the same glow day stuff, I know, and sometimes I'll write like week 29, 4/8, 4/12 glow day. So I know this is where all my glow day stuff is. This is all my review. So that is how I organize. You guys can see I have folders for everything. I have some stuff that's not, just because I got lazy there for a little while. But folders make everything easier when you're looking at organizing your Google Drive. And oh, look, this one is from 2019, 2020, 20. You can see like as it progressed. Okay, let's go back and then I'm going to answer some questions. If you shared photos in a Google album, say with parents, can you delete them from your photo folder and it won't delete from the shared photo album? I don't know, Shirley. That's from Shirley McMorris. I don't know on that one. I don't know. I'm not sure how that works. I will have to look into that. Miriam Cartwright, when I control A and everything highlights, delete is not a choice. Is this because I need the app? Nope. You can just control A and then press the backspace button on your computer or press delete, or you can just click and drag it to the trash can. And then Adriana Ramos, hi, Kristina. I know you kind of mentioned how to remove the shared with me files. Can you go over it again briefly if you have time? Yes, really shared with me. If you get into like files that you can't delete, I would recommend you just make a miscellaneous archive folder, blah, 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 and drop them in there. You can even make like a shared folder or whatever. You can see, look at all this stuff I have. So much exciting things. There's so many wonderful, like, wow, that's a lot of stuff. My brain's going to hurt if I keep going that way. So shove it in a folder. If you can't get rid of it, put it in a folder. Okay. If it won't let you delete it, just put it in a folder. All right. For right now, there's more advanced stuff. Okay. Let's do some something that I think is going to help streamline this to make you want to use this instead of your desktop. So we're going to go into My Drive. So over here on the left, you're going to open where it says My Drive. And I do want you to notice this expands. So if I need to move something around, maybe I decide that I want my Cami stuff in this year, I can click and drag that direction too. So these do pop open. You can expand these. Yeah. Okay. So we're in My Drive. You're going to go to this gear, the settings. So go up to the settings, click on settings, and then you're going to click on settings again. So settings with a little gear, and then click on settings. Okay. Hopefully you were able to do that. This is where you can see like all the different things that you have. And here's Google Photos. My assumption is, Shirley McNorris, if you delete them from Google Photos, like the album, I'm assuming it's going to delete them forever. What I would do, honestly, is if you have a photo album that you have shared with your family, I would take that file of all those photos, put it into a folder for that school year. That's what I would do. Because I mean, it works every school year. I have a file folder for my photos. All right, first thing you're going to do, start page. This means that when you open your Google Drive, where do you want it to go? You're going to click My Drive. Do not click Home. Make it My Drive. That will make all of your files pop up instantaneously. Okay. Turn off workspaces. That's just going to clear up the side to make it look a little prettier. So just uncheck workspaces. Appearance, you guys might notice that my Google Drive looks different. It's got a black background. That's because my vision is not super great. I've had eye surgery lots of times. So I prefer the dark background with the white. You can do light if you want, or dark, or the device default is going to be white. Density, don't worry about this. This just moves around how far apart they are and stuff. Open PDFs. Preview. So this is going to be a personal choice. When you open a PDF, the first thing it's going to do is just pop it out to a preview, and then you can choose to continue to open it or not. I like the preview. If you don't, and you want to open it into a new tab, just click New Tab. And then there's some other things you can do if you want. I'm not going to tell you what to do with those. You can certainly look at those and decide what you want to do. Those are just things that I recommend. Elizabeth, how can we move the files from S Drive to Google all together? So the S Drive you're talking about, I don't really use that anymore. We used to use S and G, and then H used to be our personal drive, which I don't even want to look in my H. I haven't looked at it in years. Anyways, moving on. So you're just going to, again, do that same thing. You are going to click on it and then Control A to select everything. And you're going to drag and drop it to your Google Drive. If you don't have that device yet, or if you don't have the Google Drive for the desktop yet, you can always just click New and then File Upload, and you can choose the S Drive. And tell it to upload from there. My computer's going really slowly right now. Something's happening. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Uh-oh. There we go. Hopefully I stopped that. We'll see. Okay, so right now what I want you to do is see if you can work on getting those things to move. Just a second, I'm going to stop my share. All right. Okay, I might have to restart my browser. This happens when I'm going back and forth a bunch. Sometimes it gets a little cantankerous, and that is okay. Okay, I'm gonna just open a whole new tab. And let me share my screen again. All right, there we go. Let's see if this works. Now, something else, if you want to make your life easier, on your bookmarks bar, make a little Google Drive button to where you can click on that. And it goes straight to your Google Drive. So yeah, and it's still not working in that. Let's see. Oh no, I'm trying to go really fast to finish, but nothing is working. Okay, I'll stop share again. Boo, I don't know what's happening with mine, but I have a backup. All right, I'm seeing, yeah, my whole Google Chrome has just frozen up. I am so sorry. Okay, so what I want you to do is, since mine is frozen and not letting me show you any of the cool stuff, I want you right now to work on making some folders that you think are going to work for this school year. So again, my folders that I prefer are, I'm going to do my school year first. So 2024, 2025, you guys might have noticed on my Google Drive, I have like some stars and a heart. That's because if you put that first, if you want it to show up first at the very top, you're going to put an asterisk or an emoji. If you want an emoji, super simple to get, you are going to press the Windows key and the period. And as soon as you press Windows key and period, you are going to get a choice of some emojis. So, okay, do that for a second. Let me see if I can troubleshoot this. I'm going to mute myself. Okay, I'm back. I'm going to see if I can open Google now. Chrome. Let's see. Did it open? Okay, yay. I think it has opened again. All right, sharing my screen again. See, it happens to everybody, literally all the time. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about with the star and the heart and the star, the little asterisk. I've got like miscellaneous. I've got a little flamingo. If you want to add stuff to it, it basically puts it in order. So if I want this to pop up on the top all the time, instead of being down here, I'm just going to put an asterisk. Okay. It basically removes it from like alphabetical order. So if I've got them sorted by name, alphabetical order is going to always put emojis first. So if I wanted photos to be at the very, very top, I would right click, rename, and then I'm going to go to the front of this. And if I want a cute little emoji, I'm going to press the Windows key. It's down at the bottom to the left of the space bar, and then press the period. And it's going to pop up really cool emojis that you can choose from and make it look really cool. And if you start to type, it'll give you suggestions. So like, if I wanted a camera, because this is photos and videos, I can put like a little picture of a camera in there, a little emoji. And then it's going to move it up because emojis in computer alphabet comes before letters. All right, let's see if I can get back to this now that it has become unfrozen. Okay, so some other, like, these are legit personal preferences. List layout or grid layout. There's two of these. I use list. In my opinion, I can see list easier. You can also do grid. If it's up to you. If you press this little I, you can get some details here. So if I click this folder, I can tell who has access, when I opened it, modified it, and here's all my recent activity. That's a lot. So you get a lot of information from that. Here's my tips and recommendations for staying organized. When you're creating something, downloading something, sharing something, make sure to keep it in the right folder. Put it back. Every file has a home. It has to live somewhere, and you don't want it just living in your main My Drive. Here's one. Stay out of the shared with me folder. Just do yourself a favor. Stay out. Nope, we're not going to look there. Nope, it's gone. Wait, not gone. You can still access this stuff. I don't want to look at it all the time. Just stay out of it. I promise it will help you. You will be happier. STAAR files you use frequently. This is something that I change up every year, and I go and unstar things. Because if there's something like my templates, I'm going to star those templates for my lesson planning stuff so I can find them easily, because then you just click starred and boom, we've got all the stuff. It's great. Stephanie D'Angelo, I'm getting a message that says I cannot move CTE staff shared files. I tried to create a folder, but it will not let me move them into a folder either. So I cannot remove any of the copy of files. Ideas. Interesting. I think it's because whoever owns it, make sure you're in My Drive, because when you're in My Drive, you should be able to control exactly what you see. Shared drives is a totally different thing. I'm not even touching those. But make sure you're in My Drive. You can try highlighting and maybe dragging them to a folder. I don't know beyond that. It's an ownership issue is all that is. So sorry, I don't have a more definitive answer about that. Finally, if you take nothing else from me, please do not save to your desktop, your C drive, or your hard drive. Those two are the same thing, if it isn't necessary. Again, right now, if I needed to shut down my computer and give it to my amazing tech guy, shout out Nick, at Rennell, say my computer won't turn on, and he's like, man, it's going to be a couple weeks to fix this. I'm just going to give you a different one. I could do that. I would not be crying. I would not be panicking. I'd just be like, cool, same thing, literally same thing. In fact, on my computer, I have stickers, but it's on a case. The case is on my computer, so I got to decorate it with stickers. I'm not even worried about stickers. So you need to remember your teacher tool, while it has been signed out to you, does not belong to you. It is a tool, a portal to accessing your files and sharing that with other teachers and students and parents. So keep it clean, keep it organized, and use your Google Drive, man. Like, seriously, look, it's a thing of beauty to have an organized drive. And now I know anything I need is right here at my fingertips. So hopefully you found this useful. Hopefully you weren't angry at me for telling you to delete your desktop stuff and move it all. But I challenge you this school year, this 24-25 school year, I challenge you to make yourself use a Google Drive. Make it easy, just make it a routine. Give yourself a little bookmark up here. So go to your Google Drive and bookmark it. Just when it asks you what to name it, just delete everything. Don't name it anything. You guys recognize this little symbol. So you can click on, look, and just click on it, and it's done. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, you have had the most lively chat today. That's really awesome. And I have to say, color me impressed. You were able to answer most of those questions. Kudos to you. That's amazing. I think I do want to spend like a minute clarifying some of the Google Drive questions that may have come in.
Yes.
It's important for teachers to understand that there are permissions set in anything you're doing within a district. The district computer, the district software, anything used on the district computer, anything using the district software, you are bound by permissions because that is all considered intellectual property by the district. And that is why some of the things you don't have permission to be able to delete because of those permissions set. That is particularly true in the shared drive of your actual computer, which is different from the My Drive. And that is true for OneDrive. OneDrive has the same version of My Drive and Share Drive, but theirs is called SharePoint. If you have permissions set on there where you can add files, but you may not be able to delete them. Managers would have permission to be able to add and delete files. Especially when you're working in teams, you want that kind of protection in those shared drives, because when people leave, they're like, oh, I don't need these files, I'm going to delete them all. But you don't necessarily need them or want them to be deleted, because people coming in need access to those files as you're being replaced. So it is important to be mindful that when you're using files in shared places, you may not actually be able to delete them because you don't have permission to do so. So there's tons of questions that are continuing to pile in, and we didn't get all those questions answered. So my suggestion is one of two things. There are lots of resources out there for you to watch on Google Drive. Also, just play. And of course, as Kristina mentioned, you do have support on your campus. Your technology support can walk you through some of the information that pertains to your Google Drive. There's lots of resources out there, and help is available for you when you're working on your campuses. I strongly recommend that if you're Microsoft people, you're using the OneDrive. If you're Googly people, you're using the Google Drive. Just like Kristina said, it protects your files. When you drop your computer on the ground and all your files are saved locally on that computer, they may be gone and you may be without access to those files. So it's really important that those kinds of things are how you're thinking as we move more and more online to this digital world. And of course, sharing is just easier when you already have your files online. So thank you again. And thank you, Kristina. You did an amazing job the first two sessions. We're glad to have you. Welcome to our next session. Joining me today is Lindsay Rust and Katie Ayers. Welcome, ladies. I'm so glad to have you here. You always bring so much excitement to your sessions. They want to help you give your students the opportunities to explore and create using technology, while also using those same apps to gather that valuable information to help you drive your learning. Because we want the things that they do online not just to be babysitters. We want them creating, we want them learning. And then of course, we want to know what they're doing. So that all helps. Lindsay and Katie are here to show you how to do all that. Lindsay, say hi, Lindsay. She is from Rennell. She's teaching fourth grade math and science. Yay, math and science. And Katie is over at Hoover. She is teaching math and science as well, but it's a few years younger, in second grade. So they used to be team partners, like teacher partners, right? So do you miss not being in the same school?
Yes, it's tough. It's an adjustment, but we
Definitely.
still like to do these things together, so we still keep connected.
Absolutely. That's the greatest thing about this big district, is that we're able to connect even if we're at not the same campus on a lot of things.
And apparently we can connect even over the summer because somebody's in a whole different state. Isn't Tennessee?
It's true. Yeah. So my family is doing a week at the beach in North Carolina this week. But I couldn't miss DLC. I had to be here. I love being able to get some awesome information out to you guys. So I was like, let me take an hour to kind of jump in here with Lindsay again.
And did I get it right? You told them all to go to the beach today and leave you alone for an hour?
I did. I said, I think half of them are at the beach, half of them are somewhere playing basketball, something. I said, all right, I'll see you guys in an hour.
Yay, you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, ladies. I'm going to let you have at it.
All righty.
Awesome. Well, we're really excited to get to talk to you guys today. We have some really awesome information that we're going to give you guys about some of the tech tools that we like to use in our classroom. Lindsay, if you want to back up one slide. There we go. Oh, or two. There we go. So these are just some of the things that we have really grown accustomed to using daily, weekly, all the time in our classroom, and we just had to spread the word about them.
All right. So Tamara gave us a little introduction, but we thought we'd give you a little more information about ourselves. So I am currently teaching at Rennell Elementary. I'm teaching, this will be my second year at fourth grade math and science. It'll be my 8th year of teaching. I did 4 years in first grade, 2 years in second grade, and then this will be my second year in fourth grade. About 2 or 3 years ago, we got blended learning certified. So we do that religiously in our classrooms, and we have that certification from Marsha Kish. And last year we were named CFISD math model teachers. So that's super exciting to be able to work with the
2 years ago.
department. 2 years ago. I know. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yes. first official year last year, but named
Yes.
model teachers 2 years ago. And then we just have our, there are my information, my Twitter, very active on Twitter. Sorry, cannot adjust and call it X. I'm so sorry, y'all. But we did change we did take the little bird out. So we did do that little adjustment, but I'm very active on there. So you can follow me, contact me, whatever you want to do. And then my email as well.
Yep. And so Lindsay and I actually started teaching the same year, both of us at Hoover. So I've been also teaching for 8 years. I've been in second grade my whole time. So, or I guess we're going into our 8th year of teaching. It's always like that gray area in the summer, you know. But just like Lindsay said, we're both Marcia Kiss certified, and she is amazing. We really love what she does with data. We love the way that she has this model set up for her for classrooms, and we use it religiously. We really love it. So please give us a shout out on Twitter. Let us know in the chat where you guys are tuning in from, what schools, where you're at, what's your morning beveragino, what you got going on, coffee. I know I'm missing my Dutch Bros this morning, but let us know what's going on.
All right. Let's get rolling. So the first question that you're probably thinking is, why should I use technology in my classroom? Technology is a huge buzzword right now. It's all over the place with education. Sometimes it feels as though we're being counterproductive because our kids are always on their devices. And so we're trying to get down to bottom line is it's here to stay. It's in our classrooms. So let's find a plan of action to where we can use it purposefully instead of just putting a device in front of our kids, because we know that that's detrimental to them. So we do want to use it in a purposeful manner so they can get what they need out of it.
Absolutely. We know that kids are so exposed to technology before they're even in our classrooms. So let's give them a productive way to use it, a purposeful way to use it, and let's use it to our advantage to be able to pull data and like really truly get a better picture of what they're able to do. Use every resource you can.
Exactly. So we're just going to kind of go through some different tools. A lot of these you've probably heard of, and we're just going to kind of dive a little deeper into them or show you how to, just get started, just jump in and just get started. Just with some of our favorite tools that we've used in our classroom. A lot of these can be used with littles and with upper grades. And then there are some that are maybe geared more towards younger kids or geared more towards the upper grades, and we'll kind of guide you through that. All right.
Yep. And these are just some of the ways that we like to use them. Please don't feel like you have to do things exactly the way we do. These are just kind of like starting points, some ideas. If you use some of these tools in your classroom and you use them a different way, throw it in the chat. Like, we want this to be collaborative, and we want to hear what you guys are doing also.
All right. So first thing we're going to talk about is Google Slides. Good old Google Slides. There's so many ways to use them. And honestly, if you have not used technology in your classroom as much as you would like, this is the perfect place to start because it's so user-friendly and it can be done so easily. So it just provides a creative approach for students to show mastery through a digital project. So instead of doing a poster or something different or a presentation, a verbal presentation, they can use a digital product with Google Slides. And going from second grade to fourth grade, man, these upper kids, they know how to utilize all these things in Google Slides. They can make it so creative. And even I did it in second grade too, they can even dive into it and get ready for it. So just some ways that you can use Google Slides are student-made presentations. So giving them guidelines and rubrics and things that need to be in their presentation, and then they can go create from there. Passion projects. I think this is a really great way to incorporate passion projects, especially for like your GT kids who might need a little more extension. They can go in and be working on these passion projects a little bit every day and then accumulate into something big. Interactive activities like drag and drops and text box and things like that you can use as a quick formative assessment, an assignment that they do on their computer instead of doing maybe something on paper that day. Maybe their assignment is an interactive Google Slides activity where you can then go in and interact with them at the same time and then take it for that formative assessment. And then it's really just a great collaborative thinking space for brainstorming. Maybe in an ELA or class, y'all are brainstorming ideas and everybody can collaborate on the same Google Slides, or you can have groups collaborate and come up and then share their brainstorming. But it's a really good space for that collaborative thinking because everybody can be on there and everybody can contribute. So it's just a really good, simple place to start for that brainstorming in a digital space.
Absolutely. These are a lot of great ways that we like to use them in our classroom. But again, like there's lots of other ways that you could use Google Slides with your littles, with your high kids. One of the things that I love about Sci-Fair is the amount of resources that they provide to us for lessons and for student work and things like that. And we've started seeing more resources that are coming out on things like Google Slides or Google Docs, things like that. Since we're one-to-one, you know, all the kids have their own Google accounts, and truly being able to utilize that amazing feature that we have for these kids, we have it, like, let's use it. So some of the reasons that we love to use Google Slides is it promotes that higher order thinking. It gets away from just remembering and understanding, and it truly pushes them into analyze what you're doing, create something. We know that when kids are creating, when they're making something, they're using a higher level of thinking. It's going to commit that to memory more. So when we're asking them to make a Google slide over what your book project that you just did, like tell us the summary of what you just read, or make a presentation that you would give to a student in a lower grade, teaching them how to do this skill. Something, it doesn't have to be like a grand giant project. It can be small, and it's still creating or promoting a lot of higher order thinking. So again, it gives that opportunity to create and collaborate and communicate, which are, if you have been to any of Marcia Kish's presentations, those are 3 of her 4 C's that she always talks about: create, collaborate, communicate. We want kids creating. We want them working together. We want them talking about their learning. We know whoever's doing the talking is the one doing the learning. So if the teacher is doing all the talking, they're doing more of the learning. If the kids are talking and they're working together, they're collaborating, they're committing that to memory. So we want to encourage that also. And then it's very user-friendly. We know that kids these days, as they are growing up younger and younger digitally, they're very comfortable on the computer, and they're comfortable playing around, and they're not afraid to break things, and they're not afraid to try things out. I know that, like myself, if I get something new, I'm like, okay, I need to be very careful. Let me look up step by step what I need to do. But our kids are not necessarily that same mindset. They're very much the mindset of, I'm just going to get in there and figure it out. I know my partner teacher always says, if you were playing a video game, you wouldn't ask me how to do it. You would just figure it out. That's how our kids are with technology. And so giving them that opportunity with things like Google Slides and different programs, it's a great opportunity for them to problem solve and think things through.
Yeah. And, you know, if you feel like you've used Google Slides and you're like, I need to, you know, freshen this up a little, a good transition is to then take that maybe into Canva. You know, we have that Canva partnership now, and the kids, it gives them a little more creativity and creating, instead of presentations, maybe a flyer or a brochure to practice that persuasive writing or something like that. So that is like the step up from Google Slides. If you're like, I'm ready to, you know, change this up a little, there's still so many things you can do with Google Slides, but then maybe that next step is to explore with Canva too.
Absolutely. Canva is a really fun tool that's very similar. But, you know, there's always new graphics, new this, new that. It's always good to challenge our kiddos.
Right. All right. Cami. So Cami is something that I just recently started using in the 4th grade classroom. I will be very honest that I tried it a couple times in the 2nd grade classroom, and I couldn't figure it out as well as I am now, but it is such a great resource. It's a great way to create interactive and engaging lessons and assessment with powerful and accessible tools for students of any grade. So while I'm saying that maybe I didn't use it in the 2nd grade classroom, it is still 100% doable. There's a lot of things that you can use in it. And this past school year, towards the end of this school year, I actually went through the Cami teacher certification process with their website just to learn a little bit more, because I do want to utilize it a little bit more, but it's a great tool, and it really is a time saver on your end. So just
And
some,
that's,
go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say that's exactly what we were just saying with it takes us a minute to figure out the technology. I think sometimes I'm in the same boat. Like I like want to take a second to figure it out versus let the kids jump in there and do it.
Right.
So I definitely understand what you're saying there.
Yeah. So I think one of the number one ways to use Cami is within a digital assessment. And you can use your district materials that are given to you and put them into Cami. So anything that has writing or text box, or we had like a math bingo board towards the end of the year, and it was just kind of like, do we really want to get the copies for this? So you can upload any kind of material, any kind of file, and put it in there for a digital assessment. And Cami is also like Google products where you can go in and see what they're doing, and you can comment and you can interact. So if I'm grading their Cami assessment, I can go in and leave comments that they can go and see later that kind of addresses maybe that was a great idea, or you made a mistake here. So it's really easy to use with any type of material that you have. You can practice your digital math strategies with grid paper on Cami. So you can upload, or I think they have a template that is grid paper, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. So you can get that grid paper template. My math teachers, you feel our pain that our tests are digital. And while we are adjusting and teaching our kids how to transfer their questions to their scratch paper with their pencil and paper to the computer, it's also some instances where, they want to use an annotation tool, or they want to do it on the computer. So this is a really good step to practice how to do those math strategies digitally. And it gives them that grid paper so they can organize their thinking, and so that they can kind of start to practice that. I think that's good, Katie, for, second graders when they're just now adjusting to that online testing.
And for our littles, our first graders, our second graders, they're still trying to figure out how to even manipulate the screen and truly be able to draw and things like that. And so giving them that grid paper and like having maybe even an opportunity to take it from the grid paper on a piece of paper and put it on the computer, and learning how to transfer kind of the same similar size, it's really comfortable for them to be able to use it for that way.
Right.
Kelly Rictoric from Hoover, hey Kelly, is asking, is Cami like a Google Doc?
It's very similar.
Very similar. Yes,
so
I would say.
Once you put a document in there, maybe you're uploading a PDF or like a worksheet, digital worksheet, they can't edit your worksheet, but then they can annotate, they can do text box, they can highlight, they can interact with it. But they can also, like with the grid paper, create. So it's very, very similar to Google Docs.
The difference, I think, being that in a Google Doc, it's like one document. And if I'm going to send something to a kid, they can edit what I sent them, versus Cami, it's that part that I send out might be like more of a PDF, and they're kind of editing it that way.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Right. It's also a great accessible reading tool for the younger kids or your lower students who may be struggling with reading. It's just super easy for them to use, and it has that reading tool for them, and then they can highlight and things like that. And it can be an easy tool for any IEP accommodations that you use. So you can, if you're needing to modify or change it in any way, Cami is a great place to do that, because then you can adjust it per student and create a document a little bit different. One really awesome thing about Cami, and I know we're going to talk about it on the other side though, is that it's in Schoology. So you have that extension there, which makes it really easy to take your district materials and then put it up in Cami too. So I think the easiest way to use it is as that digital assessment. That's one thing that kind of saved my life this year with science activities or even math worksheets just to change it up a little bit to where they're doing it digitally. And they really enjoyed that. And it kind of makes them, because it is digital and they're needing to reply and annotate and things, it makes them slow down a little bit to look at those questions a little more closely, because they're having to like use an annotation tool and write on it or type out their answers. And, you know, they want to make it look pretty and they get a little lost in the fonts and the colors, but it does have them like slow down a little bit so that they can really absorb and apply what they're learning in that time.
I just like Lindsay said, it's embedded in Schoology, and that is just another awesome tool to be able to utilize. Anything where they don't have to leave that website is something that Lindsay and I have always just kind of defaulted towards as much as we can, because of the safety of it. We don't want our kids, we know that there's blockers and things like that all over their computers, but we want them as much as we can within Schoology for their assignments and things like that, just because it does provide them a safe place to be, as well as sometimes navigating out of Schoology for our littles can be tougher and they kind of get lost in the sauce a little bit. They're like, oh no, where's it going? And so if it stays all within one spot, they know they can get to it. Also, it can be used as a document for creating. So just like we talked about in Google Slides and in Canva, being able to create is so important. They can do the same thing in Cami, being able to create PDFs or documents themselves. And again, it's super versatile. They can use it. You can use it for a ton of things. I know we talked about a few examples here, but that's just like a short list. So there's a lot of things that Cami is useful for. We're getting some questions in the chat here. So Allison Soto is saying, I love using Cami in my classroom, but I've had trouble with them submitting their Cami work. It's not as easy as a Google Doc. Any tips? Lindsay, I know you've used Cami a lot more.
Right.
So do you have any tips on that?
I'm curious, Allison, how you're distributing it to your kids, because when I put it in Schoology for them, it automatically already has that submit button in the top, and it looks like a little like save button almost, or like turn in, it might say on there, and I can never remember. But I really
says turn in.
I think it's turn in. Once they press that, I can see it on my end, but I can also go in with the grading tool and see when they're not done. I can see like where they are in their process. So I haven't really had any issues with them submitting, but I'm curious if you're using it through Schoology or just using it through Cami, maybe that could be an adjustment with that. But they do have to go in and put the turn in for you to see that it's been completed. Now, if they forget to complete it, you'll see that it's opened and you can go in and at least see that like they've completed the whole thing, but you do have to go look through each document.
And that's kind of a learning piece too for the littles, and a good one, that after you finish something, you have to officially submit it. You can't just leave it there as an open document. I know if you're doing like an assignment in Schoology, it's the same thing. I think earlier in the year I was out for a day and I looked and I was like, oh my gosh, nobody submitted anything. And then I go back and look and I'm like, oh, they're mostly done. It's just nobody hits turn in.
Right.
So
Right.
It's a good teaching moment to say, okay, you finished your assignment, but you haven't turned it in. You wouldn't take your test and finish it, but forget to put it in the turn in tray and just put it in your desk instead. So kind of even relating it to what you would do with a physical assignment, and that might be helpful also.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have one more question from Elizabeth Uzumaki. I hope I'm saying that correct. Elizabeth saying, does it collect data when kids answer questions? Like, can you put in multiple choice and short answer questions?
So this is not something I've seen because it's more of like a digital document. However, I did just see somebody in the YouTube chat saying that this is actually something that Cami is trying to embed a new feature. So that
awesome.
makes it a little easier for grading, because otherwise you're like physically annotating to circle a multiple choice question or inserting a text box to reply to that short answer. So it sounds like something that they're trying to roll out, which would be great.
Ooh.
That would really adjust on some grading features and things like that.
We love when they when there's updates and things going on, and it's something you've been wanting, and suddenly the company is like, oh yes, we're adding that. We're like, yeah, it's awesome. And then one more question before we move on from Pamela Rocha. Do you have any samples to see as you're commenting on the features? I guess we don't have any pictures of our Cami assignments in here, or really any of our assignments, unfortunately, because it's the summer, everything kind of rolled over. We lost access to a lot of that stuff because it goes with the class that is pre-populated. So we don't have any samples necessarily right now. But that is something that maybe during the school year we can tweet out some pictures. So make sure you follow us on Twitter and watch for that, so we can maybe do like even a little video on Twitter showing like what does it look like. So I'm gonna actually write that down as a reminder.
Good idea.
One more question. Ayana Williams is asking, can you demonstrate these features? Again, I'm not sure if we're able to go into Cami right now because we don't have any students populated to like answer a question and show kind of thing. So that's kind of where our hands are tied over the summer. We don't have any students to complete our assignments and things like that.
If you
But definitely.
if you go to the Cami website, they do have a lot of like videos and like professional development sessions and things where you can kind of learn about and see some of these features, especially for like specific learning management systems. Like we use it through Schoology, some maybe you're using a different way. So their website actually has a lot of resources that's really great for that too. Sorry that we can't do that right now.
I know. We were trying good looking.
Yeah, just to go through and kind of play around with it a little.
Okay. Yeah, don't be afraid to jump in and try something new and get your feet wet.
Alrighty. Ready to move on?
Yeah, we're moving on. Yep. So Edpuzzle, this is Lindsay and I would like to say our bread and butter. This is where we really started presenting together and getting into talking about ed tech because we love this program so much. So if you've never used Edpuzzle, we like to call it our digital co-teacher.
Yes.
This is interactive videos with embedded questions to promote student engagement. So a lot of the teaching that we do in our classroom is done in small groups. We know that when you have a smaller ratio, you're going to have students more engaged. You're going to be able to catch those misconceptions quicker. But the question is always, well, what is the rest of the class doing? So this Edpuzzle is a really great tool that we like to utilize. I know I still use it like pretty much on a weekly basis.
Yep. Same.
If not more than once a week. Because what I'm able to do with Edpuzzle is to not only have my own mini lesson that I'm teaching, but I can use Edpuzzle to make another lesson or reteach a skill or reinforce something. And so it's almost like my students are getting 2 mini lessons a day. It's not almost, they are getting 2 mini lessons a day. So some of the ways that we like to use Edpuzzle, we like to make our own videos and going through maybe a skill that's coming up or a skill that we've already done, and use that as like a mini lesson video. We also use them for intervention or extension videos. Sometimes we know that your classroom, everybody's not going to be in the same spot. You're going to have kids way up here. You're going to have kids down here. You're going to have kids all this huge range. And so, sometimes we generally tend to teach to that middle, but we have kids who need some previous skills and they need some scaffolding. So providing Edpuzzle videos for them to go watch and to look through, kind of get engaged through helps them kind of reach that level. And then we have kids who are way up here and they need something to push them because they need to continue growing. And so those extension videos are a great tool that you can use to continue to push them. We know we're going to try really hard not to go too hard into Edpuzzle here because there's amazing features. We could talk for an hour about Edpuzzle. But Edpuzzle even makes their own videos that are created by certified teachers, educators that we will use for extension videos at times as well. It's also a great differentiation tool. If you're getting ready for something coming up and you've got to hit, some kids really need some extra geometry help. Some kids really need some extra graphing help. Whatever your students need, you can go in and individually assign videos. So when Lindsay and I were working on the same team, one of the things that our team really worked on was creating this bank of Edpuzzle videos that we can pull from year to year. And that way it wasn't just all me making videos. It wasn't just all her making videos. We kind of worked together to create, and with our whole team of 5, to be able to you get burned out making a lot of videos like that, but to be able to have those resources for our kids and provide what they need for their differentiated needs. And then go
Can
ahead.
I jump in, Kitty? I will say,
Yes.
When we were both teaching 2nd grade, we were religiously making our own videos. And now I will say, as a 4th grade teacher for my upper grades, my 3rd grade and up, that Edpuzzle has Edpuzzle Originals, which are Edpuzzle created lesson videos that are connected to TEKs, and you can search for them specific to a TEK. And I have used those all year. They're fabulous. They touch on the skill just how you would like to. So for upper grades, I know sometimes our hands are tied a little bit more with testing and pushing and things, and we run a little quicker. So you feel like you don't have time. I have been able to use those Edpuzzle Originals this year, and they're fabulous. So yes, it's always great to have them interact with you for a second time, but those are really great lessons as well.
And sometimes you just never know what's going to click with a kid. I know when Lindsay's classroom used to be down the hall from mine, and I would say I have been teaching, we've been going over this lesson 50 million times with this one student. It's just not clicking with him or her, and go down the hall to Miss Rust's room, go sit in her mini lesson for a minute, and oh my gosh, I get it now. I'm like, oh, I've been saying the same things, but it's one word here different. So sometimes that Edpuzzle original video, it just is slightly clicks a little bit different than yours. So having that different voice, whatever it is, if it works, we're not going to question it.
Right.
And then one of the new features that Edpuzzle has that we've both dabbled in a little bit and we really enjoy is that students can make their own Edpuzzle videos. So they can, I know we've both used where the kids can plug in the teacher hover cam to their own Chromebook, and they can make their own video and they can add their own questions in. And they love it. They're like, I added this question in, but I put in a trick answer because I want to see if I can trick the other kids,
Right.
They kind of pick up on what you do as teachers kind of things. They love it. So those are some of the ways that we like to use Edpuzzle in our classroom. Definitely not the only ways, but those are just what we like to do more so.
So the question is, why am I using Edpuzzle? It gives you real-time analytics and data. You can go in and see specifically which questions your students were missing. You can look at the questions, like if the majority of your class missed this one question, then we need to reteach this little skill here. Or, and it just comes in so quickly. If you include open-ended questions where they have to type back, the grading is not automatic. You have to go in and grade those. However, they're using like AI type software to kind of pre-grade that for you if you put in what you're wanting the answer to be. So that's kind of a fun new feature that they've been trying out this past year. It really provides student accountability. They have to finish the video, they have to watch it through, they have to answer the questions, they can't move on unless they do it. If they get to a question they're like, oh, I don't remember, then they have to go back, they have to watch it again. And so it really holds them accountable to pay attention and get through the lesson and focus on it. It is a really good online safety video tool. So Edpuzzle now has a partnership with YouTube, which I think I saw somebody in the chat talking about how YouTube wasn't kind of allowed before. They have a partnership with YouTube. I think they're the only ed tech company that does that. And so you can use YouTube videos if you're not wanting to create your own, and it will not take them out of the Edpuzzle. It will not take them to YouTube. And it doesn't have any of those ads or anything else. So it's really a safe tool to use for that.
And it won't like prompt them to go to another video.
Right, exactly.
No endless scrolling.
And it has increased time to teach content in different settings. So, you know, a handful of your kids are on Edpuzzle. You want to teach small group. Maybe you need to teach 2 different skills. You know, especially our math teachers, our contents are so jam-packed. I know, like in our measurement unit, when we taught 2nd grade, we might have been talking about time in our small group lesson, but then they were going to get a lesson about area in Edpuzzle. And so you can kind of double dip on skills if you need to increase your time to teach all that content, or you can dive deeper. You know, it's an intro on Edpuzzle, and then they come and apply that intro during small group. So there's lots of different ways to include the different content that you want in there, and it's so easy to do it.
Absolutely. I think we have some questions in the chat about Edpuzzle. Maybe while we're putting up that code, Tammy, if you're ready for that. So this is our attendance code, if you want to say anything about that, and then we'll answer some of our Edpuzzle questions.
Absolutely. So your code right now, if we could pause on some of the things you might be doing out there in participant land. I don't know what else we want to call it. I got nothing. Your code is 505. Please make sure you put that somewhere safe so you can have it at the end of the day. When the forms open up, you will submit that into your form for credit, whether you're in district or out of district. We have a credit form for each of you. I did want to address something before you guys get into your Edpuzzle questions, because I threw a ton of questions in there.
That's okay.
But there was a couple repeating questions that came up with YouTube specifically. Yeah. YouTube is technically blocked for elementary in our district. If you're outside of CFISD, you probably have different rules, right. But it's available in middle school and high school. However, embedded YouTube videos can play in things like Edpuzzle, inside of other applications that you might embed it as well, including Cami. Right. It's worth noting that just because you can embed it and it will play, our district is set on the restrictive mode, which means it's even more restrictive than restrictive. I don't know why they call it that. Anywho, that just means that there are a lot of videos that won't play unless they're being categorized as educational. And so Google filters it for us, determining what is appropriate for all grade levels. And so if you're teaching high school and you're like, oh, this is a perfect video for my kids, is it really appropriate for a pre-K kid? So right. in those cases, they would fall under the classification where they wouldn't be approved because they don't fit under that restrictive mode. So if you have a video that's really beneficial, you can request a submission of request to get it approved in our district, and you will work through your coordinators, your content coordinators, to get those things approved, or create an iSupport ticket. And if you create an iSupport ticket, you need to request why you're using it, put the link in it, and for what subject and whatever else that all the information that you would need to get it approved. Also, we have lots of requests, ladies. If you have time to perhaps show some of the things that you're talking about, I think there's lots of requests in the chat that they would like to either see examples or how you create these things. If you have like a minute or two just to quickly run down on those. And for our participants out there, there was lots of requests for things like training. I know that Edpuzzle has like an online, it's not called an academy, I'm not sure what it's called, but if you just Google Learn Edpuzzle or Learn Cami, they have their own little like online learning platforms where you can learn these tools and be able to do them over your summer as you are ramping up for school. So for me, that takes care of the things that I wanted to answer. But if you guys wanted to answer some of those questions in the chat, you feel free to do so. And I'm going to pull the attendance code in just a second.
Okay. And Tammy, am I correct that our Edpuzzle DLC video from last year is still available for them to go find in archives?
I don't know that it is, because the DLC videos live for like a week for participants to be able to see, but I'm not sure what happens to the videos after that. So I don't know the answer to that question.
No problem.
No worries. And what we could all do is we could tweet out our bit.ly for our presentation, our Edpuzzle presentation, because we do have a pretty in-depth Edpuzzle presentation that we've done a number of times. And we really, like we said, we love Edpuzzle, so it's our bread and butter. And so we can tweet that out for anybody who's really interested. But we'll go through some of these questions right now, and then hopefully at the end, we're kind of buzzing through a little quicker than I thought we would. So that's good. So we'll be able to maybe dabble in some of these programs and show you some of the things we've done. So Chandra Bryant is asking, how do you utilize Edpuzzle in small groups, especially for an inclusion classroom? With your special ed students, I really recommend using that differentiation tool. The greatest thing about one of the greatest things, I can't say the greatest thing, there's not one, is just too many, but that you can individually assign videos. So if I have 3 students that I feel like really need to work on representing numbers, I'm going to assign that video to them. If I have students who need to work on word problems, I'm going to assign something to them. So that differentiation, like, of the videos is really good. Another thing that we didn't mention before with Edpuzzle is that, like we said, we like to make our own videos, but another great thing is that because our district is all connected through Edpuzzle, there you can go to I can't remember exactly what it's called, Lindsay, the network or something like that. Yeah. And you can find, My Network, and you can find any school in our district and click on them, and you can find their videos. So if you wanted to go see Lindsay or I's videos, you could go search our school. So I have a ton of them right there. Let's see. Oh, just made the chat giant. Sorry. So one of the things we like to do too is we like to pair it with a worksheet of some sort to go along with it, some sort of data. Like, we don't want them just watching a video. We want them kind of manipulating things. So sometimes we'll do a video with what is the word I'm thinking of? A data sheet to go like in their math notebook. Or I know that Fred the Fish one is a lesson that we do in science. And I was going to be absent that day. And so I went ahead and did the experiment with them through an Edpuzzle, and they would follow along with their little fish at their desk and their little book. So things like that. So you can go in and use some of the videos that we've used in the past too.
If you're looking for examples from us, you can go watch our videos in the My Network setting. So you can search Katie or myself, and then you can kind of see our Edpuzzles, and then that gives you a better description. Because like I said, we could talk about this forever. We do probably need to start moving on.
Yes. So, how do you, I know we've got like a ton of questions on Edpuzzle. We will have to kind of come back to some of these, at the end. We know that looks like to be where we're getting a lot of the questions. So we have a couple more programs we want to show y'all, but we will come back to circle back to some of these questions. So don't worry, we haven't forgot about you.
All right. Oh, here we go. There we go.
Maybe.
STMath. This is one of our favorites as well, and it's a huge district application also for our math teachers. So sorry, ELAR, but this is for our math specific teachers. But we had to do it because that's what we teach. So it's an adaptive math program where students engage in problem solving puzzles to embrace productive struggles. So STMath has been around with our district for a couple years now. I will say for myself, it was very confusing for me at first. I didn't really understand what was going on, but once I learned a little bit more about the background of STMath and what it's having the kids do and really learning about that productive struggle, we have fallen in love with STMath. There are so many things that you can do with STMath that we just kind of forget about because we just tell our kids to get on and get their minutes and then move on. So we kind of want to challenge our math teachers to dive in a little bit more into STMath and explore and go into your side of it so you can kind of see those different things that you can do behind the scenes so that your kids can get the most out of STMath. So it's a skills-based adaptive student journey. So they're going to be given a journey specific to their grade level. If you have kids on IEPs or kids that are lower, you can change their journey, maybe they're needing to be a grade level below. So you can change that to the grade level below, which is really easy. And then it gives them tests to kind of see what they know in that skill set area for that, let's say fractions or division or things like that. And then it moves them on from there and asks them questions based on how they did in that area. It is specific.
Yep. I was just going to say, I was going to keep going. You go ahead. No worries.
Okay. Specific teaks are based for these puzzles, and you can assign them. So one of the things that we have talked about with Laura Adams, our math director this past year, is that ST Math does not necessarily travel in the same journey as we do with our scope and sequence. So they might be on fractions when we're talking about measurement, or it might be later. So I can, if they haven't gotten to a skill yet in ST Math that we're talking about, I can go into that skill and assign it to the kids so that they can work on what we're working on at that time. So any puzzles that are in that journey can be assigned. And you can even go to other grade level journeys and just assign a specific thing from there. Like if fractions was tough, so maybe they needed a little lower, simpler way to practice fractions, and I can go and assign a puzzle from 3rd grade journey and give it to the 4th graders. So there's so many things that you can do with those puzzles. The whole group puzzle talks to promote math talk and fluency. Now I know for our Cypher math teachers that this is now being included in our teacher notes, which is amazing. It tells you exactly where to go, what puzzle to pick, and then you just pull it up and you do that puzzle with the kids. And I don't even I don't even introduce anything to them. I'm like, okay, let's look at this. What are you seeing? What are you noticing? How can we solve this? And it really promotes that math talk, that problem solving, that productive struggle that we're really trying to facilitate, and the fluency, and they love it. And then that's usually a puzzle that they're going to come back and see later in their own journey. So then they're like, oh, I remember that. We did that on our puzzle talk. And there is a puzzle talk section in ST Math that you can go and read about it and look at specific ones that they have, but you can use any puzzle to do a puzzle talk. And it's great. That has been one of our favorite things that we've done this year with
Absolutely. The kids love doing it.
And I know for upper grades and on our campus specifically, this has been a great tool to use for closing the gap time, because it is an adaptive program and they can work at where they are while they're needing to get those minutes, or while kids are needing to be pulled for intervention. So it's a good practice in the mornings when they come in and during that closing the gap time.
Absolutely. And like we said, ST Math is just such a great tool because it does promote that critical thinking, that productive struggle. I said earlier, we tell our kids, if this was a video game on your Xbox, you would figure it out. You wouldn't come to me and say, how do you do this? And really, that's the skills we want. Those are those skills we want to be able to instill in our students, that somehow we also have to fit in with content. It's one of those, it's super important that we want our kids walking away with, but it's also not a TEAC specifically, but it gives them a chance to struggle through something and figure things out. And it's a different approach to math skills. So sometimes if you're working on, I'm going to roll with fractions. If you're working on a fraction skill that you've been teaching it this way, then you see it on a puzzle talk, or you see it on a ST Math puzzle, they might show you how to do a different strategy. They might show you a different approach to it. And like we said before, you never know what's going to click with a kid. As long as we're consistently getting to the right answer, then we're pretty pleased with how you've gotten there. And it's just, you can't necessarily pin down into a kid to say, you have to do it this way. That's not going to work for every kid. So by giving them opportunities to try things differently, we're giving them that critical thinking, that productive struggle skill. It also, what we love about ST Math within the journeys, it starts out very concrete, and it moves to the more abstract. So when if they're working on the fractions part of their journey, the very first one, it's going to have pictures, models, examples that really is a solid thing that they can see and understand. And as they move through that journey, they're going to add in, they're going to say, okay, well, now we're going to do a number representation using base 10 blocks. Now we're going to put just the numbers. So it's building them up so that we're not just throwing them into the deep end. It's also a great differentiation tool that Lindsay was talking about a little bit. Like if you know a kid needs to work on this, assign them that skill within STMath. They can, if somebody's already mastered a skill, don't make them go back and redo the same thing. Let's challenge them. Let's move it up a little bit, differentiate. We're getting questions. Do we have any help sheets? I personally don't have any help sheets for STMath, but there are a ton of STMath help sheets on the STMath website. And I know that Laura Adams has she promotes STMath a lot. So a lot of the things that are on those help sheets will be included in our teacher notes for like the puzzle talks and things like that also.
There's also a lot of great resources just on the STMath website that you can kind of go in and explore in their resources tab, or I think they have video lessons that you can learn a little bit more about how to use it a little more deeply. And so they have a lot of good resources.
Absolutely. So we're getting a question also about where did we get our slide deck? So don't worry, we will send that out at the end. We're going to provide you guys with a bit.ly, okay? So don't worry about that.
All right. Probably your kid's favorite thing that you put in your classroom right now is either your Blickets or your Kahoots. And I think sometimes as teachers, we want to roll our eyes at this a little bit, but it is such a good engagement tool that when you have the time, when you have the opportunity, it's a good, a modern digital twist on a classic review game model that uses that gamification to engage students in learning. And they go crazy for this stuff. They love it. And so if you can really continue to put an emphasis on that, yes, you're playing a game, but you are reviewing things that we're going to touch on later or for your test or whatever it is about, and they can still focus on those questions, then it's an awesome tool. And I've put it in digital content stations where they're playing in a homework mode where they're doing it individually. And I tell them you should have a dry erase board and a marker because you're doing multiplication facts, or you're doing division, or you're doing addition. That's not something you're just going to sit there and click and answer. You should have some sort of, unless you're going to use your page marker or your desk, you need to interact with it at the same time. So just some ways to use it. Blicket and Kahoot are very similar. I think Blicket is the more recent.
Popular.
Yeah. Kahoot's the OG one, but they have really created some new features in there for team play and things like that. And you can just try it for free. You don't have to have a premium. You just say try for free and it goes. So my kids started to really enjoy that towards the end of the year. But it's a whole class live review game. You can assign it as a homework, which gives you a specific link, and the kids put in their name and they play it independently. And then if you go on the Blicket, that's for Blicket. If you go on the Blicket end and go to your homework files, you can see how many kids have done it, what's the percentage of how they're doing on it, how many questions are they missing, that kind of thing. You can get some data from it as well. Students can create their own games. This was a really great extension for us in math where you've finished your studios, you've finished your rotations, then you can go in and create your own Blicket with a specific skill that we've been working on. And then I let them post those so that then kids can go and play it a little later. And you can use it as
we did. Oh, sorry. We just want to jump in real quick. We would use them also as we were getting ready for our science tests. Kids can go in and we would use their science workbooks or their notebooks, and they could use those to kind of create their own test questions. So they really love doing that, even in the younger second grade area.
Yeah. I think
wow, ladies, that is a lot that you've shared. And I suspect that you have a few more, but we had said that we were going to share that bit.ly out. So the rest of your items they can look at. Yay. Do
Yay.
you want to jump to your last slide?
Yes,
And
there you go.
there you go.
Yes.
Your contact information for these ladies is right here. And we are putting in the chat the bit.ly for this presentation. It was shared to us, or you can just copy it off the screen. But if you look in your chat, you should be able to click and go. Thank you both for this amazing and plethora of information about these tools. It
a
sounds like
lot.
you're both greatly knowledgeable in this field of delivering education in meaningful ways using technology tools. So we have lots of tools at our fingertips, and technology is one of those tools. And when we use it in meaningful ways, it can help our students not only engage with us in the learning activities, but also advance their learning in more permanent long-term learning as well. So thank you both for being here today.
Of course.
Absolutely.
We love to
Thank
talk
you.
about it.
Yeah, make sure you tweet us when you're using the different programs. We'd love to see you guys using them in action.
All right. Well, thank you both for joining us.
Of course. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Welcome back to our next session at DLC. What a great day today to be learning. I hope that you are all finding some valuable information that you know you're going to be able to take back to your classrooms. Joining me today is Cierra. And Cierra is, she is going to unlock your creativity and elevate your content creation skills today using Canva. Any Canva fans out there? Cierra is a longtime user of Canva, and she in fact began to use it probably before many of us have back in college. Now, college wasn't actually that long ago for Cierra. She graduated, speaking of college, from LSU, so go Tigers! Okay, I had to ask what the mascot was for LSU, but okay, go Tigers! Right now, she is a fifth-year teacher and her second year in Sci-Fair, so thank you for being with us today. Right now, she is a reading and language arts teacher over at Dean Middle School. How many of you are joining us from Dean? So welcome and thank you for being here.
Hi. So thank you for the lovely introduction. As Ms. Ferguson said, I am a Canva user, and I have been for 8 years. I use it every single day in my classroom. And this is a beginner's trainer, in case you didn't know. A beginner's training, sorry, in case you didn't know. And I'm going to share a presentation with you. Give me 1 second. So the goal for today is to just show you the way that I use Canva in my classroom in hopes that you can go back and do the same. Some ways that I use Canva in my classroom is I use it to create graphic organizers. I made my seating charts for substitutes. I use it for slides every single day. I have used it for gamification a little bit. Infographics and foldables, I do that a lot. Posters for like decorating my classroom, and then digital storytelling. Last year, we did a unit on graphic novels, and my whole entire class actually used Canva to create their own graphic novels, and that was a lot of fun. For today's agenda, we're going to look at how to create a basic worksheet. We're going to look at how to create a presentation with templates. And then if we have time, which we should, we're going to look at how to create a review game. I want to make sure that I honor everyone's time. So I'm going to go ahead and dive in. All right. So the first thing that you're going to do is you are going to type in a worksheet into the search bar. You can also access a worksheet right here, or you could go to custom size right here, and you could type in the type of worksheet that you want. I'm going to use the search bar because I want an 11 by 8.5 landscape, and I just think it's faster to do it that way. When the screen pops up, so many templates are going to come up, and it's really beneficial to use the templates. I just want you to be able to leave and create your own worksheet after this. If you wanted to filter out the worksheets that you're using, you can filter out by grade, subject, topic, and color. We're going to hit click blank for now, though. We're going to do one from scratch. So once everything loads up, the templates will be here again, and you can type in exactly what you want into this search bar. And sometimes templates do come up, but I'm going to put that away for now. So I think that really when you're creating graphic organizers, the basis for it is sort of really just like shapes and text and lines. So I thought it would be simple if we created a Venn diagram, because we use Venn diagrams in the classroom a lot. And also, I feel like if you can create a Venn diagram on here, it's super simple, but it will help you to kind of get comfortable with the platform. And then you can move on to more difficult things. So if you go to search elements, you're going to type in circle and you can hit add a shape. You can also click on the circle right here, or there's a shortcut on the keyboard. If you hit the C, a circle will just come up. I'm going to delete that. Oh, sorry, hold on. It looks different whenever you are presenting. Let me move this bar over. Oh no, it's lagging. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, there I go. So you're gonna drag the circle to whatever shape, whatever size you want, sorry. And then you're gonna hit color. Obviously for a Venn diagram, you do not want any color. And so you're gonna hit no color right here. We are gonna go over to border style and we're gonna click on border weight. I'd like my border weight to be 5, so I'll type that in and then press enter. You can also do a dotted style or a dash style if you'd like. Instead of adding another circle, I think it's easier just to copy and paste. So I'm going to click copy and paste. And I'm going to slide it over to the size that I want. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to group these two together so that it is one shape. Now, when you hit group, you can see you can drag and drop the whole entire thing. So if I click ungroup, it'll separate them. I'm going to do that again so everyone can see. You're going to just drag over both and you're going to click group. All right. Now I'm going to move it down. And let's go over to font and add a title. So I just read new kid again. So I'll type in new kid, compare, and contrast. And then I'm going to go to fonts. There's so many different fonts that you can use. I'm going to use Topeka. I suggest just playing around with all the fonts that Canva has to offer. And you can actually make your own brand kit and save your favorite fonts to your brand kit just because there's so many. All right, now I'm going to click add a subheading. I'm going to add 2 characters from the book's name. First, I'm going to do Jordan. And what I want to do is go to effects because I'm going to curve his name, right? So when you go to effects, you can add a shadow, you can add a lift, you can hollow it out. For the hollow, I use that whenever I'm making coloring pages for my classroom because it allows them to color on the inside. There's splice, there's outline. We're going to leave it at none and leave it normal, but we're going to go to curve. So when you go to curve, it curves your text. It's too much of a curve, so I'm going to decrease that. Right. Again, that's probably perfect. I'm going to copy and paste this over just because I feel like it's easier to copy and paste than to open up another text box. And I'm going to type in the other character's name. All right, now we have got our Venn diagram. Now this does look plain and simple. And so maybe you want to add a border. So let's go over to elements. For border, you just want to use a rectangle. So you're going to go back into shapes. You're going to click on this rectangle and it's the same process that you did whenever you created your circle. So I'm going to click on the line. I'm going to click on no color and I'm going to drag it to fit the page. With the border, I typically like to lock it so that it doesn't move, because if you put a border on top of your work and you start to add in other graphics and you move things around, sometimes the border will move around. So just to avoid that, we're going to click on the more at the bottom and we're going to click lock and then lock again. it is important that you lock your border using the ellipsis versus locking it up here, because if you lock up here, that'll lock the whole entire page and you will not be able to move anything on your page if you lock it that way. All right, now that that's locked, we're going to go over to elements and we are going to kind of like jazz this up a little bit. Whenever I use elements, I always type in what I want. Jordan is going to a new school. So like, let's look up a backpack. I always add outline after because it gives you black and white graphics. And we all know that colored ink is very expensive. So it's just easier to use it this way, especially if you're going to print this out for your class. So you can drag and drop whatever you want. Drew is a football player. So I'm going to type in football. And then it'll kind of specify football outline. Sorry about that. And it's going to specify American football or football like soccer. We're going to click on this one. We're going to drag it over here. And you could really just keep adding graphics. Jordan likes to draw. So maybe we'll add a sketchbook in here. All right, and we can just keep going and going. Now, what we didn't do is add the directions for our worksheet. So I'm going to type in add a subheading. I'm going to put compare and contrast the two characters from our read aloud new kid, period. And I want, it's like too spaced out. So I'm going to use the spacing to decrease that. I'm going to use a line left. I'm going to drag this across and then I can decrease this a little bit. All right, perfect. All right, and now what I actually want to show you is you can now with Canva translate your document into a different language. So if you go up to the top left corner, you hit resize and magic switch. So with resize and magic switch, you can take like a custom size. And let's say we're in 11 by 8.5 right now. Let's say we want to switch it to 8.5 by 11. You can go to the custom size down here and you can change that. But you can also translate it into a different language. So if we click on translate, you hit select language and you type in, or you select whatever language you want, or you can type in the language. So like, let's say I want Spanish. It'll say tone of voice, original, professional, conversational, friendly, informative, or inspirational. You can choose how you want it. So let's say you want it more conversational. We only have one page current. We're going to click translate and it's going to make another document. So our worksheet will now be in Spanish. So when we click on it, it comes up in Spanish. Now you can see it distorted the font a little bit because it's more words. So we can just decrease the font, but I thought that that was really cool. All right, so I'm gonna go back. It even put their name in Spanish. I want to add that I don't know the validity of this because I am not bilingual. So I'm not sure how well this translator is. I know with like Google Translate, it's really awful. Hopefully what I'm thinking is that if you are a native speaker of another language, you can use it to translate the document and then you can just go back and use it as more of like you're just correcting the little errors that they have. And that'll save you time because you don't have to actually type out the whole entire document. So fingers crossed that it does work really good and that you don't have to put in a lot of effort. But I'm going to go back to this document. I just want to show it to everyone. And I am going to drag over all of this. And I'm going to make this really small and put it in the corner because I want to show you how to create with lines. So do not go into the element search bar and type in, well, you could, and type in line and then click on graphics because the line that you get sometimes, oh, this is actually a good line. Sometimes it'll be a line and you can make it bigger or smaller like this one. you can't really mess with the weight of this one. Like you can mess with the weight of the line and shapes. So my recommendation to you is to go into shapes and use the line and shapes. You can also just click the L on the keyboard and then a line will appear. So I'm gonna just do that. I'm gonna click the L, the line has appeared. I'm gonna go over here. Whenever you're creating your lines and you're moving them around, make sure that you press Shift as you're moving the lines around because it's gonna keep them in a straight line for you. Copy and paste. To do that, L again. Right, so I'm gonna hold Shift and I'm gonna move it across and it's keeping it in a straight line for me. L, Shift, drag across. All right, now, if we were to create these lines in our classroom, you know you want your lines to be evenly spaced. So you're gonna highlight over your lines, and if you hit these, the ellipses, you're gonna drop down to space evenly, and it should tidy up your lines for you, right? So now they're in a neat, perfect little set. I can highlight over it, make it bigger. If I wanted to, I could, I'm gonna highlight over this again. I'm gonna click group. I'm gonna actually delete our Venn diagram. And what I'm gonna do is show you how to center things. So you could move it around and just use the built-in ruler, or you can hit more again. You can click align to page and you can click center. If you wanted, you can hit more again, hit align to page, and you can hit middle, and then it centered it in the middle for you. That's more of a shortcut. I really like the tidy up feature because it's really hard to get those lines perfectly in order, and that works a lot. All right, the next thing that I'm gonna show you is how to make a chart. I don't do this a lot in my class this way, but I do feel like it would be beneficial for someone who teaches like maybe math or science. So if you go to elements and you scroll down, you're gonna go to tables. When you click on table, this table will appear. If you don't like the amount of rows that you have, you can click inside the box and drag across, and then you can hit delete row. So I double clicked for that. So you're gonna, like I said, click inside the box, not on the outside. You're gonna drag across and then right click and you can hit add row or delete row. I am going to hit, actually, I'm gonna make this bigger and then I'm gonna move it in the middle and I'm gonna add another row. And that will be my title box. So if you were to move this up, it's only going to move this top box, and that's what I want. I'm going to show you how to merge cells because I know that that is important whenever you're creating a chart. So did you see how I did that? Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that last one. Let me hit back and back. You're going to, I'm going to do it at the bottom. You're going to click inside the cell. You're going to drag across. And then you're going to hit merge cells, right? And then you can type inside the box. If I did like, I don't know, probably not a bar graph, but yeah. I'm just gonna type it in, bar graph, just to have some font. And then you can highlight and then increase it and type on the inside, or you can just add a text box if you don't want to use that. You can add your text box on top, which is typically what I do. Type it in and then you move around and put it wherever you want it. All right. So when you have some time, if you haven't done so, play around with that. And it does become second nature. It gets really easy. Like I said, if you can add font and change it to the way that you want it, if you can play around with those elements, if you can do shapes, if you can do lines, everything on Canva becomes really easy for you. It's just a matter of kind of looking over everything and just practicing, I feel. All right, so in a minute, we're going to move on to looking at creating a presentation. But before we do have to take attendance. So Miss Ferguson, are you ready for attendance?
I am. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. Your attendance code is 583. Please make sure you jot that down somewhere safe and sound so that at the end of the session today at 4 p.m. when the forms open up, you are able to submit your attendance. Please remember the sessions are available today up until midnight. So if you have actually missed something or you had two sessions that were congruent and you wanted to jump into another session, you can do so. And just do it after 4 o'clock, and you can use that magic red dot in YouTube and slide the video back and watch the videos that you missed in the rooms that you wanted to jump into. I also noticed that we had a couple of questions that I thought that you may wanted to answer. Actually, it looks like we just had one question from Tommy. He said, how did you lock the border?
Oh yeah, I can go back and do it. So
okay, absolutely. So I wanted to make sure you didn't miss that in the chat there.
Thank you so much. It's hard to multitask.
Yes, it definitely is hard to multitask, especially since I think you said you only had one monitor.
Yes, I only have one monitor. I guess I should have prepared, and maybe I would have done this on campus, but our campus is under construction, which is a good thing. It's a renovation, but if I was on campus, I would have had one more. So go to Elements. You can type in rectangle and it comes up. Again, you're going to take away the color, click no color, border style. And there's two ways that you can do this. You can type in the exact size of your border. If you go to position, so position is down here. I don't know if you saw how I did that. So I'm going to X that out. You're going to look at your toggle bar. And if you press the arrow, it automatically opens on the side. Go down to position. When you go down to position, you can change the width and the height to the exact width and height that you want. I personally just like to drag to the size that I want. I think it's easier. So I'm going to drag. And when you lock your border, you need to click more and then lock, and then you lock it again. Do not lock the page. I have done that before. And when you lock the page, you're not able to move any of your graphics, any of your text, any of your shape inside of the page. So you want to make sure that you are locking the border and you're not locking the page. Does that answer the question? I hope so. All right, ready for attendance. If Tommy has another question, I'm happy to answer it.
I think we're good. And I had the attendance code up earlier.
Okay, cool. I didn't know. All right, awesome. Sorry, I can't see the attendance code. All right, so I'm going to click share again. All right, now's the fun part. I'm going to go back to our home screen, click on Canva. All right, now we get to make a presentation. This is really what I use Canva for in my classroom every single day. I'm going to delete our makeshift graphic organizers. When you move something to trash in Canva, just so you know, it does stay there for 30 days. I actually deleted all of my students' work just because, student privacy. So my recent designs was like completely full. I deleted everything. If I want to go back and retrieve their work so that I can use it as an exemplar for next year, I can go back to my trash can down here in that bottom left corner, and I can retrieve it for up to 30 days. All right, so with a presentation, we're going to use templates because I feel that it's easier that way. I'm going to type in presentation. And all of these beautiful templates will come up. I personally typically choose a simpler template just because I sometimes like gut it so much that it doesn't even look like what it looked like originally. I'll choose Normally I look at a daily agenda slide. I'll choose this one, wordless game. Honestly, I'm probably just going to delete everything from it anyway, but we can check it out and see what it has to offer. And it's loading. So whenever it comes up, normally what I do is I start deleting everything on the page if I'm not going to use it for that. This one says, do you know a lot of words? Now is your hour of glory, wordless game. And this is actually great. It teaches you how to play, how to score. It gives you an entire letter board. It has an easy round. It looks like it has a difficult round. I actually only want the cover, like this first page, so I can really just delete everything else from the bottom of the screen. I apologize if there's any lag. I don't know if y'all know this, but Canva just got a makeover and everything is kind of in a new place for me. So with their makeover, how everything is on the left-hand side, everything used to be on the top. And they've added so many AI features in, but I feel like the AI features are kind of slowing my computer down. All right, so I'm going to delete all these words. I don't want them. When my students walk into class, I normally have a do now on the board. So I really just use this presentation for the background, which is fine if you do that. I'm going to click on text. I'm going to type in do now. And I'm going to change the font to maybe like KG penmanship. All right, I'm going to make this really big because it's going to project on my Promethean screen. I'm going to move it over here. And then I typically ask them a question when they walk in. I guess you can say like, if you only had to use one app for, oops, let me drag this. I can see what I'm typing. For a week, which one would you choose and why? I'm going to change the font to match the top. I'm going to align left this. All right, and let me close this. All right, perfect. Now it's kind of like spaced out too far, so I'm gonna go to spacing and line spacing and close it in. And I'm gonna go to elements, and now I can use my elements in color because I'm not worried about printing. So I'm gonna type in some apps that I know the kids use. So TikTok, of course. You can hit see all and see what it has to offer. I'm going to use this first one just to save time. And then if I go back and see a different one, I'll do that. I'm going to look at Instagram, and I know there's not a great Instagram one, but I do like whenever Canva has the option to change the color of the graphic. So maybe if you're looking at, let me see. I'm gonna type in Instagram logo and see if that helps. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna click on this one. All right, this is not the color of the Instagram logo, and it would honestly be hard to get it the color of the Instagram logo because Instagram's logo is an ombre, but it's definitely not brown, right? So you can see with certain graphics, you can change the color of them, which is why I love Canva. So it's this like brownish-ish color, like maroon, like pale red. We're gonna go ahead and change it to orange and pink because that's closer to Instagram's colors, right? And we can move it over. We can look at a YouTube logo because that's another one since we're giving them options. You can click on YouTube, you size what you want, and you just keep going and going. Now, if I wanted, and you wouldn't want to, but I just want to show you how to do this. If you wanted to move this to the back, like let's say I wanted to layer these for some reason, but I don't want the TikTok emblem in the back. I want it in the front. You would hit the 3 dots and then, oh, actually, no, sorry, they changed that. You can click on it and it looks like you'll hit position and then you'll move to front. You can arrange them however you want it. So again, you click on this picture. If I want to move the YouTube logo to the back, I would click to back on arrange. Oop, and see when I click to back, it moved it all the way to the back. So now I want to move it forward. Actually, I'm going to hit back, back. If you hit to back and then you go all the way to the back, you hit forward and then it should come back up. All right, perfect. All right, but I don't want to do that. I just want to show you how to arrange and move those things forward and backwards on your presentations. All right. Now, if you are already like a Canva user and you already knew all that, all right, now it's your time to hopefully like learn something new. I'm going to add my own background on Elements. I'm going to type in orange ombre. All right, some great graphics come up. I'm going to click on this one. And what I want to do is make this my background. So I'm going to click these 3 dots. And if you go all the way to the bottom, you can hit set image as background. So I'll do that again so everyone can see. If I click on an image, a graphic, I'm going to click on it. I'm going to hit more. And I'm going to go all the way to the bottom, hit set image as a background. Now, Canva has built-in apps that you can use. And there's so many of them, but they also have like apps that we already use, like YouTube. So every Tuesday in my classroom, we do a book trailer Tuesday. So I'm going to type in the name of a book. Let's say crossover Disney trailer. This is actually a TV show, but it's also a book. So I do show this to them. Oops, sorry. You have to go to YouTube first. Spaced out. Okay, you're going to click on YouTube. You're going to hit open. All right, and then you can search inside YouTube. And now I can type in my book trailer. So crossover and then movie trailer, and hopefully it comes up. All right, and it does. So I'm going to click on this. And now the video will play for me in present mode. All right, now if I click on present, I was to go here. On my Promethean board, I would tap it and then it would begin to play. I can just click it.
Dribble, shake.
All right. Let's say I do want to jazz this up and make this look better. Let's say I want to add a picture, right? So I'm going to go to Elements. And this is a book about basketball. So I'm going to type in basketball. All right. So I'm going to go to photos, not graphics, because photos will give you pictures of like real people, like actual photographs. So I'm going to go, let me skim and see what they have. I'm going to look at this one. All right. So something that you probably already know, or maybe you don't, is that you can remove your background on an image with Canva, which I really love. And so now that I've removed my background, I'm going to drag this into the corner. Right? I can make this look bigger and it'll be on top. When you actually play the video, like all the graphics will go away. So it will not block the view for your students. Right? I can hit text, type in book trailer Tuesday. This over here. Gonna quickly change the font again. Right, I probably wouldn't use that font for a basketball slide, but all right, and it does look a little bit better. I would probably add a border on. I might add some more graphics in that top corner. All right, I'm going to now just type in orange, give it a quick orange background. This is fine. All right, set image as background. Now I want to show you some of the other magic AI features that Canva has to offer with the photography. So I'm not going to use that picture. I want a picture with a background, but that's not too busy. I'm actually going to use this one. Okay, so if you click on this picture and you hit edit in this top left corner, it's going to give you Magic Studio options. They've got the background remover, which we just used. You've got the magic eraser, you've got the magic grab, the magic edit, the magic expand. We're going to use the magic grab, and what we're going to do is grab these oranges from the picture, and it's going to separate the oranges from the background. Now with this background, it might distort it a little bit. So I'm going to click on all of these oranges. Let's say I only wanted to grab 4 of the slices and not all of the slices. You would just click on these 4 and then you would hit grab, but I'm going to click on all of them. And it does take a moment. It doesn't usually take more than a minute, but it does take some time. Let me look at the chat. If you want the page, can the presentation be uploaded to Schoology, and how do I move the background? Okay, I'm going to address that really quick. So the presentation can be uploaded to Schoology. Unfortunately, I won't have time to get into all that, but I will share something at the end that will answer that question in detail for you. You can take this presentation and you can download it as a PDF. And then of course you can take the PDF and put it in your Google Drive. Sometimes it will distort the font. And so typically what I do is I don't type my font. If I'm going to use a background from Canva because they have great templates, I normally use only the background, not the text. I will download it as a picture. When you convert it or when you move it to like Google Slides or to presentation, you need to make sure that it is the same size. So if I'm creating this presentation and it is 11 by 9, you need to make sure that you're converting it 11 by 9. You can also download your presentation as a JPEG, and then you can go to slides and you can make it your background on slides. I just know that in the past, when I've converted everything over, it's kind of looked janky and it didn't really look great. But I do know that with Canva's makeover, I think they were going to address that. So I don't know if it's gotten better yet. I haven't had time to play with that. All right. Now I have used the magic grab tool to grab the oranges. So I'm going to show you that you can move the oranges away from the picture. I think that is so cool. This one actually did a very good job. Sometimes whenever you use the magic grab tool and you grab it, you can tell on the background over here that it's been distorted, but you can see that it doesn't look distorted at all, right? Let me take this background off for y'all so it's not as busy. It doesn't look distorted at all. I'm going to do this again with another picture, and then someone asks how to remove the background, and I'm going to do that again. So I'm going to go back to basketball. All right. With this one, for this basketball picture, if you want to remove the background, it's right at the top on your bar. It's always going to show up right here because it's so popular. A lot of people use it. You just click on BG remover and it will remove the background. If you remove the background and if you really zoom in, you see how it didn't remove this person from between his legs. You can click on edit. You can click on the background remover and you can erase this person from in between his legs. It would probably be hard with my computer since I don't have a mouse, but if you have a stylus, like a pen, it would be super easy. So erase, erase, erase. And then you can make the brush size bigger if you wanted to erase really big, or you can make it small. I'm going to make it small, right? Erase, erase, erase. And then I'm not going to do that, but you could erase the whole entire thing if you really take your time and it would look good. All right. Now I'm going to show the magic grab one more time. All right. We'll do this basketball on the basketball court. So I'm going to click edit to go to that magic studio. The magic studio comes up. I'm going to click magic grab. And again, it should grab the basketball away from the court. I click on the basketball because that's what I want to be grabbed from the picture. It takes about 1 minute whenever it does grab that. And then hopefully the court floor looks good. But like I said, sometimes it does look a little distorted after. It really just depends. I find the more complex the photo, the harder it is for it to kind of fix that background when it's separating it. So I try to use it on simpler pictures. But always still just try. You really never know. Sometimes it surprises you and it does a really good job with the difficult pictures too. All right, and it looks like it's wrapping it up. All right. And we removed it, and I don't really think that it distorted it too much. Like clearly there was a shadow here before and the shadow stayed. So if you move the basketball, then the shadow still remains there. But I think it actually did a really good job. All right, it is 1:36, and I do want to be able to show you this Jeopardy game. I will say one more thing real quick about this. All right, if you click on a word, let me see. Wow, I'm gonna type in word. Hopefully, yes. Okay, perfect. So, wow, right? Actually, I'm gonna use this one because it has a background. You can also remove text from pictures. It's not just images. So if you go back to that Magic Studio, you click edit again, click grab text, and it will grab the text from your picture. This works great for anchor charts. If you've got an anchor chart in your classroom, right, and you want to take a picture of it, and you upload your picture to Canva, you can grab all the words from that text, and then you can apply it to your presentation. Now, what's going to happen is, for your personal handwriting, Canva will be able to detect it, but it won't have the font that you wrote in. So it's just going to like put it in like a similar font. So with this, like it says wow, I'm going to click grab. It should grab wow from the screen, and then it'll just put it either in a random text or the closest text possible. So it's grabbing it. Okay. And you can see that it looks really similar. So it put it in Peace Sans, which is the most similar font that they had to whatever this originally was. But like I said, with your handwriting, it's not going to be able to detect your handwriting as a font. So it'll just put it in the nearest one. But I use that a lot. That saves me a lot of time. How do you decide whether to use Magic Grab or Background Remover? I would use Magic Grab if I wanted the background of the picture to stay intact. Whenever you hit background remover, it removes the whole entire background, but whenever you use Magic Grab, it allows you to still use that background. So if I wanted to maybe like put it off to the side, but put the like I want to move the basketball over or somewhere else in that picture, but I wanted the background, that's probably when I would use Magic Grab. All right, we only have about 5 minutes left. And I'm going to stay on this screen and I'm going to show you how to create a game. Now, this one, it's not going to be cute. I'm going to give you a template that is super cute. I just want to show you how to link things really quickly. So we're going to go back to shapes. Like I said, everything is shapes and text and lines with Canva. All right, so you've got your shape. We do not have to take off the background this time because this is going to be like a button. Like if you've ever played Jeopardy, you know, you have the Jeopardy board. So I'm going to copy and paste over some squares. Mine will not look like a Jeopardy board, but you will be able to understand the concept, right? Okay. If you wanted to take the square and you don't like the pointed curves, you can go to corner rounding, which is right next to border style, and you can round your shape if you wanted to. All right, I'm going to delete this at the bottom, delete these slides. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. So when you're playing a game, you need 4. Since we got 4 squares, we're going to do 4 questions, and then you're going to need 4 answers. So 9 slides. So you've got your home slide, you've got your 4 slides for questions, and you've got your 4 slides for answers. So if I put question 1 right here, I'm going to put it over this box. I'm going to change the color to white, and I'm going to show you how to link this shape to another slide. Okay, so you're going to click on the shape. You can merge these actually if you want. I would probably merge this. So I'm going to group it. Right now it's all in one. sorry, delete that. Now, when you click here, you are going to right click. When you right click, link will pop up. And my computer is lagging a bit. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. Maybe because I grouped it. I don't think so. But let's just see. Oh, it is why. It's because I grouped it. Okay, so we're not going to group it then. They changed that. That's new with this. Maybe they'll fix it back. We're going to hit link. All right. And it'll say link, like you can insert a website link, right? And you can link another website. And if you were to make a presentation where your students are going to like need to be linked to something else, like sometimes we do Padlets in my classroom. So if I create a presentation and I hit click on this to take you to the Padlet, you would enter that link here. For the game, you are going to link this to the next slide. So it says pages in this document. We're on page 1, so you want to link this square to page 2, right? And you're going to hit done. We're going to go to page 2, and let's say, I don't know, we want to ask them what 2 times 3 is. That'll be the question. All right. Now, I'm going to go back to the screen. I'm going to click on present, and what should happen is when you click on the box, it will take you to the question, right? 2 times 3. And that is if you display it on your Promethean board, you should be able to tap on it. It should take you to the question. What you want to do here, it's just like if you've ever made a game in slides. You can add some type of graphic or some type of shape into this bottom corner. And again, you're going to link it to, if this is slide 2, 3, and 4, and 5 are questions, we're going to put it on 6. Right, so click here, hit the 3 dots, click link. We're going to link it to 6, and then 6 will have our answer. And then, all right, 6 here. So if you hit present, oops, sorry, I'm going to go back to this first screen. All right. You click on question 1 in present mode. It takes you to 2 times 3. The student answers. And then whenever you're ready to reveal the answer to them, you click on this square. The square takes them to 6, and you would go so on and so on. You would need another graphic on this page that would link you back to that home page. Right? So hopefully that kind of answers your question. When grabbing text from an anchor chart, can you change the font? Yes. So to go back to that last one, sorry, I missed that. When you were creating your grabbing the text from anchor charts, you can do whatever font you want. It'll put it in probably like a plain Jane font, like, I don't know, like Arial or Sans, like some type of Sans font, but you can change it to whatever font you want. All right. So it is 1:44 and we're ending in a minute. I'm going to go back to my slide because I do have 2 things for you before you leave. 45 minutes goes so fast and there's so many things that I wanted to show y'all. Hopefully you were able to learn something new. But if not, if you're like, I'm already a Canva master, I have something for you. You can now get Canva certified as an educator. It is very, very simple. So you're going to take an hour-long course. You're going to watch a series of YouTube videos. You're going to watch the video. Each video is about 5 to 7 minutes. You play the 5-minute video, and then it'll give you a worksheet to use. So even if you're a beginner, this is really good because it's going to teach you a lot of things. I did it last night, and even I learned a couple of things, and I've been using Canva for 8 years, and they always update. There's always new changes. They're always adding things. So it really familiarized me with like the new update. So do the training. Even if you feel like you're not going to use Canva in your classroom, I would still become familiar with it because it's so popular nowadays. Everyone's kind of using it. You just want to be familiar with the platform. So and get your certification. I'm going to put this in present mode and you can scan the QR code. And then that will take you to the link on how you get certified. So go through those videos. When you get to the bottom of the page, you're going to click Become Canva Certified. It is a 20-question quiz. I thought it was very simple. Like after doing everything, doing the activities is optional. If you're new to Canva, I will go ahead and do those activities and it's really going to familiarize you with the platform. And someone asked earlier, can you upload this to Schoology? Canva will, the Canva trainings will address that. It's going to show you how to assign things to students. It's going to show you how to give student feedback on a document, which I do that often. It's going to show you how to edit things. Just so you know, our students do have Canva, but they don't have the same Canva as us. So for us, all our watermarks are removed. When the students create things, they still have watermarks on a lot of things. They don't have the same version as us. If you become an editor on your students' work, you can add in the graphics without the watermarks for them. I do that a lot. So I think that this is super beneficial. It'll probably address any questions that I didn't get to today. And if you go to another Canva training and you feel like it moved too fast, go to this, watch the videos. You can always play them back and it will answer a lot of questions. All right. And then the next thing, this is a QR code to the Jeopardy review game. And this template is really good. It has the directions for it. It will show you how to like use the Jeopardy slides like I did. And it has it in font, like written font. So you can just go ahead and read off the directions. So go ahead and scan that QR code. I did not create it. It is a Canva template, but it is super cute and it's blank. So you can just go ahead and fill in whatever you want. And I have played this in my class before and they had a lot of fun. So before we go, does anyone else have any questions? Are there games already made? Unfortunately, I typed in specifically Jeopardy, right? And this is the only thing that came up, and it did not say Jeopardy review game. It said like maybe like class review game. When I typed in games, it was like maybe like 2 or 3. They do not have a lot of templates for games yet, but I do feel that they're coming. So you can use this one to kind of get a starting point. And then maybe over time, especially with this new like Magic AI update, more teachers will begin to upload those templates and then there'll be more review games. All right, well, I hope that I was able to show you something new today. I really enjoyed this. Fun fact, this is the first time I've ever presented at a DLC, and this is the first time that I've ever presented about Canva. I just graduated from LSU last month with my master's in educational technology, so I'll be walking across the stage in August. And I've practiced a lot, but I've never presented it. So this is my first time. Hopefully, I did okay for everyone.
You did amazing. You did
Okay.
great.
I hope that y'all have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of the DLC. I'm really excited to go and watch the other presenters. So have a good one. Thank y'all.
Yeah, we were so happy to have you. I think everybody was excited with the things that you had to share. You got a fresh look at it, especially since you actually use Canva in your classroom. So it was very relevant, the things that you're sharing. But thank you very much for being brave to be a presenter. I know that that's a hard, big step to do it for your first time, and you did a great job. Hello and welcome back, everyone. So I am going to take a really big stretch and assume that y'all are math people. Because guess what? Our next session is kind of mathy. So supporting student development of the math skills, including the ability to identify mistakes and self-correct, I think is probably a crucial part of building students' confidence when they're learning math skills. Would you agree with that statement? Joining us today is Don Carney. He is the founder and CEO of FluidMath. And here's the thing with being a founder. How often do you actually get to meet somebody that actually creates the software you use? Well, today's your day. He is going to show you how that software is used as a tool that you want to have in your math classroom. So welcome, Don.
Thanks, Tamara. Thanks for having me today.
Oh, it's all yours. Have at it.
Okay, thank you, Tamara. Let's see. We got a few minutes before we are going to kick things off here. We'll wait a couple more minutes for people to show up. But I'm really excited about presenting today. DLC is one of my favorite conferences. It's a fantastic conference that's put on by the folks at CFISD, so I'm really excited about it. So let's give folks another minute or two. And
since we have a minute, I remember something you promised yesterday.
Dad jokes?
Well, actually, that's right. You promised 2 things. Dad jokes were one. Do you remember the other one? and you have 1 minute to do it.
1 minute to do it. Maybe presenting in an accent.
Yes, an Irish accent. Let's have at it.
I was joking with Tamara yesterday that I could do the entire presentation with an Irish accent because I'm Irish of Irish descent. So I can present, if everyone would like me to, I can present it in an Irish accent. But of course, what that would require is that I open a beer, a glass of Guinness, and drink it while I'm presenting to you. Perhaps not appropriate for a presentation to educate.
We're all adults here, so whatever.
Right, it is. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's definitely later than 5 o'clock in Ireland right now. So many people are at the pub. Perhaps I should have been at the pub. Perhaps I do the presentation at the pub.
Yeah. Okay.
That's my
Sure.
very, really bad Irish accent.
Okay. So those of you that were late getting here, you missed it. Technically, you aren't late. You're on time. It's 2 o'clock. It's all yours.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you very much, Tamara. I'm going to have one last sip of water before we jump in. And let me share my screen. And now we're off to the races. Let's get this going here. Function F11, so we can see, we can do my my browser tab across the entire window. Okay, perfect. So as I was just introduced, you all know, my name is Don Carney. I happen to be the CEO and one of the co-founders of the company Fluidity Software. We make FluidMath. As the title of the presentation suggests here, the title, of course, is Supporting Student Independence and Learning with FluidMath. But as the title suggests, really what I'm going to be presenting on here today is how to use FluidMath to help students build their confidence in their own ability to identify and self-correct mistakes while also reducing frustrations they may have as they're solving math problems. We're going to explore several tools within FluidMath, including equivalence checking, answer boxes, embedded content, and manipulatives to help you as teachers reinforce and help your students learn and gain confidence and independence while you're supporting their learning. We'll also explore how you can support your students as they're working on their assignments with real-time student-teacher collaboration. One of the things you'll notice about FluidMath is that it's a whiteboard. It's a whiteboarding application that has some really powerful mathematics functionality built into it. It's kind of like a smart piece of math paper. But it's also a collaborative workspace. So everything I'm showing you today could be shared collaboratively with colleagues or with your students. You know, imagine being in front of the classroom where you're presenting and you're able to share your screen with your students, and they're able to actually interact with the content that you're providing, and you can see that on the screen in front of the classroom. Very powerful from that perspective. So let me jump in and, first of all, show you what FluidMath is about. I'm going to give you a couple-minute introduction on FluidMath, and then we'll jump in and we'll talk about ways in which to use FluidMath to help support your students and to build their confidence and independence. Okay. So this is the FluidMath workspace. When you turn on FluidMath, it looks like a piece of graph paper or a whiteboarding application. And in fact, that's what it is. I can use a draw pen. I can turn at the top of the FluidMath page. There's a menu, a set of menu items, and we can draw things on the page. So I can write on the page. I can write math expressions. I can draw arrows to those math expressions. I can draw smiley faces. And of course, that's an annotation tool. So it's like a whiteboarding tool, and you've seen and used whiteboarding tools. But FluidMath is more than just that. As its name implies, it's a mathematics tool. So you'll notice in the menu, there's a tool item called MathWrite. And with MathWrite, by the way, I'm using a stylus and I'm writing on a tablet screen. You could use this in the same way in your classroom if you have a touchscreen device, or if you have like a Promethean panel or an interactive whiteboard in front of the classroom with a stylus, you can just go up and write on the board. So, so I've turned on the math writing tool here, and now I can write math on the page. So for example, I can write 1 + 2, right? It's a simple math expression, but you'll see it recognizes what I write, and I can get an answer. 1 plus 2 is 3. I can change the math, and the answer updates dynamically. So 2 plus 2 is 4. I can change this 2 over here to an A, and then I can assign a value to A. So when A is equal to 1, A plus 2 is equal to 3. I can change the value assigned to A to a 2, and again, the answer A plus 2 updates dynamically. I can change the 2 in the top expression to a B, and then I can assign a value to B. So when B is equal to 1 and A is equal to 2, A plus B is equal to 3. I can write more math on the page, maybe A minus B, or A plus B, and get an answer, or A over B, and get an answer for that as well. Every once in a while it doesn't recognize exactly what you wrote, so you just scribble it out and write it again. So you can see that all of the answers are presented on the page here, but what's really cool is that everything is connected on the page in FluidMath, and that's really, really powerful, and you'll see that as we proceed. Seeing connections between things is really important. So when I go and I change the value assigned to A from a 2 to a 6, all the answers on the page update dynamically. Or if I change the value assigned to B to a 2, or let's change it to a 7. That's maybe better. Remember? Again, all the answers on the page update dynamically. I can even assign to A an expression like x plus 1. And now x plus 1 substitutes for A across the page. So, I often say that learning math is about seeing connections between things. Here we're looking at the connections or the relationship between a couple of variables, A and B, with respect to some operators, plus, minus, divide, and so forth. In algebra-oriented topics, we look to see connections between other types of things, like, for example, algebraic expressions and graphs and tables. So here's a math expression that we are all familiar with, the slope-intercept form of a line equation, y equals mx plus b. I've written it on the page. It recognized what I wrote, which is pretty cool, of course. But with a simple gesture, I can create a graph. So I've just created a graph with just a quick swoop of my pen. And we've got a graph of y equals mx plus b. Now, of course, if you're a math person, you can look at the graph and say, oh, well, there are default values selected for m and b because nothing is assigned yet and something is plotted. And you can look at the graph and you can assume that the default values are 1 for m and b. But we can change that. I can make m equal to a different value, like a 2. And the graph updates dynamically. Or I can make it equal to a 3. Or I can be more interactive by creating a slider for m. And now I can show what slope really represents. What slope? That slope. When slope is negative, it looks like this. When slope is positive, it looks like that. B is the y-intercept. I'm going to create a slider for B. When I create a slider for B, we can see, and we vary the value of B, we can see the graph updating and changing, but it may not be completely clear what's changing in the graph. So let's plot this point, 0, B. Right? And again, I just use that swooping gesture to graph this right into the graphing area. We can see the blue dot in the graphing area. That's the coordinate that was just plotted, 0, B. Now when I change B, we can see what B really represents. It's that point where the red line passes through the y-axis. Okay, so again, back to this comment I made earlier. Learning math is about seeing connections between things. Here we're seeing the relationship between an algebraic expression and a graph. Often in the math classroom, the math teacher, the math student, mathematicians in general have multiple workspaces in which they do their mathematics. There's a primary workspace, which is the paper and pencil workspace, but there are these secondary workspaces like graphing calculators, computers, other devices where we're looking at other mathematical representations. But the challenge, of course, is how do you see the connection between what you wrote over here on paper and what you have over there on the screen of a calculator? Those two representations are far from each other. They're in different workspaces, but they're also far from each other, physically, but also cognitively. How do you see the connection between the math you wrote and the graph that's on the screen? And it's a very important message to come through with it. Learning math is about seeing connections between things. And here in FluidMath, what we try to do is we try to bring together into one workspace, the primary workspace, which is the paper and pencil workspace, all of these mathematical representations and allow the user, the teacher, the student to move very fluidly between them and to see the reactions as you change one over here that occur in another over there. Okay, so that's a very quick introduction to FluidMath. FluidMath has a lot more powerful tools. We're going to explore some of them today. So let me continue on here, and we are going to jump into one of those particular bits of functionality, or one of the tools that's available for you as a teacher in the classroom and your students who might be using FluidMath. Okay, this next tool is called equivalence highlighting, and we can turn it on through the menu item with the equiv button. EQ of 5.8 stands for equivalence highlighting. And what is equivalence highlighting? Well, let's start with a very simple example so you understand or appreciate what equivalence highlighting is. Anything I write on the page will be highlighted the same color as anything else on the page that is equivalent. So I'm going to write a number on the page. 2 is highlighted a color. Now the number 3 is not equivalent to 2, so it's highlighted a different color. And 4 is yet again not equivalent to 2, and it's highlighted a different color. But 6 over 3 is equivalent to 2, so now it's highlighted the same color as 2. And 4 over 2 is equivalent to 2, so again, it's highlighted the same color. Pretty cool so far, and obviously very applicable at the lower grade levels where we're looking at fractions and decimals and percentages and so forth, but also appropriate as we pull into secondary, because, well, first of all, you want to reinforce those things that the students have learned in the past, but there are also applications for these things with numbers at the higher grade levels. But at the higher grade levels, we also look at algebraic expressions, and we start looking at complex step-by-step solutions. So let's take a look at a step-by-step solution. And of course, step-by-step solutions, I think we start doing them when we're looking at multiplication in grammar school, but they're really prevalent in the secondary grade level. So let's take a look at one example. We'll take a look at a pretty simple one here. 2x plus 3y equals 4. Okay. So if you have this on the page, and the teacher asks, how do we solve for x here? Imagine, you're in the classroom and you're looking at this and you're saying, okay, students, how do we solve for x? And, your students will give you some feedback. They might suggest that you move the 3y over to the other side to start with. So let's do that. Let's move the 3y over to the other side. Okay. So our first step here will be 2x equals 4. And then we're going to add 3y to the other. We're going to take the 3y on the left-hand side and move it over to the right-hand side, right? So we'll just add 3y. So 4 plus 3y. It's interesting. Maybe there's a mistake here, because we know that every step in a step-by-step solution is equivalent to any other step in a step-by-step solution. So because these two are not highlighted the same color, these two expressions, they're not equivalent to each other. Therefore, because we know every step should be equivalent to any other step in a step-by-step solution, maybe I made a mistake. Well, what's the mistake? Well, now that's an opportunity to ask your class. Okay, well, these aren't equivalent. What's the mistake I made? And of course, the students probably will point out to you that you forgot to change the sign when you move the 3y over to the other side. So let's change the sign. Cool. I just changed the plus to a minus, and all of a sudden that first step there is highlighted the same color as the first statement on the page. So we now have the confidence to move on to the next step. So let's go on to the next step here. So the next step is x equals, so you might ask your students, what do I do next? And they probably would say, well, divide by 2. So the next step, of course, is 4 minus 3y over 2. And we can see that, of course, is color-coded the same color. Now, this is just a couple of steps here, but I love this bit of functionality, especially in step-by-step solutions, because we've all been there. You have a long step-by-step. Some of these solutions can be 10, 15, maybe even more steps long. We've all been there. Even if we're good at math, sometimes you make a mistake. And if you make it early on, it cascades through. You get to the bottom line and you say, oh my goodness, where did I make my mistake? And you have to look back and parse through all the lines and figure out where you made the mistake. Now, this can be especially frustrating for students who are, having a tough time with the mathematics, who are, who are not as confident or not as strong. And, oftentimes those students might look at this, look at that and say, look at the solution that they came up with at the bottom, realizing they got it wrong, and say, okay, well, I got to scribble everything out and start over again. Or next question, I hope I get some partial credit on that one. So that's one of the reasons I really love this bit of functionality, because it's enables students to build confidence as they're walking through their step-by-step solutions. Okay, let's continue on here with a little bit more functionality. Now we're also going to look at this highlighting of equivalence in kind of a different way. We have built some manipulatives into FluidMath, and the one I'd like to chat with you about today is the algebra tiles manipulative. So I happen to have borrowed this from one of your colleagues. If you're at Cypress Fairbanks, you have a colleague named David Cook who built this amazing example. I think this is a really fantastic example. So shout out to David. If you're in the audience and you're listening, thank you very much. You probably recognize this. So let's step through this and see how we can apply the use of algebra tiles in the classroom, and in some ways, help to build confidence in our students who, of course, as we pointed out earlier, could possibly be helped by seeing what we call related representations. We can see connections between mathematical representations. So let's look at the instructions here. We're going to use algebra tiles to find the following product of the binomials. Label the dimensions of the rectangle with the correct binomials. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go ahead and we'll label the axes here. So this will be x plus 2 on the top, and then we'll do x minus 1 over here on the side. So we've just labeled them. Now, the next suggestion here in the instructions is build the length and width with tiles and place on the outside of the mat. Make sure the tiles snap together. Okay, so we have our algebra tile selector here. So I'm going to build out our algebra tile representations for those two expressions. So the first expression is x plus 2. We're going to take one x. We're going to take a unit and another single unit. And now we've built that out. One of the things you may notice is that as soon as I put the second one, I'll take that second one away. You'll notice the highlighting around the algebra tiles is a different color than the x plus 2. That's because it's not equivalent yet. So when I bring this in, now all of a sudden the highlighting around the algebra tiles is the same color as the x plus 2. Let's do the same thing for x minus 1. Okay, x and a 1 here. Uh-oh, I have x and 1, and this is x and 1. They're not highlighted the same color. I must have done something wrong. Obviously, an opportunity to chat with your students and discuss this with your students in the classroom. What did I do? What did I do wrong here? Well, that 1 is a plus 1. Maybe one of your students suggests. So we can turn any of these tiles negative by just clicking on it. So I'm going to click on the 1 down here and turn it negative. So click on that, and all of a sudden we have x minus 1, and it is highlighted the same color as the handwritten x plus 1. So we know we're on the right track here. Let's build out, and of course, the third step here suggests to build the area with tiles. Make sure the tiles snap together. So we're going to build this. So x times x, that's x squared, and then x times 1. That's not 1. It is x, right? So x times 1 is x, and then we'll put another 1 over here for x. Oh, whoops, not the undo. Oh, sorry. I should have grabbed the tile picker. Okay, so we built that out in one dimension so far, but it's not done yet because we've got this -1 down here. Let's connect that over here as well. So let's build out. So our x times -1 is going to be in x, and then we've got -1 times 1. We'll pull 1 tile over here. We've got -1 times 1. We'll pull another 1 tile over here. But maybe there's a problem here. What we're trying to do is we're trying to make that product there should be equivalent to the expression at the top. It's not highlighted the same color. Obviously, we've made a mistake. How do we fix that? An opportunity to ask your students, what did we do wrong? Well, the -1 has to carry through the multiplication too. So -1 times x is minus x. So we click on that tile. -1 times 1 is -1. Turn that, and -1 times 1 is -1. Cool. Now, all of a sudden, these two are highlighted the same color. Right? So what I think is really amazing here is that the highlighting of equivalence passes across from the algebra tile representation to the algebraic representation. Now, of course, there's more work to do here. So let's do that. Write out the area as an expression with 4 terms. So let's write that out. Let's use the math pen here to write out this. Okay, so we're going to write this out as x squared plus 2x, and then we've got a minus x, and we've got a -1. Right? Wait a second, that's not the right color. Oh, there are 2 -1s. So it could be another -1 over here, right? And that's highlighted the same color. But the question says write this out as an expression with 4 terms. So let's do this as a -2. Okay, whoops, let's get rid of that over there. Okay, now it's highlighted the same color. And then, of course, the final line says write the simplified expression into the answer box. Well, I want to write this out first in the workspace to make sure I get it right. So we'll write out x squared plus 2. No, not plus 2x. That's 2x minus x. So that's plus x, and then -2. Awesome! I got it right. So there's 2 ways to answer this. I could write into the answer box the x squared plus x minus 2, and that'll come back with a check mark indicating I got the answer right. Or if I just want to be a little quicker, I can drag and drop that math expression right into the answer box, and it will test it immediately. This way, you don't have to write as much. So I think that's a pretty cool bit of functionality. I noticed that there are a couple of questions, so I'm going to pause for a moment before moving on to the next slide here and see if we can address the questions. Lisa Burke asks, how does equivalent option handle upper level math, algebra 2, pre-cal, and calculus? Great question. The algebraic equivalence works in most cases. There are some corner cases, and this is provably from a theoretical mathematics perspective, that in the universal algebraic expressions, it is impossible to test for equivalence for certain categories of math expressions. So you may run, especially at the higher calculus level in mathematics, you may run into some instances, but we've tested this pretty broadly across algebra 1, algebra 2, pre-calculus, and some of calculus, and it works pretty well. So once you get up to the higher levels, we'd ask that be careful. Just make sure that the equivalence checking is working the way you want. The next question is, how many colors are available for highlighting similar expressions? That is a great question, Marcus. I really appreciate that. There are, I believe, hundreds and hundreds of colors or identifiers. The number of specific colors is limited. I think it's 15 or 20 maybe. But then we start to put maybe polka dots or stripes or borders around the colors, because sometimes it's difficult to distinguish between, pink and something that's a little close to pink. So obviously there are a lot of colors, and some of them are close, especially I happen to be colorblind. So especially for folks who are colorblind, we wanted to make it the colors be very, very distinct from the user's perspective, especially for students. And you may not all know this, but I think 10% of males are red-green colorblind. I happen to be one of them. Oh, awesome! I see that Maggie had answered that question. Thank you, Maggie, in the chat. All right, let's plug along here and continue on with some additional functionality in FluidMath. So one of the things that I harp on a lot And I think it's really important, and you may get sick of me saying this over and over again. Learning math is about seeing connections between things. And when we're doing math, we're always looking at multiple representations. We're looking at algebraic representations. We're looking at algebra tiles. We're looking at numbers. We're looking at graphs. We're looking at tables. We're also looking at other helpful items that we might utilize during the teaching experience and the learning experience. One of those things that's obviously very common are videos, and YouTube videos are about the most common. So in FluidMath, you can very easily embed YouTube videos into the workspace. Let me show you how you do that. So I have two tabs in this browser window. The first tab is where I'm presenting from. The second tab is a YouTube video, a SalCon YouTube video. Let me just close the, let me close this out here really quickly. And you can see this is just, you know, it's a SalCon video. And you can see that at the bottom of the page there is a share button, and we can click the share button. When you click the share button for YouTube video, you get this little dialog that pops up. And since we're going to embed this, we need the embed code, but it's very simple. Don't let the word code scare you. And then what you'll see might scare you too if you're not a coder, but don't worry about it. All we're doing is cutting and pasting. So I'm going to click this embed, and of course we get all this code. And if you're not a coder, you're probably looking at that and saying, "Oh man, it looks like chicken scratch." But it's important. We're gonna click the copy button here, and what that does is it copies it into the clipboard of my computer, and then I can paste that into FluidMath. So I just clicked the copy button, copied it to my clipboard. I'm going to go back to my FluidMath page here, and there's a couple of different ways to embed that YouTube video right into FluidMath. You can hit Control V, just the Control button and the V button. That's the paste key combo that'll paste it in. So I'm going to hit Control V, and oh, voila, you've got a YouTube video built into FluidMath. Okay, and I can move that around the page. Another way to do this, if you're not familiar with Control V, just go to the Insert menu, select Embedded Object, and then paste that embed code right into the dialog, into that field. Click OK, and all of a sudden, you've got this really cool YouTube video. And by the way, it plays right there in
what
the
are all the
workspace.
solutions to the
Okay,
equation?
I'm not going to play it, but you get the idea. You can embed really interactive content. And of course, this is built into the FluidMath workspace. So you've got all that extra space on the page where you can start exploring things. So for example, this is about quadratic equations, right? So I can, let me put that on the page over here. Whoops, daisy. Oh, I clicked off the page there. Sorry about that. So we can start, writing math expressions. Maybe there's a parent function for the quadratic, and we can graph that. And then maybe we look at the more general form of the quadratic, right? And we can graph that as well. And of course, your students can do this. So many of these videos that we get online, whether they're YouTube videos or from some other source, the instructor, in this case, SalCon, is stepping through a solution oftentimes, or he's exploring the solution. And it's a really powerful learning experience to go through that, the same set of steps with the instructor. So when the student's writing on the page, or you're writing on the page in front of the classroom, it's really powerful to be able to explore your own math while you see the math being explored in the YouTube video. Now, of course, you can pause the video and start to explore on your own. So in this case, I might explore, I'm not exactly sure what A really represents. What's A? No, if I graph A here, oh, look what A does. That's pretty cool. We're transforming the function. What is B? Right? When I change the value of B, oh, what does B do? Oh, that's pretty cool too. Okay, so it's really powerful to be able to embed this rich interactive content into the FluidMath workspace, while you also have all the interactive tools in FluidMath, making for a very rich, as I call it, primary workspace. The math paper all of a sudden has become smart. Okay, let's continue on here. Here's another example of things that you can embed. We've got, these are content from Genially, and we've got some dice here. So I can click on the dice, and all of a sudden I've got these cool dice. I can play dice in my class with my kids. Selection of random numbers and so forth would be really awesome there. There's also a lot of content that's pretty rich out there. And here's an example of one. This is Ingenially. You all are probably familiar with Edpuzzle. And you can also embed Edpuzzle items into FluidMath as well, where the Edpuzzle is asking a question, showing some content, and then maybe you stop in the middle, and the question is asked. But the student isn't really, interacting in depth with the Edpuzzle or with the Genially. They're just kind of clicking a button saying, I think that's the answer, or this is the answer. But you need a workspace, and you need to kind of explore. So in this case, I'm going to click on the I'm ready button, and all of a sudden I got a math question, right? And I happen to know the answer to this question is 3, but I'm going to select 4.5. It's the wrong answer, and let's see what Genially says. So Genially gives me some feedback, and it suggests that, oh, maybe I did something wrong. And maybe I don't understand exactly what Genially wrote there in just the 2 bullets because it's an involved question. So I need some more help. So in Genially, I can click for more help. And all of a sudden, I get a more detailed explanation of what I'm trying to work on here. I can read that. I said, oh, okay, now I get it. Let me go back and try again. And all of a sudden, I can, now in FluidMath, maybe I turn on my draw pen because I just want to annotate on the page. One thing to keep in mind with FluidMath is that you don't always have to be in math mode. You can just annotate on the page. Oftentimes that's really beneficial. So, we have the radical 3x equals radical x plus 6 and so forth. And, you can, if you had read those instructions that Genially had presented, you can now step through this. And of course, again, because this can be a collaborative whiteboard, you can imagine using this in front of your classroom with your students, playing the Genially on your Promethean, and then annotating on the side and selecting students to say, okay, well, little Johnny in the front row, why don't you do the first step here? And then Mary in the second row, why don't you continue to do what Johnny did? And then Billy, can you fix, Johnny made a mistake in the first step. Billy, and you seem to know what that is. Can you fix that for him? So all the students on their respective devices can be touching this one piece of paper in front of the classroom if it's a collaborative whiteboard, it's set up as a collaborative whiteboard. Okay, time to continue on. But before we continue, I think now is a good time for the attendance check.
I would have to agree with that. Right now, we have an attendance code on your screen, and that code is 470. So please, you record that somewhere, whether it's on your planning guide that we shared with you earlier, or whether or not you are using that sheet of paper. It doesn't really matter. Just record it down. At 4 o'clock today, the forms will open up, and you can submit for your attendance. So I'm just going to leave that up for just another hot moment. And of course, you knew that we have a few people having dialogues on there. And one of the questions was the Desmos calculator being embedded. Yes, you can embed the Desmos calculator.
You can, absolutely.
Okay, I think you can have it back now, Mr. Don, since you're not giving us our the other promised dad jokes.
Oh, maybe my dad jokes are so bad you're not catching them.
That's possible. All right, you can have it back.
Okay. All right. Good time to continue on here. And I think this is a good point to start talking about how we can continue to build confidence in our students through resources that are, content item, documents and assignments and so forth that we share with our students. And, very frankly, perhaps the most important thing you can do to help your students build confidence is you. You're the most important thing that can help them build confidence, the teacher. Oftentimes you do this by engaging your students and bringing them into the learning experience. You provide the students with great content, including including guided learning documents and assignments. And perhaps the most important way in which you can help your students build confidence is to work with them, to collaborate with them, to have student-teacher collaboration. So one thing we just built, and we built it this summer, and it'll be coming out very soon, is an LTI integration with Schoology. And with FluidMath and Schoology, you can now distribute learning documents and assignments to your students. So let me just pop this slide up here. There are basically two types of guided learning documents that you can share with your students. One is an individual document. That's kind of like giving your student like the document, the piece of paper. They have their own copy of it. They can write notes on it. They can annotate it. It's theirs. Another type of guided learning document is a collaborative guided learning document. And I think the best use case for this is you're going to work through the guided learning document in the classroom with the students, with all of your students. So you can make these guided learning documents collaborative, where you put it up on your Promethean board and you start working on it, and your students in your classroom are pulled into the learning experience because they're able to actually touch and interact with your guided learning documents. It's also a great way to make sure your kids aren't lost. They're actually engaged in the lesson. Another type of document that you can share through the LTI is assignments, and these, of course, are great and a necessary part of this. But one of the really fantastic things about the way we built the LTI is that these FluidMath documents that we're creating, they can be shared. They're just links. They're like web pages. They all have a URL. You can see here in my browser window, I have a URL. You can copy and paste those URLs and share them with folks. In the same way you can do that, you can get a URL from someone and share it with your classroom. So maybe you have a colleague, or maybe the school has some really cool examples. Maybe your math coach, maybe the district has some really great examples or assignments that you could hand out to your students. So you don't have to worry about building the assignment. Someone else built it. All you need is the URL, and you can paste it into our LTI integration. And all of a sudden, voila, you've got an assignment built. And you'll see the cool thing in FluidMath, those assignments can be self-grading. Okay. There's also a grading sidebar. And our goal with the grading sidebar was to build something that makes your life better and easier when you're doing grading. So as a math teacher, you might have 4, 5, 6, 7 sections of math classes that you teach. And sometimes if it were all paper assignments, you have a big stack of paper, and you sit in the coffee shop and you do your grading. What we've tried to do is make it such that in this virtual environment, all of these assignments that are handed into you you can do them all within one browser window. You don't have to go to different tabs. You don't have to go to different windows. You just can very easily navigate from classroom to classroom, or course to course, from assignment to assignment, and from student to student, super easily. And I'm going to show you how all of this is done right now. So let me pop up a couple of browser windows here. So we're going to take a look at Schoology from the teacher's perspective and Schoology from the student's perspective. I have two browser windows here. On the left, it's the teacher's view. On the right, it's a student account. Now, just keep in mind, this is my demo account. I have a teacher with one classroom, and I have one student in that classroom. For you, you'll have 20, 30, 40 students in your classroom. As the class year proceeds, you'll have a lot more assignments and guided learning documents that you hand out to your students. So let's take a look at this. So over on the left-hand side, I'm going to expand this page here. Over on the left-hand side, we can see that we have I'm going to do as you might do. You go to your courses, you select your course. As I mentioned, I have one course, Algebra 1. So I pop up Algebra 1, and I have a few assignments and guided learning documents that I've handed out to my students so far. So let's add a guided learning document to our classroom. How do we do that? Okay. So from the Add Materials menu item, we're going to select FluidMath. Mine says FluidMath beta test because this version hasn't been, it hasn't been completely released yet. So I'm using kind of a beta version here. So I'm going to go to FluidMath beta test. And now I can go and select guided learning documents that I might have. So I'm going to go to FluidMath over here. I'm going to create a guided learning document really quickly. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a PDF file that I've been using for years. Actually, I got this off of the web from some other really great math teacher. But you might have some PDF files of documents, notes, lesson notes that you've been handing out for years, and you typically print them out and you hand it out to the kids, or you give them the PDF. So let's take that guided learning document, and it's right here. I'm just going to drag and drop. And again, this is a PDF file. I can drag and drop that right into FluidMath. And all of a sudden, I've got, I'm going to import it. I'm going to make it the width of the window. Let's say import. So I've got this guided learning document. These are notes for my lecture or my class period. And it's got a bunch of pages over here. But the point of the matter is I've taken the notes, I put them into FluidMath. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to call this guided learning document number 3. Okay, that'll be the name of our guided learning document. I'm going to save that. So over here in Schoology, remember we came to Schoology, we added materials, we went to FluidMath, and then now we have the opportunity to hand out an assignment or a guided learning document. We're going to take that guided learning document. So I'm going to click on the guided learning document tab, and I'm going to select choose. This will bring up my file browser here, my document browser, and look at that. Guided learning document number 3 is right there, and I can select it. Click select. And now when I click link, this will link it to my classroom. And this will be now one of the documents in my classroom. You can see this is presented to my students as a guided learning document. Now, I included this as an individual document. So when my students open this, they'll have their own copy of it. I could also have selected that this be a collaborative document. So instead of it just being notes for the students to have individually, it would be something I would present in front of the classroom, and I could write on. My students can open it up. They can see my annotations on it as I'm writing on it, but they can also annotate as well. So over on the right-hand side, again, this is the student's view. We're going to refresh the page, and we can see there's a guided learning document there. When the student clicks on the guided learning document, they all of a sudden see in FluidMath that document opened up. And I'll expand my browser. So again, this is the student, and the student has this expander button up here. They can expand this, and then they can start utilizing the the guided learning document. Okay, they can write notes on it. They can annotate, right? And they can put math expressions on the page as well, so they can write their math on the page, and they can graph things. They can put solutions and so forth. These are their notes for that class. Okay, that's the student view of the guided learning document. Let's go back, and we're going to go from the student's perspective. We're going to go back to our home page. Let's now take an assignment and hand an assignment out to the students. So again, I'm going to go to my, you know what we're going to do? This is cool. We're going to take a link that someone gave me to their assignment and use it in our Schoology. So I have over in FluidMath, I have some documents. Here's assignment number 3. One of my colleagues gave me this link, and I just wanted to open it up. Before I hand it out to the kids, I save it to FluidMath as a document, and I open that up, and I can say, oh yeah, this is very appropriate for my class today. So what I can do now is I can take the URL. I can either grab it from the browser itself, or I can let me just expand this a little bit. I can click on the share link here, get the URL, and that URL is the link to this document. So let's just say, for example, someone gave me a spreadsheet of a whole bunch of really great example assignments that I can hand out in FluidMath associated with topics. And each of the spreadsheets has a URL. So I can take those URLs. It doesn't have to be something that I built or I saved. I can take someone else's FluidMath document, and I can go to Add Materials, select FluidMath, select Assignment, and then I can click on this button, paste a FluidMath document URL. So I click on that. I hit Control V to paste that URL in here, and now all of a sudden, I've got this. When I click OK here, all of a sudden, I've got the assignment ready to go. It's even taken the name of the assignment and put it in here. I can change the name if I wanted to. These assignments, if you remember in FluidMath, you can hand out assignments as individual assignments or as collaborative assignments where students work in groups. The answer boxes that are on the assignments can have immediate feedback or delayed feedback. I'm going to select immediate. That means as soon as the student enters an answer, they know if it's right or wrong. So I'm going to click assign the document. So this assignment has just been handed out to all the kids in my class through Schoology. Super easy. I took a URL, pasted it in here, and boom, I've got an assignment. Let's go take a look at what I just refreshed the students page over here. I'm going to expand the student page so we can see what it looks like. I'm going to click on assignment number 3. And FluidMath will open. And of course, what I may want to do is, I think there's enough space here. I don't need to expand the page. So in FluidMath, and of course, there's this button up here. I can expand the page so I can have more space to work on the FluidMath assignment. So let's work on this. Let's do what the student might do. Okay, find the slope from the graph. Okay, the slope in the first one is up 1 over 2. So m is equal to 1 over 2, right? So the first answer must be 1 over 2. Cool, I got that right. All right, I'm moving along here. That's great. Okay, second question. It's up to the slope is up 2 over 2, right? So m, the slope, is equal to 2 over 2. Okay, so I'm going to write in a 2 over 2. And again, this is the student working on the assignment. Uh-oh, I got it wrong. It looks right to me, up 2 over 2. That's 2 over 2. Hey, teacher, I need some help over here. Can you please help me? This is where things get really cool in FluidMath. So the teacher can now join that session collaboratively and work collaboratively with the student. So the teacher over on the left-hand side clicks on the assignment, and the teacher gets the grade book. But they can open the grading sidebar. And I mentioned this earlier. So this enables the teacher to join the in-progress assignment. So I'm going to click Open Grading Sidebar. And now this opens FluidMath in a separate browser tab. And now, as a teacher, you can see on the right-hand side, there's a grading sidebar. And I can select my class. So I'm going to select Algebra 1. I'm going to select assignment number 3 because I know I'm in the room. Maybe this is a bell ringer or a warm-up that the students are working on. And we can see my one student. Again, you would have a whole long list of students here, maybe 20 or 30 of them. But the students who are working on their assignments in progress have this little icon next to them. And if you hover above it, it says Open in Progress Document in a new tab. Okay, so I'm going to click on that to open the in progress assignment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make the window a little bit smaller so we can see both the teacher on the left and the student on the right. Okay. So the teacher now is sharing collaboratively this document. So when the teacher writes something on the page, you'll see it show up on the right-hand side. So I'm going to turn my red markup pen on over here, and now I'm going to help the student. So as I'm writing on the left-hand side, notice on the right-hand side that you'll see the annotations coming through. So the teacher says, and you can see I just drew an arrow. That's the teacher writing on the student screen. The teacher on the left-hand side is writing on their machine. And on the right-hand side, the student is seeing it on their machine. So maybe the teacher says, negative slope. O-P-E. Sorry, my handwriting. So then the student says, oh, yeah, negative slope. I forgot about those things, teacher. So really, this should be, and now the student on the right-hand side is going to start annotating. So the student writes a negative over here, negative 2 over 2. And the teacher says, oh, that looks good. And then the student writes in a negative in front of the 2 over 2 within the answer box. And all of a sudden, the system comes back and says the answer's right. So now the teacher can draw a smiley face for the student. And the student says, okay, teacher, thank you for your help. You can go on to help other students who are in need. So the teacher drops out of that session. The student over on the right-hand side proceeds with the assignment. And you can see in the upper right-hand corner, obviously, there are only 2 questions on this assignment. So the student is ready to submit. So the student clicks the submit button, and the work is now submitted to the teacher. Now, of course, on the right-hand side, the teacher, excuse me, from the grading sidebar, and remember, we got to the grading sidebar from, I'll do that again, from within Schoology, we clicked on the grading sidebar button. That opens up FluidMath with the grading sidebar opened, and we can click on Algebra 1, we can click on Assignment 3, and any student whose name is highlighted and has a score next to their name means that they have already submitted the work. So the teacher can click on that student and now grade that student's assignment that has just been submitted. So now the teacher can mark this up and say, give some feedback. Good work. Right, and we put another smiley face on the page, and then we can send the feedback to the student. But before we send the feedback to the student, we might decide that, we want the student to edit the work. Maybe the student didn't answer any of the questions. We want them to edit it and resubmit it. Or we can override the grade. Maybe the student got, maybe 70 is the passing grade, and the student got a 68. So we now all of a sudden we say, well, they did enough work to get a passing grade, so let me bump the grade up to 70. But in this case, we're pretty happy with this. So what we're going to do is we're going to click the send feedback button, and we'll send the feedback to the student. And of course, now the student on the student side can click on the assignment and now can click on the link to view the submitted work and the teacher feedback. So what we're doing is we're modeling the life cycle of an assignment, but we're doing it all within FluidMath. And now we can do it all from the Schoology interface as well. And of course, you can, within the Schoology interface, import those grades or export the grades from FluidMath over to Schoology, or if you're looking at it from the other direction, import from Schoology the grades that are now being stored over in FluidMath. All right. Well, I can see that Tamara has popped in, which means to me that we are now at it's a good time to possibly ask if there are any questions in the room, and allow you all to take a little break before your next exciting session.
Yes, actually, Ashley has a question, and then I am going to have to wind you down. I know you get super excited when you talk about FluidMath, but Ashley is asking, what's the significance between the orange check versus the green?
Oh, great question. So you recall we have algebraic equivalence testing available when you're writing things, but that algebraic equivalence testing also works within the answer boxes. So if a student enters an answer that is an exact match for what you wrote as the answer or what you expect as the answer, so if the answer is 2 and you wrote a 2 and the student wrote a 2, well, then they get a green check. If the student wrote 4/2, that's an equivalent answer, so they get an orange check mark. And you can see under the check mark, it says the word equivalence. Thank you all for coming. Again, my name is Don Carney. On my last slide there were a couple of resources available. I'm just going to share one more time right before we head out here tomorrow. A couple of resources available here, if I could just share them. There are some really great resources built by the outstanding EdTech staff at Cypress Fairbanks. You can get to it at bit.ly/FluidMath. And I'm extending to anyone who's not a Cypress Fairbanks person, because I know Cypress Fairbanks, all the teachers have FluidMath already. If you're not in Cypress Fairbanks and you would like a free subscription to FluidMath for this coming school year, along with your students, go to this bit.ly/needfluidmath, and you can get a free subscription for yourself and for your students for the upcoming school year. Of course, only if you're attending this talk. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time, folks.
Okay, so we have one more session that is coming up, and guess what? It's another math session. And Dawn is going to be here for that. So since this is like the only 2 real math sessions, so I suspect that a number of you will want to stay to see how FluidMath, actually how you can support your STAAR test scores with FluidMath by teaching the math conceptually within, or sorry, I think it's been a long day. How you can support your students by teaching math conceptually and by using FluidMath. I think I might have strung my words together to actually make a coherent sentence. I hope.
Long day.
Anyway, we're going to take a short break so that I can find my brain so we can start up with the last session. Thank you. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back to our last session of the day. And as we know, our state assessments in Texas, it's the STAAR. They are becoming increasingly more rigorous and even open-ended as they are beginning to use AI to be checking answers. Did you know the last STAAR test utilized AI because of the open-ended assessments that are being built into them? If you did not, then that is the future of our STAAR testing, which means they're going to be relying less and less on things like multiple choice, which means your kids have to have a better understanding of what they're learning, in particular mathematics. That means that the methods that have not yet yielded success are likely going to have to be replaced in the way we teach. So Don Carney, he is the founder and CEO of FluidMath, and he would like to show you how FluidMath can be used in your classroom to develop conceptual understanding of math that is behind those standardized questions. So thank you and welcome back, Don.
Thank you very much, Tamara. It's my pleasure to be here. As I mentioned earlier, a favorite conference of mine, the DLC conference. It looks like we have just about a minute before the hour, so I'll do a little song and dance to entertain the crowd until the clock strikes.
Can you do the song in your Irish accent?
I could do an Irish accent. You pick the accent. I'll do it.
I'm trying to pick an accent that's not going to get you into trouble.
An Irish accent works well for me because I come from, I have Irish roots, so I can do that. However, it's now 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock my time, 3 o'clock your time.
Noting, because we did a poll in the YouTube chat, that 67% of the people that were in your last session have decided to stay with you for the next session. So they're still waiting for those dad jokes because that's the only possible reason why they would stay, correct?
67% is pretty good. I like it. I like it. I'm happy with that. So, and you'll see during this talk, I'll be referencing percentage performance on test questions. So I like 67 is pretty good. All right. Well, let's get down to it. Let's start. Again, thank you very much for the introduction, Tamara. My name is Don Carney. I happen to be sharing my screen at the moment. And I happen to be the CEO and one of the founders of the company Fluidity Software. We make FluidMath software. And you know, as the title of the talk suggests, we'll be discussing ways to build conceptual understanding in the math classroom using FluidMath. As we all know, conceptual understanding is necessary for students to succeed on the STAAR exam as well as any standardized exam. So my goal for the day is really, or for the talk, is to show you how FluidMath can be used to help students make connections between mathematical representations. If you've heard me talk before, you've probably heard me say the expression that learning math is about seeing connections between things. And that's really where the power of FluidMath lies. We can stay in one workspace while moving between representations. And this is really the basis of conceptual understanding, where research says that conceptual understanding is really about understanding the relationships between facts and arranging them correctly, rather than just learning isolated facts. So we'll be using several STAAR example questions from the 2023 STAAR exams for grades 6, 7, 8, and Algebra 1 to motivate why we need to build conceptual understanding in math students. And I selected a few examples that I think are interesting, not because the examples are hard or easy, but I reviewed the item analysis summary reports from TEA for the 2023 STAAR math exams. These are the item analysis summary reports. These are reports from TEA, the Texas Education Agency, that summarize the results of the exams, and they give the percentage of students selecting each possible answer for each of the questions on each of the tests. And I think these questions are interesting because when you look at the item analysis, you can see that on some of the questions, the students are clearly guessing at the answers. But when you look at the question, you may notice that the question is hard if you don't understand the concept associated with the question. But if you do understand the concept, then the questions are quite straightforward. And another reason for selecting these examples is because I believe that FluidMath can really help you teach the concepts associated with the topics in a very unique way that's not available in any other tools for teaching mathematics. So I'm going to jump into FluidMath now and show you how FluidMath can be used to teach some of these math concepts. And the first thing I like to do is share with you something that you'll notice across all of the slides. And that is that there are images on the slides. And if you've been using FluidMath, you're familiar with this bit of functionality. But if you're not, or if you want a refresher on this, I think it's really, really key and important bit of functionality. The ability to drag and drop images and PDF files and so forth into the FluidMath workspace is really useful. And you'll see as I go through these example test questions, I have the example test question that I clipped out of the test and put into the FluidMath space, and then maybe we put some other images on the page as well. So let me just show you really quickly how we can do that. So I have a folder over here on my desktop with some images in it. Maybe we want a graph image. So this might be a question that we want to put on a quiz. And I can turn on the select tool. Oh, by the way, I did that really quickly here. Let me do that again. I have a folder, and the folder's got some images in it, and I could just drag and drop the image right into FluidMath, and it's there. Pretty cool. And then FluidMath itself has some tools in it where I can modify the shape of the image, the size of the image. I can crop the image. I can take pieces out of it. I can clip pieces out of it. So I can if, for example, I imported a PDF file, I can clip out pieces of it and put them on the page in a way that makes a lot of sense, because a lot of PDF files aren't really designed to be used on digital paper. They're designed to be used on paper, and sometimes they're designed to optimize the amount of pages you can print. Whereas with FluidMath, there's no printing issue. You can have as many pages as you want. So maybe there's another image, the XY table, that we want to put over here as well. And obviously I will make this a little smaller. And of course, once you import images into the page, you can mark them up. You can annotate them. So for example, I can turn on the draw pen, and we can just start annotating on top of the images. So for example, when X is 1, Y is 2, and when X is 2, Y is 4, and so forth, 3 and 6. And then, I can go through and mark up the graph as well. And we all know that, the power of engaging the students has to do with, what you're presenting in front of them, what they're visually seeing oftentimes. Okay. So I just want to make sure that everyone's clear that, the stuff that we're in FluidMath, and the stuff that you see on the screen is really easy to put on the screen or onto the FluidMath pages. Okay, let's jump in and take a look at a STAAR example question here. Here is a 6th grade question number 6, and you can see from the question, I'll read it to you. Which graph represents the relationship between X and Y in the equation Y equals 3X? Right? And of course, there are some plots there. You'll notice that I've included the percent of students who selected each answer, and the distribution of across the wrong answers might indicate some guessing. So here's the right answer. And turn on the draw pen. Here's the right answer. 38%, only 38% of students got the right answer. But these answers over here, there's a pretty fair, even distribution across those answers, which might indicate that maybe they were guessing, maybe they didn't completely understand the question. And you probably can be pretty confident that some of the 38% might have been guessing at that as well. So that would decrease the total number of students who actually understood the question and got it right, because they understood it. So one of the fundamental things we know about teaching for conceptual understanding is that showing multiple representations can be helpful. And again, you hear me say this often, that learning math is about seeing connections between things, and those things oftentimes are mathematical representations. And suggesting to your students that if they're having a problem understanding something, try to look at it from a different perspective. Try to look at it possibly from another representation's perspective. And in this case, we can tell by the question that there are two representations being shown to the student here. The first representation is up here. It's the algebraic representation, y equals 3x. And then the second representation are, these graphs here. So let's take a look. And of course, we have to be able to translate from one representation to the next representation. But in this case, there might be an intermediate step that's helpful for the student. So let's take a look at, I'm going to just shoot over to the other side here. By the way, for each of these slides, I kind of have the question on the left-hand side, and I just made the page wide enough so I can just slide over and we can take a look at the question, or we can take a look at the question, maybe an approach, and we can discuss the approach you might use in the classroom when presenting this topic. Not necessarily the question, but presenting the topic associated with this. So again, I have the question up there. Which graph represents the relationship between x and y in the equation y equals 3x? Okay, so if you're in your classroom and you have your students in front of you, how do you start with this? Well, one way in which you might start with this is by asking the students, what does 3x mean, right? What 3x, what does that mean? 3x, right? And it's equal to y, right? So 3x, and of course the students are learning what variables are. This is this is 6th grade, so they're starting to learn what variables are. And oftentimes you can think of a variable as just there's any number. It could be a number of some sort. So what would be a good number for x? Just you ask your students, throw out some numbers. Some 10, 100, 1,000,000, 0, right? So let's throw in a number here, 3 times 0, right? So 3 times 0 is what? And of course, you can ask the students there, and oftentimes the students will know the answer. Sometimes they don't. But 3 times 0 is 0, right? And we can continue on. What's 3 times 1? And of course, ask the students, what's 3 times 1? And of course, the students eventually will give you the answer is 3. And then what is 3 times 2? Equals 6, right? So, well, what does that mean, teacher? How do we get to the graph from there? And of course, as I mentioned, maybe there's an intermediate step, another representation we can think of when we're thinking about these mathematical expressions. And of course, one of the most common, obviously, is a table. So we can look at the table, and again, we'll write our y equals 3x up here. So when x, and we'll change our draw pen to be orange. When x is 0, what is y? Well, y is 0, right? And when x is 1, whoops. Oh, hang on for 1 second. I went to the wrong page. Oh, sorry. When x is 1, y is 3, right? So x is 1, y is 3. And when x is 2, y is 6, right? So now that we have this tabular form, and the kids, of course, have learned about the tabular form, and moving from the tabular form to the graphical form, or these are representations, the tabular representation, the graphical representation. Now we can begin to fill in the graph. So what is x0 and y0? Where is that on the graph, kids? Obviously, it's right here at the origin. Okay, so we draw a dot down there, and then when x is 1, y is what, 3? Okay, so we're going to draw a dot up here for 3. Okay, and then when x is 2, y is 6. Right, so we're going to draw a dot up here. Okay. So again, it can be very powerful to use annotation, when you're drawing and asking questions. And of course, it helps to reinforce students' ideas, identify patterns. You can use it, really, you can use the annotations as part of a conversation starter, a conversation with your kids. What you're doing in the classroom is you're integrating these questioning strategies that help to elicit a conversation with your students. And of course, and I always say this, you'll get tired of me saying this, that being able to see and move between multiple representations is really important for conceptual understanding. Like if you're having a tough time understanding this representation over here, well, translate it to a different representation. Maybe that'll make sense to you. Okay, let's continue on here, and we'll go to another question. And here of course is a 7th grade question. And this is I think this is a pretty interesting question because, well, let me just read it to you. It's a 7th grade question, question number 1 on the exam. The ratio of the numbers of almonds to the number of raisins in a bag of trail mix is 4:3. There are 600 almonds in the bag. How many raisins are in the bag of trail mix? Okay. Well, again, let's look at how the students performed on this. 50% of the students got the answer right. Okay. But these students here, it's pretty even distribution again across the students. So perhaps there's some guessing going on. And again, of course, there's probably some guessing going on in question number D, or answer number D as well. And I think part of the challenge here for the students is, they see this. I'm going to just turn my blue markup pen here. They see this 4:3, and that's a ratio. Maybe they know it's a ratio, or maybe they know it's a proportion, and they don't necessarily think of it as a ratio. Maybe they think of it as a proportion, and then they try to translate that to 600. With a question mark, like I don't know what should be on the right hand side of the colon. I don't know. But of course, if they know it's about ratios, then they can write this as a ratio. 4/3 equals 600 over x. Now, because this is 7th grade, maybe the students haven't completely learned about cross multiplication and how to solve for x here. So they might need to look at this from using the tool set that they have already, because what we want to do is we want to get from 4 to 600, and we want to get 3 to some other value. We want to figure out what that other value is over there. And that can be a bit challenging to look at it from this perspective. But what we can do is, again, I'm going to switch over to the other side here. Now, let me just use my mouse. We can use a ratio table, okay? And in the ratio table, what we're going to do is we're going to utilize another really cool bit of functionality in FluidMath, and that is the highlighting of equivalence. So we have this fraction, 4/3. Okay, that's almonds to raisins. Okay, and you can see it's highlighted a color, right? It's highlighted sort of pinkish orangish color there. Let's call it red. And anything else I write on the page that's equivalent to that will be highlighted the same color. So for example, if I wrote 4/2, that's not equivalent. It's going to be highlighted a different color. Oops, I want that to be better 4. Okay, that's highlighted a different color. And 8/6, that is equivalent. So that's highlighted the same color. Okay, back to the question. So we want to get from 4/3 to 600 over some value. We don't know what that value is yet. How do we get there, right? We have to figure out what do we have to multiply 4 by to get to 600. Right, that little higher, right? Well, is 600 a multiple of 4? We don't know. It's kind of tough. It's a long way away. I don't know what to multiply. I don't know how to multiply 4 to get to 600 off the top of my head. And of course, then we have to figure out how to multiply. We'll multiply 3 by the same thing to figure out what the denominator is over there. So you might start by asking your students, like, what's a good multiple of 4? What are multiples of 4? Give me some examples of multiples of 4. The students might say 8. They might say 10. That's not. They might say 16. Well, what's a good, and you might say, well, how does 8 get us to 600? Can we multiply something by 8 to get to 600 easily? Maybe they say, 8 is a multiple. So 8 over And what should be the denominator? They say 6. Okay. Well, did that do us any good? Do we know how to multiply 8 to get to 600? It seems like similarly difficult to get from 4. Okay. How about coming the other direction? Is there something we can divide 600 by to get to 4? Do we know what that is? Or maybe another way to look at this is there something in between, a common multiple that is in between 600 and 4 that we can multiply 4 by, and we can divide 600 by, that's a common sort of intermediary. And the students might say, well, 40, right? 40 multiply by 10, we get 40 over 30. No, it's still difficult to get from 40 to 600 off the top of my head. Well, another multiple maybe is 25. Right? Maybe one of the students says, oh, 25 gets us to 100. I'm sorry, we want that to be 100, right? So can we get to 100? Yes, by multiplying by 25, right? So we multiply here by 25, right? And then we have to multiply the bottom, the denominator, by 25. Whoops, let's do this. 100 over, we want to multiply 3 by something to get to the denominator, and we want to multiply that by 25 also, right? So 3 times 25, what is that, kids? Okay, it's 75. 75, right? Okay, now we're getting somewhere, because I can see how to get from 600 to 100, right? I can see how to get there, right? Divide by 6, or multiply 100 by 6, right? So if we go here and we multiply by 6 here, we get to 600. Oh, I bet you it's much easier to multiply 75 by 6, right? How do we multiply 75 by 6? 75 times 6. Well, that's the same thing as 75 times 2 times times 3, right? So we get to 150 times 3 equals 450. Right? That's pretty easy. So now we can use our math pen to change that x to a 450. And now look at that. The color coding matches the 4/3 and the 450, so they must be equivalent. Okay. So again, we've used this intermediate mathematical representation to help us with that problem, which required us to go from an algebraic representation to a graphical representation. And of course, here at the 7th grade level, we want to use another intermediate representation to help us along the way. Okay. All right. Let me continue on with yet another example. And again, I think maybe you're getting hopefully you're sensing the trend here that one of the really powerful things about fluid math is that it provides these mechanisms for utilizing multiple representations in really unique ways. Okay, 8th grade, question number 10. Looks like an algebra tile question to me. What is the value of x in the equation represented by the tiles? Okay, again, we have to translate from one representation to another representation. We want to translate from this algebra tiles representation to a algebraic representation. Algebraic representation will be x equals, some value. And those values are listed here. And of course, we can look at the student responses. 39%, 40% of the students got it right. And of course, many of them guessed, right? And then the distribution across these looks pretty even. There's a little tendency toward the -3 here, a little higher number. So folks are thinking 3 might be the right answer. Maybe because they have see 3 negative x's there. But how do we help the students move from between fluidly between these mathematical representations? Well, let's see. Let's use an example in fluid math. Excuse me. So you may know that we recently added some manipulatives to fluid math. We added algebra tiles, but we added some special functionality to algebra tiles that can be really helpful as well. So here's the question again. But let's build these algebra tiles with the fluid math tool. Okay. I'm going to bring up the algebra tile palette here, and we're going to build this algebra tile representation with our algebra tiles from the palette. So we build these out here, and we want these to be connected so they snap together. And you'll notice that the equivalence highlighting is turned on. So we're gonna build these out here. And I'm going to put the equivalent, the equal sign over here too. And then we are going to put a couple more X's on the page here. And another 1 unit there. Okay, so we need to turn the X's negative. Pretty easy to do that in FluidMath. You just click on any of the tiles and it will turn it negative. Excuse me. So we want to leverage again this pretty interesting bit of functionality that we just saw in the previous example, the algebraic equivalence. And one of the things that's really cool about algebraic equivalence is that it spans across a couple of representations. It works with algebra tiles, it works with algebraic representations, and it works between them as well. So if I have an algebra tile representation here on the screen, I can also write a mathematical expression, and it will be highlighted the same color as its equivalent algebra tile representations. Okay, so if you're in the classroom, what do you do here? You built the algebra tile representation here, and you're probably going to model that with the algebra tiles, but then draw the connection between the algebraic representation. So let's do that. So this algebra tile representation is, and I'm going to turn on my math writing pen, is negative 3x plus 4 equals negative x plus 1. Okay, and we can see that, oh, did I do that right? Oh, I didn't do it right. Can anyone figure out what I did wrong? I made a mistake. Obviously, the mistake I made was that this should be minus 2x plus 1. Okay, and how did I know I did that wrong? Well, I know I did that wrong because, and I'll go back to what I had written that was wrong. That's wrong. I knew it was wrong because the highlighting here is a different color than the highlighting with the algebra tile representation. Right, this is kind of a blue aqua color, and this is kind of that reddish color. So now I know I did that wrong. So I can change it. And of course, this is an opportunity to have a conversation with the students. Well, it's not the same color. What did we do wrong? And you can have the students do the analysis. And this should be 2x plus 1, right? Now they're the same color. Now we can start, these two are the same color here. Now we can start stepping through this on both sides. We can step through the solution, the algebra tiles, and we can step through the solution coordinated with the algebraic representation. So let's do that. Let's build our 0 pairs. So we're going to take our 0 pairs. We're going to get rid of a couple of x's over here, and we'll get rid of a couple of x's over here. Right. So that's the first thing we can do. We get rid of the x's. So let's take these 0 pairs out. Okay. There are 2 on either side. So I'll just take those 2 out over here, and these 2 out over here. And then on this side, we'll take the 0 pairs out as well. And we'll take the 0 pair. And now all of a sudden we have a simplified expression. Why is it simplified? Well, it's got fewer things in it, right? It's a simple way of looking at it. It's got fewer algebra tiles in it. It must be simplified. So over on the right-hand side, let's take a look at what that expression is right here in terms of algebraic representation, right? And we're not looking at this anymore. We're looking at what is this? What is that right there? And how do we represent that algebraically? So let's do that right now. So there's a minus x, and then there's plus 4, and then there's a 1. Right? And again, it's the same is highlighted the same color. Let me turn on the draw pen. Highlighted the same color. And these two are highlighted the same color as well. All right, so we know we're stepping through this correctly. So you can imagine the conversation you will have with your students in the classroom where you can step through these representations side by side. And that's, again, the beauty of having one workspace in which you can have, multiple representations. As I mentioned much earlier on, sometimes we have lots of different workspaces. You have paper and pencil over here, and then you got a graphing calculator, you got a computer, and it's tough to see the connections between the representations, especially when they're in different workspaces, because they're far from each other, not just physically, but cognitively. When you put them right next to each other on the same piece of paper, the same interactive smart math paper, then maybe you can draw the connections. Maybe the students can see the connections, and you can talk about the connections, and you can touch and feel as you touch one representation and the other representation updates. In this case, we're touching the mathematical representation over here, and it's a different color. If I had written a 2 there, it's a different color. Oh, what did I do wrong? Okay. We can change that to a 1, and now all of a sudden these things are coordinated. Okay. Let me continue on with yet another example. And you'll notice right off the bat that, before we get to this example, why don't we do a roll call? Why don't we do an attendance? It seems like this is a great time for it. And so I'm going to ask Tamara, do you want to run the attendance?
Absolutely, I do. Your attendance code is 973. Please make sure you jot that down. The forms will be opening up in about 30 minutes, so you can be able to enter your code in there. If for those of you, if this might be your first time doing DLC, hang on for a bit after, but don't hang up, jump out, because if you're having any difficulty, I'm going to let the video in the chat run for a couple minutes for people having trouble getting into the forms or finding the forms. I'm also going to do a rundown at the last 10 minutes of the session from 3:50 to 4 o'clock, where I give you a rundown of how to use the forms and submit to make sure you know what you're doing. If you have participated in DLC previously, you should be an old hat of being able to do that. So you're good to go. And I'm running another poll. And interestingly, Dawn, 42% of the people are seeing FluidMath for the first time today. Oh, it just jumped to 38.
Oh, all right.
So I would have to say your biggest number, if this was a STAAR test analysis, that you are probably looking at a lot of new people, or maybe elementary people that are joining you today, because we've done training in secondary. So that's an interesting number for us to see. We do have a couple people that love it and use it regularly. Oh my gosh, I think my tongue doesn't work today. I've been talking too much and I haven't even been presenting. Okay, so your code, make sure you have it, and I'm going to give it all back to you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tamara. And I'm glad to see that we have lots of new users checking out FluidMath. And if you're at elementary level and you're looking at these things and saying, oh man, this is a lot of algebra going on here. Keep in mind the focus of the talk was on secondary math questions on the STAAR exam. But you may notice that, especially at the elementary level, you can drag in really interactive content. And you saw earlier, I'm dragging in pretty static content like images and PDF files. But you can see on this page, you can also drag in interactive content. Like I have a Desmos calculator built into the page here. You can bring in Genially, you can bring in Ed puzzles, you can bring in YouTube videos, and cool images onto the page, and you can annotate over those. So think of this as, in addition to being a really great math tool, in its simplest form, it's a whiteboarding tool that can also be used as a collaborative whiteboard. So in the way that I'm presenting to you here, you can also imagine yourself in the classroom where your students are interacting with the same page that you have up in front of them on your Promethean panel. So you're writing on your Promethean panel, and they're writing on their Chromebook, and you can see on your panel what they've written on the Chromebook, and vice versa. They can see what you've written, and you can actually interact with each other. So really cool way in which to engage the students and bring them into your learning experiences. Okay, back to the STAAR exam and Algebra 1. Question number 15, I'll read it. The graph of the function f of x equals x is transformed to form the function g of x such that g of x equals 3 f of x, which graph represents f and g. This is, again, we can look at the item analysis here, and we can see that, D was the correct answer, and only 44% of the students got D correct. We can see these other answers over here, pretty even distribution across those. And, maybe the issue here, we don't know exactly what the issue here is, but I think this is interesting and funny, possibly, and I think telling of a few things. Since I'm in Algebra 1, I'm allowed to use the Desmos calculator. So without knowing anything about this question or the concept involved, I could just type in f of x equals x, and then I can type in g of x equals 3 f of x, right? And voila, I have the answer. I don't know what the question's asking. All I know is that I could type in math expressions into Desmos, which I'm sure all the students know, and it gives me a graph. And so how many of the 44% students just did what I did without 44% of the student answers or the respondents? How many of them just did what I just did without knowing the concept? We don't know. But I think this is interesting and possibly telling. So the question, of course, is, well, what's really the problem here? I don't know if we can discern that from just looking at the percentage of answers, percentage of responses per response. But I think what's interesting here is that, at its heart, this is a transformation of functions problem. And one of the really great things about FluidMath is it really shines when it comes to transformations of functions. It's really a powerful tool for exploring transformations of functions. So I want to use this as an opportunity to explore a couple of transformations of functions and a way in which to teach transformations of functions that either you may not have thought of or is really unique to FluidMath and really powerful. So let me shoot over here and to the right-hand side here. And we're not going to look at that specific question anymore. We're just going to look at transformations of functions in general. That was a linear function on the other side. So we'll take a look at a linear function to start with. So we have, and we'll do it in function notation. So we have f of x equals, we'll do mx plus b, right? The straight line, slope-intercept form of straight line function. I've written it on the page. And if you use FluidMath, you know that you can graph. I can just graph like that. So I'll do that again. I've written a math expression on the page here, and with a simple gesture, just a swoop of my pen, I can create a graph. And, I can pinch and zoom the graph if I want to. Now, you're looking at the graph possibly and saying, oh, well, something's plotted there, and there's no value for m or b yet, but we can look at different values for m. We can say m is equal to 1, and I can change the value. Oh, by the way, I just created a slider when you have an assignment on the page like m equals 2. The graph will update dynamically, but I can create a slider to be more interactive on the page. So that's slope. And that's, we're transforming the function. In general, transformations of functions are when you modify the coefficients and the various parameters other than x and y. And you see what happens to the graph. In a simple example of teaching in the classroom about transformations of functions, oftentimes it's, here's a function. When we change this variable over here, this parameter, a, b, or c, what's the shape of the graph change to? So that's a line function. But what I really think is interesting here is the b item. And I think it's interesting because it's pretty simple to demonstrate the power of transformations of functions with just the b item here. So when I change b, I'm changing something, right? I want to make I want to make the graph move, but I don't know exactly, is it moving up and down? Is it moving left and right? I don't know. But what's interesting about b is that it's always the vertical translation component. When you have y or f of x equals something plus b, and you have plus b dangling off the end, the plus b is always the vertical translation component. Let's see what I mean by that. So if I were to write f of x equals x squared plus b, and I graph that, and again, I'm just one graphing gesture, swoop right into the graph. We've got the parabola, the quadratic, right? So now let's change b again. So I'm going to change b. So I'm moving b left and right. When I move b left, right now I'm moving it to the negative direction. So now it's -4. Look at that, the graph moved down. When I move b in the positive direction, okay, I moved it to +1 and +2 and +3 and +4. All of a sudden, the graph, not just the graphs, plural, are moving up and down, right? But it's a linear and a quadratic. Why is plus b doing the same thing? Well, that's the way functions work. That's why math works, and this is one of these universal principles. Now, I know you're probably an algebra teacher, 6th grade or 7th or 8th grade teacher, but we also we want to talk often about the relationships, the vertical alignment between your subject areas. There's a connection between 6th grade and 8th grade and algebra and so forth. Like you have to learn the foundational stuff, the fundamental stuff early on in order to apply it later on. Similar for algebra, right? Algebra, you don't talk about trigonometric functions, but it's kind of fun to talk about the future for the kids. Like you're going to be learning about this other cool stuff in the future, so pay attention now. So for example, you could, in your Algebra 1 class or an earlier class, you can say, well, here is a function that you haven't heard of yet. It's called the sine function. So I'm going to do f of x equals sine of x plus b. Okay, the sine of x thing, you've never seen this before, but wait until I graph it. Check this out. Check this graph out. Of course, you're saying that to your kids. You all probably know what it looks like. Check that out. Oh, cool graph, right? Whoa, it's going up and down. I love that graph. That's pretty cool. When do I get to learn about that, teacher? I'm just looking at straight lines and parabolas now. How do I get to squiggly lines? Well, you got to wait. You gotta wait until pre-calc or algebra 2. But remember, it doesn't matter what's in between the equal sign and the plus sign in all of these 3 cases. That b parameter is always going to do the same thing. So when I move b down in the negative direction, look at that. All of those graphs, even the graph you never heard of before, the sine function, that's moving up and down too, right? So the message, of course, here is that transformations of functions are something that we have to explore. We're always teaching about them, but the question is, how do you teach them? How do you build confidence in your students so that they can understand and appreciate what's happening with the transformation of the functions? And how do we build the sense in the students that they have a conceptual understanding of it, right? And as I mentioned several times, sometimes the conceptual understanding comes from when you're looking at multiple representations, and you're able to translate from one representation to another representation. Okay, speaking of multiple representations, one of the things that I noticed on the STAAR exams for grade 7, grade 8, and Algebra 1, there might have been a couple related in grade 6, but they weren't as explicit. So sorry for the grade 6 people. But grade 7, grade 8, and Algebra 1, I noticed that there were pretty explicit questions about rate of change. And again, this is vertical alignment here. When you're teaching about rate of change in grade 7, someone's going to carry the torch for you with the teacher in grade 8 to continue the conversation about rate of change. Of course, the mathematics involved with it gets a little bit more complex, but conceptually, the ideas are very similar. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to finish with a fun example. And this is kind of where we kind of bring things all together, and this kind of fun example because I think it's pretty engaging to the students. So I've built this. built this document in FluidMath. I didn't want to build it on the fly here because I didn't know if I'd have enough time. So I built this as this document. And let me expand. Let me just zoom out a little bit so you can see it a little bigger on the screen. So in FluidMath, we have this ability to connect hand-drawn sketches with handwritten mathematics to make those hand-drawn sketches come to life in an animation. So this is this is kind of a fun question to ask the kids, especially kids at the secondary level. And it's the question you can see at the top of the page: how much of a head start do you need to beat Usain Bolt? If you don't know Usain Bolt, he happens to be a super fast guy. He holds the world's record for the 100-meter dash, and he has a couple other records, I think 200-meter and the relay event as well. But he is the fastest man alive. And of course, you probably have a lot of athletes in your classrooms, and they're thinking they're fast. They're not fast compared to Usain Bolt. He is super fast. Here are some of the stats about Usain Bolt and how we can translate them into a mathematical representation. So Usain Bolt runs the 100-meter dash in 9.6 seconds. Okay. So I'm going to, just for the sake of simplicity, we're going to round that to 10 seconds. So 10 seconds is still pretty fast. How many meters per second is that? So if he runs 100 meters in 10 seconds, that means he runs 10 meters per second. Okay, you can work that through with your students on the board, of course. The average person runs 100 meters in about 14 seconds, so 4 seconds more than Usain Bolt does. We can translate that into a rate as well. How many meters per second is that? 100 over 14, that's about 7.1 meters per second. So the rate for Usain Bolt is 10 meters per second. The rate for the average person is 7.1 meters per second. So the question, of course, is how much of a head start do you need, does the average person need to tie Usain Bolt at the finish line? Okay. So if you're the average person, how many meters do you need as a head start? It's a great question to ask to the kids because they raise their hand and they say, 5 meters. And you say, well, 5 meters, a meter is about 3 feet. So 5 meters at 15 meters. Sure, you're going to give them that 15 feet. And then someone else will say 20 meters. And you say, well, 20 meters, that's about 20 times 3, that's about 60. You can give them 60 feet. Holy cow, that's a lot. So let's run the simulation from 0. If you have a 0 head start, I'm going to click the run button on the simulation over here. And B happens to be Usain Bolt. Sorry, these are my stick figures. I'm not an artist, but these are the best I can do. A happens to be the average person. So B is Usain Bolt. When I press the play button, we can see Usain Bolt take off like a bolt of lightning, and he leaves you in the dust. So the question, of course, is, well, how much of a head start do I need? Now, let's give ourselves, the first student said 5 meters. So let's give ourselves I'm going to reset this. Let's give ourselves a 5-meter head start. So I'm going to drag H, that's H for head start, over to 5 meters. Let's see how we do. Okay, you're going to see the A figure jump a little in the beginning. So the A figure jumps and no chance. 5 meters is not enough. Some other students might raise their hand and say, well, I need 10 meters. So let's reset this and bring it over to 10 meters. Okay, and I reset this and okay, we got a 10-meter head start and you're not doing too well. Even with 10 meters, that's like 30 feet for the average person. Okay, so one of the things you may notice as I'm moving H, we've got this graph on the page down here. And this graph represents the x-axis is time. So you can see this is Usain Bolt, this red line here, that's Usain Bolt. And from 0 to 10 seconds, he runs 0 to 100 meters. So I've plotted out here the 100-meter mark, and we plotted out Usain Bolt. And this blue graph here is the average person. So as I'm moving H, and of course you can see the functions up here that we're looking at. As I'm moving H, you can see you're getting closer and closer to meeting Usain Bolt at the finish line at 100 meters. But you can see down here that that point is about 30 meters. So on the page here, we can see that there's this little answer box. And if I click that little answer box, it'll tell me what the answer is. I'm going to click that. It says when h equals 29, a sub x and b sub x are equal to 100 when t equals 10. So let's click the run button here. And we've set h to 100. So you're going to see the average person jump out with a big head start. Boom, big head start. Will they get to the finish line at the same time? Let's see. Yes. Okay, a pretty cool, I think, application of, multiple representations on the same page that's really engaging and fun for the students. And, obviously things that are fun are engaging, and students want to do things that are fun repeatedly. They like to repeat fun things. And repetition really helps build confidence. And, that reinforces conceptual understanding. So again, one of the messages that you probably heard me say, or you've gotten from the talk, is that, conceptual understanding often comes from looking at multiple representations. So when in the classroom, you can bring multiple representations into your teaching that will help students see the relationships between things. And as you can see from the STAAR example questions, oftentimes they're asking you to translate from one representation to another. There was an example where we had to translate from a algebraic representation to a graphical representation. Another one where we had to translate from algebra tiles to an algebraic representation. All right. So I can see by the clock that we are just about out of time. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to pop up my concluding slide here. And let me see if I can expand it to be the whole page here so that you can read it all. And zoom that over. So again, thank you. My name is Don Carney. If you'd like to get in touch, feel free to reach out to me. There are some great resources. If you're at Cypress Fairbanks, a great resource at bit.ly/FluidMath. One of your fantastic ed tech folks built this incredible resource, and you can get to it at bit.ly/FluidMath. And if you are not at Cypress Fairbanks, because Cypress Fairbanks has licenses for all the teachers, if you're not there and you would like if you're outside of Cypress Fairbanks, if you would like a free subscription for this upcoming year for you and for your students, go to this form, bit.ly/needfluidmath, and you can, as long as you attended the session, you can reach out and we'll give you a free subscription for the upcoming school year. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. If there are, oh, by the way, I should ask if there are any questions here, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
That was the last of the questions that came through. And I think the audience that is still here with us today would agree with this statement. I have never seen anybody get as excited about doing math the way you do, especially when you were making the little guys right across the screen. My YouTube facilitator over here, Stephanie and I, we were dying laughing.